Introduction. Have you already achieved some results? Hokuto Makoto was momentarily taken aback, and it took him quite a while to react, his lips twitching as he said, "Are you suggesting that you can perform an air conditioning installation demonstration for our classmates on the spot? That might be a bit challenging." Mikuzai Ran replied with a radiant smile, "But you'll understand as you continue watching, especially when Sato takes the stage." Such pretense. Hokuto Makoto managed to maintain his composure. "I wonder." Mikuzai Ran tilted her head slightly, smiling as she said, "Have you ever considered the possibility that both of us might lose? Are you suggesting that we would be defeated by other contestants?" Hokuto Makoto shook his head. "Impossible. The victor will emerge solely from among us." Chapter 4. This young man should be reborn in another world. By the bedside, Zhou carefully examined the brown leather pouch in his hands, illuminated by the flickering flame of the oil lamp atop the nightstand. His fingers gently caressed the antler-handled razor nestled within, a warm smile unconsciously gracing his face. Gazing at the flickering light from the lamp on the table, memories transported him back to a familiar dining table. "Happy birthday, Darren. Happy birthday." As the sincere blessings echoed around him, Zhou felt enveloped in a cocoon of happiness, experiencing a joy he had never known in his previous life. "Family. Thank you. Thank you all, I truly appreciate it." Zhou, clutching the leather pouch, surveyed everyone at the dining table, expressing his heartfelt gratitude and raising the gift in his hand towards Meyer to convey his delight. From a moment he began to recall his existence in this world, he found himself swaddled in a snowy embrace. Alone, he lay next to a nearly extinguished bonfire, with only the crackling of burning charcoal filling the air, accompanied by the chilling winds of the night mingling with falling snowflakes. In the bewilderment of his sudden transformation into an infant, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Once he regained his senses, a profound helplessness washed over him, for he realized not only had he become an infant, but the encroaching snow threatened to engulf him. Awaiting him were only the faint wisps of smoke rising from the dying bonfire, seemingly heralding death. As a mere infant, he could do nothing but lie swaddled, his wide eyes fixed on the snow-laden night sky. Snowflakes kissed his cheeks, the cold creeping through the fabric of his swaddle like despair in the darkness, gradually eroding his spirit. He once thought that this inexplicable and absurd journey had reached its end before it truly began when, carried by the wind, he heard the crunching of footsteps on the snow, reminiscent of human presence traversing the wintry expanse. At that moment, he had no time to ponder the danger. His instinctive cry for help erupted into a piercing wail. "From this day forth, you shall be my adopted son. Let's call you Darren. How do you do, little Darren?" Thus, this day became his birthday, and for Zhou, this was indeed fitting. The old man introduced himself as Nian Kant, a former retainer of Ned Stark, who had fought alongside him in numerous battles. The last of these was the Battle of the Trident, where a spear struck his right leg, and he subsequently lost consciousness from a fatal blow to his face. Upon the battlefield's cleanup, it was discovered that he had not perished and was fortunate enough to be revived, albeit at the cost of one eye. His right leg was saved, yet it remained impaired. Having sustained such a disability, he chose to part ways with Ned Stark and retire early, eventually settling not far from Winterfell. Zhou was uncertain whether the elderly man truly was the former retainer of the current Duke of Winterfell, but he believed that, had Nian enjoyed good health, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable warrior. Despite having lost an eye and a leg, Nian remained an exceptional hunter. Known as Lame Nian in the village, this moniker bore no derogatory connotation. "Darren? Darren?" In a moment of reverie, Zhou heard someone calling him and snapped back to reality, turning to find Ayla, concerned, calling for him as she noticed his distraction. "Oh, my apologies. What is it?" Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, Zhou felt a bit embarrassed and hastily lowered his head to pick at the food on his plate. Upon witnessing Zhou's reaction, the Meyer couple exchanged glances, each perceiving something in the other's eyes, yet they refrained from expressing it openly. "Cough. I just heard Sally mention that you encountered a direwolf while hunting in Wolfwood a few days ago. What transpired? It has been many years since we last heard of direwolves. The Stark family crest is becoming a mere legend." Meyer looked at Zhou with a mix of concern and nostalgia, though his words seemed to be casually uttered. "Should anything happen to me, you would not see me again. Fortunately, it was a timely discovery. It was a mother wolf with cubs. However, I am uncertain if it was indeed a direwolf. Perhaps I misidentified it. Thankfully, I managed to climb a tree to hide, but all my Koriro deer, wild chickens, rabbits escaped. I hope to avoid another encounter. If I do see it again, I shall pretend not to notice, considering I've fed them before. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yu deliberately recounted the harrowing standoff in the forest with a light-hearted tone, his demeanor casual as he flexed his biceps, signaling that he was unscathed. It's good to hear you are well. For now, it would be prudent to refrain from hunting until that mother wolf departs. At this moment, Sally, who had been relatively silent since sitting down, took the opportunity to suggest that Zhou Yu should avoid venturing into the woods for the time being. Indeed, Sally is right. Now that you are 14, perhaps in a while, you could assist me with the merchant caravan. I'm getting too old to handle many tasks. Myers seamlessly joined Sally's advice, casually shoveling a spoonful of beans into his mouth while offering Zhou Yu a suggestion. Gazing upon the couple who treated him as if he were their own flesh and blood, Zhou Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and with little to say, he simply nodded earnestly. The rare and heartwarming dinner did not last long. Ella attended to the two little ones as they were tucked into bed, while Sally busied herself clearing the dining table littered with remnants of their meal. Meyer pulled Zhou Yu aside for a brief conversation, and noticing the late hour, Zhou Yu bid his farewells. Take the lantern and be careful not to stumble. Of course, Aunt Sally. You and Uncle Meyer should rest soon as well. As night deepened, Zhou Yu, holding a finely crafted, sharp knife, smiled softly before putting it away. Extinguishing the oil lamp, he lay down on the bed, pulling a leather coat over his abdomen. Listening to the gentle patter of rain intensifying outside, drowsiness gradually enveloped him, and he became unaware of his breathing slowing, his eyelids beginning to flutter. Ding! Suddenly, a deafening honk of a car horn shattered the stillness. Startled awake, Zhou Yu's eyes flew open, only to be met with a massive, menacing iron fist. The fist, the size of a dustpan, bore sharp spikes, and as it collided with Zhou Yu's cheek amidst the cacophony, he vaguely perceived a voice. Ah, young man, it seems you are destined for a rebirth in another world. Chapter 5, Greetings Myself. In a peculiar realm, the sky and earth appeared to be two interlocking hemispheres. The heavens manifested in a riotous spectrum of black, utterly chaotic and obscure, with bizarrely shaped blocks that seemed to undulate like waves in the wind, their surfaces constantly shifting. Conversely, the ground was a kaleidoscope of white, orderly and even, with neatly arranged cubes interlocking to form a larger square beneath this space. At the horizon, the sky and earth appeared to merge harmoniously, creating a striking contrast. Although the ground was square, its edges seamlessly conformed to the rounded expanse of the sky. This entire realm was a fusion of order and chaos, the parallel notions of sky and earth seemingly a mere illusion, a distortion. Here, contradiction and harmony coexisted without any sense of dissonance. They were one and the same. At the very center of this space floated a nebulous light, suspended approximately 2 meters above the ground. It pulsed as if it were a living entity, flickering in brightness and size. Occasionally, it would emit ripples that spread outwards in an erratic fashion, gradually fading away, or perhaps retracting. The ripples seemed both visible and imperceptible when not observed. They appeared non-existent. Yet the moment one sought to perceive them, they seemed perpetually present. This is a place that evokes a sense of contradiction, yet simultaneously, it exudes an aura of harmony. Not far from the luminous sphere, 3 figures are seated on the ground. However, one of them appears not to be human. The trio of humanoid beings is engaged in conversation when, quite abruptly, they cease their discourse, turning in unison to gaze at the ethereal glow. Moments later, the radiance emits a resounding sound that reverberates throughout the space, akin to the clash of metal, while the nebulous light suddenly solidifies. Upon hearing this sound, the smallest of the 3, with a grimace that twists his features, expresses his discomfort. Just hearing that sound makes me feel pain. The other 2 display little reaction to his remark. The burly figure, whose fur-covered form towers above the luminous sphere, merely shrugs, seemingly unfazed. It seems we have newcomers once again, ha. As his words linger in the air, the solidified glow stabilizes entirely, transforming as if into a solid mass. The smallest figure, unable to contain himself, poses a peculiar question. Why do you think our memories of crossing over can only resurface at this moment? Perhaps this circumstance serves as a key for us. Nevertheless, we shall understand in due time. Let us first welcome the newcomers. The burly man contemplates this for a moment, yet does not dwell on it as he focuses on the now altered glow. At that instant, the glow seems to hiss as it brews, followed by a spit. As it ejects a thick substance, from which an apparition emerges, its voice elongating through the air. Whoa, what the hell? The figure stretches in midair, gliding in a smooth parabolic arc, spinning 3.5 times before crashing face first to the ground, its body tilting at a sharp angle, using its face as a brake until it finally halts at the center of the trio's circle. Well, it seems that indeed hurts. The burly man, who had previously shrugged off the situation, falls silent for a brief moment upon witnessing the unfortunate sight. The other two share a knowing nod. The figure, now uncontrollably raised at its lower half, collapses entirely to the ground, motionless. The three exchange glances, and it is the burly man who, with a hand the size of a fan, seizes the nape of the figure's neck, lifting it as one might a half-melted green popsicle, gradually pulling it from the sticky ground. As the burly man observes this noodle-like figure, he shakes it vigorously, and amidst a cacophony of sounds, the figure finally takes on a more human form. All done. Satisfied with the assembled person in his grasp, the burly man nods approvingly before casually tossing it back onto the floor. It's the individual, recently expelled from the aura, gradually awakened from a dizzy state. He regained control over his body and found three faces staring back at him. No, it was more accurate to say one face resembled that of a panda, while the other two were distinctly human. Ah, you're awake. The surgery was a resounding success. Congratulations, you are now a proper young lady. Surrounded by bewilderment, Zhou gazed at the scene before him, particularly taken aback by the words of the youngest among them, a boy with tousled blonde hair who left him momentarily speechless. With a sudden motion, he flipped himself upright and, in a state of panic, reached beneath him. Once he felt the familiar sensation, his heart, which had risen to his throat, finally settled back down. Now fully alert from the shock, Zhou observed the trio before him, one of whom was laughing so hard he could scarcely breathe, while another rolled on the ground in mirth, leaving Zhou utterly perplexed. All right, you little blonde rascal. No wonder you've ended up in the world of the Black Cloak, playing the role of someone else's son. The speaker was the robust figure, or rather, the Grand Panda seated cross-legged in a pristine white training outfit. Black Cloak? Who are you? And what exactly is happening here? Zhou, still in a daze, found the term Black Cloak somewhat familiar. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and could not resist voicing the questions that plagued his mind. Greetings, I am Zhou. As you can see, I'm a Grand Panda, though I prefer being called a bear of iron eating. As he gazed at the dark, furry paw extended toward him, Zhou instinctively grasped it, curiosity prompting him to inquire further. Zhou? Without further ado, come here. The same blonde boy suddenly leaped forward, seizing him and whisking him away to the luminous aura several meters away, the very spot from which he had just emerged. In a flurry of confusion, Zhou barely steadied himself before he noticed that, at some point, the panda and another seemingly disheartened individual who had remained silent had also approached him. Having previously sat without much sensation, he now stood and realized that the panda, who had introduced himself as Zhou and appeared ethereal and otherworldly, was nearly 3 meters tall, veritable beast incarnate. Zhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he glanced at the boy who had just carried him, and then at the quiet man, standing silently beside the panda, his pupils dilating in shock, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Extend your hand, envision touching the light before you, and then perceive our presence, came the deep voice of the panda beside him before he could contemplate further. Seeing the other two, alongside the panda, closing their eyes and raising their right hands toward the luminous aura, Zhou reluctantly followed suit. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and attempt to perceive as instructed by the panda, he felt a sudden sharp pain at his waist and turned to find the blonde boy playfully nudging him. Hey, do you know who my father is? Still stunned, Zhou gazed at the little yellow-haired figure before him, who sported one closed eye and one wide open, wearing an expression of playful mockery. At that moment, Zhou's words rendered him momentarily speechless. What? Did your mother not inform you? Uffed. Ha! No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an uproarious laugh erupted from one person and a bear beside Zhou. However, before he could react, it felt as if he truly sensed the presence of 3 others in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness plunged into a dark void, followed by a descent into 3 bizarre fragments of light. A torrent of information surged through his awareness and memories. Despite the sudden influx, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he found himself freely navigating the open shards of memory, as did the other 3 individuals. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, Zhou opened his eyes. His expression had transformed into one of tranquility, His gaze clear, devoid of the initial panic he had felt upon entering this strange realm and encountering unfamiliar faces. Looking at the two individuals and the bear before him, he smiled gently and then turned his attention back to the little yellow-haired figure who had been teasing him. "Greetings, I am myself. Also, your mother indeed did not tell you. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 6. The ability scratch card "Do not pull me. I wish to engage him in a duel. Today, it is either me or him." The black-robed Shoyu, restrained by the panda Shoyu by the collar, flailed his limbs wildly in the air, resembling a crimson warning sign, exclaiming in distress. Meanwhile, the Game of Thrones Shoyu stood idly by, uninterested, digging his nose, unfazed by the black-robed Shoyu's performance, even stifling a laugh. After all, they were the same person, who didn't know each other. "Oh dear, mischievous child, you impish little rascal." Having roared in vain for quite some time without any effect, the black-robed Shoyu, now devoid of motivation, wore a look of helplessness as he dangled in midair. Upon witnessing his cessation of madness, the panda Shoyu released his grip, allowing the black-robed Shoyu to float freely. At this moment, another youth, who had appeared somewhat sullen and silent, finally spoke up. He was the Shoyu who had traversed into the world of the armored warriors, and recalling the scenes from his memory, it was no wonder he appeared despondent. After all, he had transformed into a descendant of the Light Shadow village, relentlessly pursued by supernatural beasts. "You are 14? Is there a problem with that? This 14? You cannot possibly believe it. Even I find it hard to believe." Upon hearing their conversation, the black-robed Shoyu recalled the same matter. He grew weary of floating and landed on the ground to compare their heights. He gazed up silently at his counterpart, noting the nearly 2-meter-tall figure, with untamed black hair that appeared unwashed for ages, a full beard, and eyes that shimmered with a hint of gold. The Game of Thrones Shoyu also lowered his head, silently meeting his gaze. The black-robed Shoyu pouted, but before he could utter a word, he felt the tight grip at the back of his neck as the panda Shoyu yanked him back behind him. Wishing to prevent any inappropriate words from escaping his lips that might jeopardize the integrity of the narrative, he sensed that if left uninterrupted, he would likely unleash a torrent of foul language. "I sense that your origins are rather peculiar," the panda Shoyu remarked. "I too feel that way. Yet I cannot articulate what exactly is amiss." The Game of Thrones Shoyu shrugged, indifferent. "Very well." Unable to pinpoint the reason, the panda Shoyu mused, stroking his chin. "However, I find you to be rather peculiar as well. I am a panda, not a panda." "Then what are you? A steel-eating beast?" He was a mythical creature from the Kung Fu Panda universe, akin to the dragon and phoenix appearing in subsequent adaptations. At this moment, the Game of Thrones Shoyu found himself at a loss for words, noting that the panda from the Kung Fu Panda universe did not possess such a large stature, nor did it exhibit such a robust appearance. Rather, it looked quite strong, not merely rotund. Watching as the black-robed Shoyu climbed onto the panda Shoyu's shoulder while discussing the mythology of these creatures, his legs swung playfully. Panda Shoyu showed no leniency, grabbing him by the collar and unceremoniously tossing him to the ground, just as he was about to land with a thud reminiscent of a plummeting swan. He astonishingly hovered in midair about half a meter above the ground, grinning mischievously, unable to tolerate his boastful demeanor. Game of Thrones Shoyu unleashed a torrent of venomous words. "By the way, hasn't your mother ever mentioned your father to you?" "Damn." Ryan couldn't help but scowl, realizing that the black-robed Shoyu had transformed into his compatriot, Ryan, previously humorously dubbed the simpleton by online acquaintances. "Could it be that your fates are misaligned? How is it that you two are already bickering so fervently upon your first meeting? Aren't you both just children? Well, all right, you both indeed are little brats." Initially, the armor-clad Shoyu, who had been sulking on the sidelines, couldn't resist joining the fray as their spirited exchange escalated. Just as he was about to mock them, he suddenly realized that, in reality, they truly were mere children, leading to a peculiar change in his expression, which only deepened the somber atmosphere. "Indeed, I am just a jinx. Why must our external support be so unreliable?" Sigh, observing his forlorn state. Game of Thrones Shoyu wrapped an arm around his shoulders and gave him a reassuring pat. Yes, their external support was indeed quite dubious. Perhaps even the most severely diminished version compared to that of a proctologist. From their earlier synchronized interaction, it appeared that they found it exceedingly difficult to replicate the abilities of other counterparts. However, they could share memories to a limited extent, though this proved to be of little consequence. Even though he had mastered the martial arts of Panda Shoyu, which could be deemed unparalleled in the Kung Fu Panda universe, it still bore no practical utility in the real world. That realm was one of palpable energy, undoubtedly supernatural and surreal, tinged with a hint of idealism. Take Armor Shoyu as an example. He was the second individual to enter this space, and in his initial excitement, He learned Panda Zhou Yu's martial arts, only to discover upon exiting that he was merely an ordinary person, unable to even lift his legs above his own chest. In simpler terms, he remained an average individual, perhaps possessing a few skills. Moreover, given his currently evident streak of misfortune, his encounters with supernatural beasts would merely prolong his survival until the armor warrior made a grand entrance. Had it not been for the previous appearance of Black Robe Zhou Yu and Ryan in this space, he might have perished during the last attack by a supernatural beast, as if fate ensured he encountered them every time a supernatural beast emerged to wreak havoc. At this juncture, it is imperative to note that their external support bore resemblance to that of a proctologist. However, Zhou Yu and his companions soon realized that the two were fundamentally distinct. While sharing memories, the acquisition of others' abilities felt more akin to a game of chance, with the outcome of what powers one could obtain entirely dependent on luck. Furthermore, each individual was granted but a single opportunity, and the abilities, effects, and quantities varied, resulting in differing manifestations for each person. For instance, the illustrious Panda Yu, having nearly exhausted the sharing of abilities with Ryan, has even extended his lineage to the armored Yu. This has rendered Panda Yu a truly extraordinary entity within the realm of Kung Fu Panda. Without delving into the specifics of Ryan's abilities, which are essentially akin to a less potent version of Superman with potential for growth, it is the prowess of armored Yu that truly impresses. Upon entering the world of Kung Fu Panda, a realm steeped in yin and yang, Taoism, and the profound philosophies of Chinese culture, a qualitative transformation occurs. It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim Panda Yu as a child of destiny, where the spirit realm and reality appear as his own private garden. Coupled with his inherent talent, humorously dubbed Iron Eater, Panda Yu emerges as the rightful heir to that universe, merely awaiting the passage of time and his mood to decide on ascending to the throne. The Iron Eater ability, a self-deprecating term, is more accurately described as a combination of absorption and evolution. During his time as a panda, this ability merely accelerated his development, manifesting in a semblance of martial genius. Though it merely served as a boost, it still possessed its limitations. Conversely, the unfortunate armored Yu only managed to inherit a fragment of the physical enhancement abilities from Black Robe Yu, lacking any other significant capabilities. Fortunately, his augmented physique, combined with Panda Yu's martial arts, allows him to navigate the armored world with ease, at least in terms of evasion, if not confrontation with the supernatural beasts. Oh, by the way, what abilities have you acquired? Inquired the ever-curious Black Robe Yu, his eyes sparkling with excitement akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery gift. Panda Yu, preparing to introspectively explore his newfound powers, suddenly frowned as his form flickered and transformed into a monochrome hue, reminiscent of an old-fashioned pull-string light bulb, before vanishing in an instant. Wait, something must be happening in reality. Panda Yu sensed an inkling of foreboding and voiced his thoughts. Is everything all right? Armored Yu and Black Robe Yu exchanged concerned glances, their hearts heavy with worry for their counterpart in the Game of Thrones world, though they were engaged in playful banter. The shared essence of their identities heightened their concerns. Unless it's a special circumstance, nothing should be amiss. I sensed a significant change, Panda Yu mused, his furrowed brow easing into a smile as he turned to observe the luminous aura before him, which began to solidify, signaling the arrival of yet another newcomer. In the world of ice and fire, in a quaint mountain village not far from Winterfell, the gentle patter of rain echoed against the eaves, tiles, and muddy ground, intensifying as if the downpour were destined to grow ever stronger. Lying supine on his bed, Zhou Yu suddenly opened his eyes in the enveloping darkness. The dimly lit room seemed to flash with a spark, as if caught in a fleeting illusion. Outside, amidst the patter of rain, there emerged a discordant sound, a faint crackling, reminiscent of wood and oil igniting, accompanied by a silvery gleam that swept through the shadows towards Zhou Yu's neck. Chapter 7. Blood and fire. The night had deepened, and the rain drizzled steadily outside. Inside, Meyer rested one hand beneath his head while the other cradled his beloved wife in his arms, unconsciously patting her back in a gentle rhythm. For a moment, the only sounds that filled the room were their synchronized breaths and the growing roar of the rain beyond. Not long after, Sally sat up from Meyer's embrace, rising to ignite the oil lamp she usually sparingly used. The small flame flickered, illuminating a broader area, though the quality of the lamp oil was poor, producing a wisp of black smoke and an odd odor. Sally, undeterred, grabbed a ceramic jug from the bedside, flipped over a cup that had been resting upside down on the table, and poured some fresh water into it. Adjusting her slightly slipping coat, she approached Meyer, extending the cup towards him. Meyer drank deeply from the cup but did not return it to his wife. Instead, he held it, his rough fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the wooden vessel. He patted the bedding, signaling for Sally to come closer. Darren's recent encounter with the ice wolves in the forest was not as simple as he had claimed. The woods had grown increasingly perilous. I have even heard whispers of wild men. Meyer's tone was grave, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the dim glow of the lamp. Darren had never been fond of sharing unpleasant news. He preferred to speak of the good, burying the bad within himself. Sally nestled back against her husband, taking the cup from his hands and placing it aside. He is a grown man now. Meyer sighed. Little Darren had always acted maturely. Ever since Kant had departed last winter, he had been quite sorrowful, though he never showed it. After a brief silence, Meyer broke the stillness once more, gazing sweetly at the wife who had shared the trials of his life. I wish for Darren to join me in business. I am no longer young, having roamed the world for most of my life, and it is time I devoted some moments to you. You have endured so much over the years. Sally said nothing but climbed onto his chest, savoring her husband's warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Kant had intentionally trained Darren, and with his steady character and strong physique, Remy would have no objections. In fact, Remy had already expressed confidence in Darren. But given Darren's youth and the circumstances surrounding Kant, I had previously declined. Ella, that little girl, is quite fond of him, Sally suddenly mentioned, bringing up a seemingly trivial matter. Meyer, engrossed in serious discussions with his wife, was momentarily taken aback by her comment, before bursting into laughter. Let children contend with their own affairs. Haha. Yet Darren seems to perpetually regard her as a sister. Upon hearing her husband's words, Sally, somewhat irritated, slapped him lightly. Today, Darren should have discerned the implications of her words. Given his character, his silence likely signified agreement. After delivering the playful slap, Sally revisited the matter. Meyer, stroking his belly, contemplated the truth in her words, chuckling at his own unease. As the rain intensified outside, Meyer kissed Sally's forehead and extinguished the oil lamp. It was getting late. They ought to retire early. In the latter half of the night, before long, dawn would approach. With age, Meyer found his sleep to be light, often feeling a vague discomfort and a sense of breathlessness. After some thought, he decided to rise for a moment to relieve himself and check on Belle. In the dim light, he got up, lit a lantern, donned a coat, and as he opened the door, the wind and rain greeted him with a rush. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he surveyed the night's downpour, smacked his lips, and retrieved a straw hat from the wall to place atop his head. Just as he prepared to head to the stable, he noticed a shadow slipping through the rain towards his stable. Through the curtain of rain, he discerned flickers of red light and the faint sound of hoofs. The scene before him jolted Meyer awake. A lifetime of experiences had honed his instincts to sense that something was amiss. Examining the chaotic scene through the rain, he glanced back at the shadow, and a rush of urgency propelled him back inside to awaken his wife. After a brief explanation, he hurried to the rooms of their 3 children. In a moment of peril, Zhou tilted his neck as his right hand instinctively slashed upward at the glimmering silver that approached him from the darkness. The fabric of his pillow was cut, and the husks within burst forth from the torn seam, sending a chill through his ears. It was then that Zhou, aided by the faint red light filtering through the window, realized the gravity of the situation. The blade that had swung towards his neck was a dagger, wielded by one of the mercenaries he had seen earlier that afternoon. The assailant, momentarily stunned that his lethal strike had been evaded, wore a wild expression that faltered in shock. Before he could regain composure, he felt a sudden tightness in his wrist, followed by excruciating pain beneath his armpit. And instinctively, he opened his mouth to cry out. A sudden chill enveloped his neck, and his cry transformed into a muffled groan as his mind dulled and his body grew weak, plunging him into darkness. Zhou recognized his attacker and caught a glimpse of the flames outside through his peripheral vision. His ears perked up, filtering through the sound of rain to hear faint cries of anguish from outside. Alarmed, he instinctively grasped the wrist of the mercenary who had assaulted him, pulling him closer and shifting from lying down to a seated position. In that fleeting moment, the left hand had already been at the elbow, gliding along the arm within his embrace, and with a subtle sound of bone and flesh shattering, the next instant, the wrist held tightly in his right hand, along with the mercenary's own dagger, found its way to the throat of its master, pushing aside the now limp corpse. Zhou was unaware of the fluidity of his movements. Not a single drop of the gushing blood stained his figure. Hearing the commotion outside gradually intensifying, he rose swiftly and took a few steps to the door, kicking it open without a second thought. The tremendous force impacted the wooden door, transforming it into a shower of splintered fragments in an instant. Zhou leaped into the night rain, amidst the scattering wood debris, quickly scanning his surroundings. Indifferent to the flames that were beginning to roar in his woodshed, he noticed, not far away, that Uncle Meyer's house was also engulfed in flames, illuminated by the firelight. He could clearly see that the wooden door of Meyer's home was reduced to half, precariously hanging on the wall, while figures in the yard brandished torches, igniting chaos. In the stable, Belle was also rearing back in a fierce neigh, engaged in a struggle with a diminutive figure. On the road, 7 or 8 horsemen wielded their weapons, charging back and forth, their angry shouts echoing through the rain. Witnessing this scene, Zhou felt the veins at his temples throb, his eyes reddening with fury, and he charged toward Uncle Meyer's house. As he passed the increasingly fierce flames of the woodshed, he seized the long-handled iron axe he had previously chopped into the chopping block, gripping it firmly as he plunged into the storm. In mere moments, Zhou reached the exterior of Meyer's home, glancing around without concern for the stable or the arsonists. Hearing the curses emanating from the swaying half-door, he tightened his grip on the axe, hastening forward, leaping over the fence and treading through the increasingly muddy ground into the house. Inside, he found Meyer and Sally cornered by a burly man. Sally cradled a cloth bag in her arms, while Meyer stood protectively in front of her. His nose twisted and blood streaming from his forehead, his hands, muddied and stained, raised in a frantic attempt to communicate. The burly man raised his iron sword, thrusting it toward Meyer's chest. Chapter 8. Blood and Fire. Sally. Sally, wake up. In a flurry of urgency, Meyer forcefully roused Sally from her slumber. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, only to turn back, bewildered, to her husband, rubbing her eyes in confusion over the situation. What is it, Meyer? Get up quickly. Something's amiss. It seems we are being attacked by bandits. What? At Meyer's words, Sally jolted awake, momentarily setting aside her annoyance at being abruptly awakened. She hurriedly attempted to rise from the bed, but nearly tumbled to the floor in her haste, only to be caught by Meyer's steady hand. Hasten to secure our belongings. Disregard everything else, and swiftly retreat to the cellar at the rear of our abode. I shall summon Ella and the others. The situation is dire. Meyer cast a glance at the flames outside, recalling the earlier intrusion, leaving little time for further words. He handed the lantern to Sally and, after issuing a few brief instructions, made his way through the encroaching glow of the fire towards Ella's room. Sally, momentarily taken aback by her husband's departure, quickly gathered her wits upon recalling Meyer's words, donning a garment hastily before darting into another room. Within minutes, Meyer had stealthily ushered his children into a concealed cellar behind their home. The entrance was obscured by a wooden plank, secured by a chain half buried in the grass. A layer of soil covered the plank, upon which grass flourished, perfectly camouflaging the cellar. This space served not only as a storage for provisions, but also as a refuge in times of crisis, with the chain acting as the mechanism for its entrance. In his haste, Meyer could only instruct Ella to care for her younger brothers and to remain silent until their return, before sealing the wooden cover once more. Inside the cellar, the 3 siblings huddled closely, having just emerged from the warmth of their blankets into the cold rain, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Awakened in the dead of night, though they were unaware of the events unfolding, fear gripped them. While the younger ones sensed only terror, Ella began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Listening to the relentless raindrops striking the grass above, she held her sobbing brothers tightly, her gaze staring blankly into the darkness of the cellar, silently praying to the 7 gods. Meanwhile, Meyer, returning to the house to assist Sally, was taken aback to find their front door hanging by a mere half-panel from the frame. Panic surged within him, and he could not afford to concern himself with the thief pilfering horses from the stable, nor with his own exposure. He dashed into the house. Upon entering, he beheld his wife grappling fiercely with a man over a burlap sack, the lantern having fallen unnoticed to the ground, spilling oil and igniting a small blaze. The man, cursing the woman's defiance, kicked Sally in the abdomen with such force that she involuntarily released her grip and stumbled backward, her head colliding with the earthen wall. In a fit of rage, the man drew a dagger from his waist, intent on teaching this unyielding woman a harsh lesson. Just as Meyer burst into the room, he saw this scene unfold and, disregarding everything, lunged forward, seizing the man's knife hand with both of his own and biting down fiercely. The man, oblivious to the presence behind him, was caught off guard by a sudden assault, the pain in his hand causing him to instinctively release the dagger he had been gripping. The assailant, having been bitten fiercely, let out a cry of pain and finally grasped the reality of the situation. Enraged, he discarded the bag he had just seized, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to Meyer's face. The punch landed squarely on Meyer's nose, and he faintly heard the sound of bone fracturing. A wave of bitter, acrid sensations flooded his mind, as tears, blood, and mucus erupted simultaneously. Dazed from the impact, Meyer stumbled back and collapsed at Sally's feet. In this critical moment, however, Meyer, driven by sheer desperation, had his jaw clenched tightly, though he was felled by the blow. he managed to bite a chunk of flesh from the robber's hand. This left Meyer with a gruesome visage, smeared in blood. Sally, her head spinning from the force of her skull striking the wall, regained her senses when Meyer crashed into her. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively embraced her husband. Meanwhile, the robber, racked with pain, raised his hand to inspect the portion of flesh that had been torn away. The agony compelled him to jump in place, desperately seeking some relief. Sally, disregarding the robber, urgently called out to Meyer. He had begun to regain his composure. Spitting out the flesh he had bitten off and coughing reflexively. Seeing that he was somewhat unharmed, Sally quickly glanced at the robber, noticing the fallen bag on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the robber was distracted, she retrieved it and held it tightly to her chest. At that moment, the robber, having recovered his wits, saw the two on the ground daring to reclaim his belongings. Ignoring his injured hand, he unsheathed the sword from his waist. Instinctively, Meyer attempted to rise and resist, but was kicked back to the ground. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Sally, kneeling and raising his hands high in surrender. Please, spare us. We will give you all our money. Meyer had already recognized these men. He had identified them during the earlier encounter with the horse thief. The somewhat short and comical figure was one of the hired hands, while the man before him was a mercenary. Yet, it soon became clear that they were nothing more than impostors, a band of premeditated robbers. It was uncertain how long they had been plotting this. And Remy's fears were not unfounded. Perhaps old Aerith had perished long ago, his body decayed or consumed by beasts. However, none of that mattered now. The situation had escalated to its direst outcome, culminating in the chaos that ensued. Spare you? Were it not for your Captain Remy, perhaps you would still be alive. Alas. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your leader, who naively believed that returning near Winterfell would ensure his safety. Little did he anticipate that tonight's torrential rain would serve as the perfect cover. What use is there in conversing with a corpse like you? Before the kneeling and pleading Meyer, the bandit felt a surge of inexplicable delight, unable to restrain himself from uttering a few more words, yet he ultimately held his tongue. To terminate this man before him and swiftly conclude this endeavor, to seize his lifetime of savings and indulge in a life of luxury, what could be more enticing? The mere thought exhilarated him, dulling the pain in his hands considerably. With a bloodshot gleam in his eyes, he grinned maniacally, revealing blood-stained gums. His visage illuminated by the flickering flames of spilled lamp oil, resembling a demon. This demon had now entered the hunting phase, raising his long sword. Envisioning the imminent moment when the blade would pierce through two bodies, emitting a guttural roar from his throat. Chapter 9. You are doomed. In a state of sheer terror, Meyer felt a sudden warmth wash over his face, his lips still unconsciously pleading for mercy. As the sounds echoed, his body trembled. And in a state of confusion, he touched his chest, realizing, to his surprise, that the anticipated pain was absent. He lifted his gaze, only to behold the bandit standing motionless, blood gushing from his mouth, his grip on the sword weakening, the weapon clattering to the ground. The bandit appeared bewildered, sensing a peculiar pain in his chest and back. Unconsciously, he grasped the half-embedded axe blade protruding from his torso, the silver tip glistening with a trace of crimson under the dim light. So, I was ambushed from behind, he thought. In that moment, comprehension dawned upon him. And as he sought to turn and identify his assailant, he found himself devoid of strength, the world around him fading to darkness. Meyer, Sally, are you all right? As the bandit collapsed, a startled Meyer and Sally finally noticed the figure who had been standing behind the attacker. It was none other than Zhou. Darren, how did you get here? Zhou quickly assessed the two, relieved to see no apparent injuries. Casting a glance at the barely alive bandit convulsing nearby, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the man before him. Regaining some composure, Zhou noted the absence of Ella and the others. Where are Ella and the others? In the cellar behind the house. I've hidden them there. Outsiders would never know. Upon hearing that everyone was unharmed, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Meyer and Sally helped each other up, only to discover that Meyer had fractured his nose, while Aunt Sally appeared unscathed apart from a significant bump at the back of her head. Endure it. Meyer gasped in pain, but quickly stifled his cry. It turned out that Zhou had taken advantage of Meyer's distraction to grasp his head and realign his nose. During this brief examination, he confirmed that no bones were shattered. What to do now? Sally, clutching a cloth bag, gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, where an axe, typically used for chopping wood, was now embedded in a man's chest. The physiological discomfort and chill made her shiver. Meyer and Sally, you both should seek refuge in the cellar while I check on Remy. After a quick assessment revealed that nothing had fallen and the fire outside seemed unlikely to escalate, Zhou noted the heavy rain, which obscured the sins of the night, potentially reducing the toll on the innocent. However, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. Without overthinking, Zhou Yu retrieved a few garments and a leather coat, handing them to Meyer to ensure their safety. You cannot go. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, both Meyer and Sally instinctively protested. Zhou Yu smiled lightly, indicating he had no intention of further discussion as he picked up the long sword dropped by the bandit, assessing its poor quality. Nevertheless, it would suffice for the task at hand. Hurry, he urged, stepping back into the torrential downpour. Sally instinctively stepped forward, wishing to prevent this child from facing danger, but Meyer halted her. With a look of disbelief, she gazed at her husband, struggling to comprehend his resolve. Yet Meyer's expression was grave. He has his battlefield. He is protecting us. Let us not complicate matters. In contrast to Sally's apprehension, Meyer remained calm, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. To him, Darren seemed transformed this evening. After years of traversing the world, he possessed enough insight to remain rational and decisive. He had faith in the once lame Ernie and in the present Darren. Understanding her husband's intent, the typically strong Sally felt tears welling up as she silently nodded in agreement. Outside, Zhou Yu silently approached the horse thief from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. Thanks to the heavy rain, despite the commotion within the house, the thief appeared oblivious. A truly absurd and comical sight. Meanwhile, he was still engaged in a futile struggle with the obstinate Belle, who was now furious, wielding a whip to strike Belle repeatedly. When Zhou Yu's hand touched his shoulder, the thief assumed it was one of his companions returning and prepared to turn around to explain that he was about to finish up. However, he soon found his gaze descending, ultimately catching sight of his own feet. What is this? Has my head fallen to the ground? Before he could ponder why his head had fallen to the ground, Belle had already crushed it beneath his hoof. After pacifying the irritable Belle, Zhou Yu turned back and nodded to the two individuals inside the house, then continued his journey into the storm. The bloodstains on his long sword were washed away clean by the relentless rain. Thus, Zhou Yu stealthily navigated along the edges of various houses and obstacles, evading a part of the marauders riding through, as he advanced, dispatching foes along the way. By the time he reached the Remy residence, he had already slain 6 men, and with the 2 from the Meyer household, that made a total of 8, a considerable number. Yet, in comparison to those he had dispatched, even more familiar faces lay lifeless in the rain-soaked night, having returned to the embrace of death. This bandit raid was no small affair, and Zhou Yu even harbored doubts about whether they were truly mere bandits. However, regardless of who these individuals were or whence they came, tonight's events would be quenched only by their blood, satiating the fury within him. Blood for blood. At the Remy household, voices could be heard from within. Who are you? The tone resembled that of Remy, though he seemed injured. That's none of your concern, came another voice, unfamiliar to Zhou Yu, but laced with a flippant air, as if victory was assured. Zhou Yu quietly approached the window, peering inside, and saw 6 or 7 figures standing in the room. Among the bandits were 3, 2 holding flickering torches aloft. One brandished a long knife against Remy's wife's throat, while she clutched 2 younger children, who trembled in terror, silenced by fear, as another bandit aimed at Remy. On the ground lay 2 bodies. One appeared to be a bandit, while the other, presumably Remy's eldest son, lay motionless, teetering between life and death. The speaker seemed to be the leader of these marauders, his weapon stained with blood. Remy, clad only in a tunic, bore numerous wounds on his left arm, likely incurred during his earlier resistance. Do you realize what you are doing? Winterfell is nearby. The Stark family's patrols will discover this incident at any moment. None of you will escape. Gazing at his unconscious son and threatened wife, Remy's tone was laced with unexpected fury. Yet, this declaration seemed to further incite the bandit, his voice dripping with unspoken malice. Were it not for you, old man, we would have succeeded long ago. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation now. All of this is your fault. Enough, old man. Hand over the money, or you want to see what happens to your wife. Before he could finish his threat, a sword tip abruptly pierced through his gaping mouth, only to swiftly retract. 2 young men were listening to their leader speak when a sudden interruption left them momentarily stunned. As they turned to discern what had transpired, they found their leader collapsed on the ground, his breath shallow and blood seeping from his wounds. This abrupt scene sent tremors through their minds, and just as they were about to react, the assailant holding Remy's wife and children tilted his neck. A long sword piercing through his throat from the right side, emerging from the left, and then being drawn outward in a horizontal motion. Remy's wife felt a sudden warmth on her face, as if something had splattered upon her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she noticed one of the lights in the room falling, only to be caught mid-air by a hand. At that moment, the occupants of the room began to grasp the unfolding chaos, recognizing that Zhou Yu had somehow entered the room. One hand gripped a torch while the other wielded a sword. He was drenched, rainwater mingling with an unknown crimson liquid, dripping steadily from his hair and clothing. In conjunction with the two recently deceased bodies, he appeared as a vengeful specter. The malevolent figure then cast a cold gaze upon the last remaining person, his voice chillingly icy. You shall pay. Chapter 10. A night of carnage, what have you done? The man's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling with unutterable terror. Zhou remained silent, merely observing him. The visceral fear overwhelmed the man's sanity with a primal scream. He hurled the torch at Zhou's face and lunged forward with his sword. As the torch soared through the air, Zhou remained calm, raising his sword to cleave the flame in two. The oil-soaked cloth of the torch tore apart, sparks flying in every direction, propelled back toward the robber by the sheer force. Upon witnessing the shower of sparks, the brigand instinctively shut his eyes, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck before everything faded to black. At this moment, Remy's wife finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She gazed at the rolling orb on the ground, its surface still bearing the twisted expression of fear, instinctively gasping before quickly covering her mouth. Zhou glanced at her and her two children before moving to where Remy's eldest son lay. He turned the boy over, revealing a gaping wound across his chest. The sternum and heart cleaved in two, his body already growing cold, devoid of breath. Zhou shook his head at Remy. Upon witnessing this scene, Remy shut his eyes, as if wishing to escape the tragic reality before him. In that instant, he appeared to age a decade, enveloped in an aura of despair. Zhou let out an almost imperceptible sigh. The man before him had been his childhood companion, and his mother was not the young woman embracing her children now. He too had become a gradually cooling corpse, which weighed heavily on Zhou's heart. Yet, there were still many tasks ahead. This was not the time for sorrow. Upon further inspection of another robber who had collapsed before his arrival, it became evident that he was not entirely deceased, prompting Zhou to assist him on his journey. How many are there? Zhou inquired as he tidied up. Remy, gazing at the blood-soaked youth before him, found his expression momentarily frozen. He comprehended the implication of Zhou's words and recognized that Zhou's presence here was not a trivial matter. He had witnessed slaughter and tragedy, yet he had never imagined that such events would arise because of him. Throughout his life, he had treaded carefully, never anticipating that this caution would ultimately lead to such regret and calamity. You need not go. The city of Winter will respond swiftly. They have little time. Once they have secured their plunder, they will depart, Remy lamented, closing his eyes in anguish, his hoarse voice emerging as if forced through gravel. No. Since they have chosen this path, I shall ensure that none escape. Zhou's tone carried a confidence that was unyielding. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Remy's wife and child cowered nearby, afraid to speak. I do not know how many remain, but they possessed 10 horses and 24 mercenaries. They were all at the tavern below the mountain. Their current whereabouts are uncertain. This man is one of their leaders, Remy finally sighed, revealing what he knew. Hoping that the child he had watched grow would not take unnecessary risks, despite knowing it was a futile wish. Are Meyer and the others unharmed? Remy glanced at the lifeless body of his own child on the ground and asked. They are fine. I arrived just in time. I'm sorry. It is all my fault. Remy's voice quivered with a hint of weeping, tears streaming down his weathered face. It was evident that he was consumed by guilt and sorrow. Zhou shook his head, refraining from offering comfort. He bore no resentment towards Remy, for in essence, he had done nothing wrong, and could even be said to have acted commendably. Yet, guilt can be a relentless burden, and beneath Remy's stern exterior lay a compassionate soul. Zhou found a crevice in the wall to secure the torch he held, then picked up a long sword from the ground, weighing it in his hand to gauge its balance. You all should hide. The rain is heavy, and the flames will not ignite. These individuals set fires solely to create chaos and facilitate their actions, he advised, glancing at the increasingly distraught Remy before stepping back into the rain. Not long after, while making his way outside, he encountered a figure clad in iron armor, mounted on horseback. The individual paused upon seeing Zhou wielding 2 long swords, realizing he was not one of their own, and lifted his gaze to peer into the building, spotting several familiar silhouettes lying on the ground. This scene also brought him to a profound realization. With a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his waist, and with a firm grip, urged his horse forward, ready to charge. Meanwhile, Zhou stood frozen in place upon their first encounter, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. However, as the night advanced, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the audacious individual who dared to resist and had already taken the lives of their comrades, he witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The man's knees bent slightly, and to his astonishment, he leapt into the air, his 2 long swords whirling like a tempest. In an instant, both horse and rider passed each other in a blur. When the horse finally came to a halt, the rider had inexplicably transformed into Zhou. The knight, now sprawled upon the ground, kicked up a splash of mud, lying motionless as the rain washed over him, mingling his blood with the water that pooled nearby. Remy, who had hurried out upon hearing the commotion, stood agape at the sight before him. Be careful, Zhou cautioned, nodding at Remy as he spurred his horse towards the direction of the other knights he had previously spotted. The rain appeared to be easing, perhaps soon to cease altogether. Zhou's gaze fell upon a nearby tavern, its torches casting a warm glow within. Several horses sought shelter beneath the eaves, while 7 or 8 individuals busily moved about, transporting various items. The horse beneath him snorted, its nostrils flaring as it drew in heavy breaths, its muscles quivering intermittently. Disembarking, Zhou unsheathed the iron sword, which had somehow been replaced, and made his way towards the tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed another figure. Upon closer inspection, it was the tavern owner. He sat slumped against a wooden post by the door, his head tilted awkwardly, mouth agape, and eyes wide open. A jagged gash marred his neck, rainwater now causing his skin to pale. Zhou stood silently before him, contemplating this seemingly miserly, yet fundamentally kind-hearted man. He scanned the area, searching for a glimpse of his friend, but found none. His peculiar demeanor, sword in hand, drew the attention of passers-by. Who goes there? A clamor of clinking and clattering arose as those who had been preoccupied and those within the tavern, laughing heartily while indulging in drink, turned to notice the drenched stranger. Bloodied and disheveled, the hardened souls who lived by the blade recognized the anomaly, hastily arming themselves and closing in. You seek our lives. Chapter 11. The wolf clan. The rain in the sky had dwindled to but a few stray drops, the clouds dispersing as dawn approached. Speak, who else remains? There's no one, truly none left. The survivors are all here. I beg you, spare me. I have children at home waiting for my return. The beseeching figure, clad in armor, revealed himself as one of the leaders, the very one Zhou had deliberately left alive to serve as a mouthpiece. This revelation made him realize that he had unwittingly eliminated their true leader while he was still in the village, although he remained oblivious to the identity of this individual. Regardless, it no longer held any significance. Raising his gaze to the sky, Zhou looked down at the man beneath his feet and nodded slightly. Very well. Upon hearing his words, the robber appeared to be struck by an incredible revelation, his expression frozen in panic before it transformed into uncontainable joy. However, there is a condition. Zhou regarded the man he was standing upon with an impassive demeanor, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. You say it, and I shall ensure it is done, the robber exclaimed in euphoric haste, eager to comply, fearful that this deathly figure might reconsider. It's nothing of great consequence. You simply need to inquire about the 7 gods you worship. With that, Zhou lost interest in prolonging the conversation, having gathered all the necessary information. Gripping the dulled iron sword in his hand, he aimed it at the robber's chest, indifferent to the armor encasing the man, and began to press down slowly. At this moment, the robber comprehended that Zhou was merely toying with him. But what of it? Under such overwhelming force, he was stripped of even the right to scream or struggle, his protective armor crushed against his chest, the long sword piercing through the iron and into his frail body, pinning him to the muddy ground before the tavern. Blood gushed from his throat, spilling forth as if it sought to drown him. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the robber reluctantly drew his last breath, his eyes wide with despair as they fixated on the increasingly pale sky, a glimmer of regret flickering within his gaze. Yet Zhou remained unmoved. As he had stated, he merely prompted the man to consult his 7 gods, offering but a trivial assistance. Disinterested in gazing upon a corpse, Zhou turned his attention to the distance, having vaguely heard the sound of galloping hooves even before executing the robber. He swept his foot across the ground, retrieving a long spear, wiping away the blood and dirt, holding it upright. His vision was soon met with a beige banner fluttering in the wind, upon which he discerned the emblem of a wolf. Wait, he is Darren, not a robber. Recognizing the approaching figures, Zhou lowered his guard. At that moment, he observed a vacant cart, from which a figure dismounted, wringing out a garment soaked with a mixture of blood and water. Riding towards him were the Stark family as patrol soldiers, numbering around 30, appearing well-trained and adequately equipped. As they charged forward, several members encircled Zhou, their long spears aimed at him, while he raised his hands to signal that he bore no weapons and harbored no hostility. The remaining patrol soldiers dispersed widely. The scene before him was reminiscent of hell, and his solitary existence amidst it all appeared exceedingly eerie. The cavalrymen surrounding him, upon noticing his lack of intent to resist, refrained from further action, maintaining a vigilant silence, with only the sound of hooves mindlessly trampling the ground and the heavy breaths of horses breaking the stillness. At that moment, Zhou discerned a familiar voice, tinged with palpable alarm, and soon a plump figure came rushing towards him, shouting as he approached. Upon seeing this familiar rotund figure, Zhou felt an involuntary smile emerge. I thought you were dead. he exclaimed, patting Tobin on the shoulder. Tobin, having summoned reinforcements, was evidently overjoyed to see his only friend alive. His grin revealed a gap where half of a front tooth was missing, the same endearing lisp accompanying his words, which caused Shoyu to chuckle despite the grim circumstances. The boss noticed something was off with these people in the dead of night. They had been awake after a long day and were even preparing weapons, so he sent me to find our lord. I ran through the rain, and thankfully, they didn't T-spot me. Hee, I called in the patrol. What happened to them? Where's the boss? Tobin, noticing Zhou Yu's scrutiny of the men, hurried to explain. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yu fell silent. However, before he could utter a response, the cavalrymen surrounding him parted to reveal a gap, through which several individuals with black hair, adorned in wolf fur collars and dark cloaks, rode forward. Among them was a boy, seemingly younger, being cradled by a man who appeared to be his brother, both sharing a single horse. As they dismounted, the cavalryman beside Zhou Yu followed suit, walking alongside him. This is our Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, Lord Eddard Stark. Indeed, upon learning about our situation, Lord Eddard hurried here, along with his children. Tobin whispered urgently in Zhou Yu's ear, as if fearing he might show disrespect. Zhou Yu, recognizing the figures before him, identified the Stark brothers, including Eddard Stark and his eldest son Robb. Bran was also present, accompanied by Jon Snow, the original protagonist of the tale, who had just ridden in with Bran and was now at his side. Among the others was a stranger, Theon Greyjoy, who clutched a bundle swathed in fur. Following closely behind Ned, Zhou Yu sat quietly in the cart, observing the scene. Ned, after dismounting, circled around the area, with Robb mimicking his movements. Zhou Yu noted that Robb appeared somewhat unsettled by the sight before him, though he quickly regained his composure. Bran, shielded by snow, was not permitted to gaze upon the gruesome battlefield. At that moment, Zhou Yu, bare-chested, naturally attracted the attention of the two. Did you kill them all? They inquired. Bran felt a twinge of fear, his eyes wide and unblinking, yet he mustered the courage to ask a question. Zhou Yu glanced at Bran and then at Jon Snow, noting the way Jon's Adam's apple bobbed with nervousness, reflecting on how youthful Jon appeared in that moment. He nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, a cavalryman galloped over from a distance, dismounted, and approached Ned, exchanging a few hushed words. Ned stood before the lifeless body of the bandit Zhou Yu had slain, gazing at the still warm blood pooling around the iron sword that had impaled both him and his armor into the ground. Robb and Theon also drew near, the scene appearing utterly horrifying. Theon, standing beside Ned, swallowed hard and instinctively uttered a remark. Ned's expression remained grave, lost in thought, while Robb simply nodded. Zhou Yu disregarded the two exchanging glances, instead observing Ned discreetly. After surveying the scene one last time, Ned turned and walked towards Zhou Yu, gesturing with his hand. The soldiers encircling him lowered their spears and stood at attention. Zhou Yu rose from the cart, bowing slightly. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Eddard Stark. Tobin, who had silently watched since Ned's arrival, was nudged by Zhou Yu and, quick-witted, he responded in kind, albeit a moment slower. Ned's gaze was profound as he appraised Zhou Yu, his eyes lingering on his robust frame. Who are you? This was the first time Zhou Yu heard him speak. His voice deep yet gentle. I am Darren. Darren Cant? Are you the adopted son of me and Cant? Ned's brow furrowed at Zhou Yu's words. As if recalling something significant, his tone tinged with disbelief. Zhou Yu, surprised to hear a familiar name from Ned's lips, asked, You know Nian Cant? Chapter 12. Family. He was my squire. At the Battle of the Trident, he sustained an injury while protecting me, leaving him with a disability. Later, on his way back to the north, he encountered you. Ned continued, I cannot believe how much you have grown, and it appears you have surpassed him in strength. He would be delighted. As they rode back to the village, Zhou Yu trotted alongside Ned, who shared many stories about Cant, tales that Zhou Yu had never heard before. Cant had never confided such matters to him, and Zhou Yu was unaware that it was indeed because of him that Cant had ceased to accompany Eddard Stark. Ned also learned from Zhou Yu about Cant's departure the previous winter, sighing in silence. Cant was a good father, wasn't he? Indeed. He treated me exceedingly well. He was far stronger than I, as a father should be. Ned placed a hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder and turned back, casting a complex glance at Jon, managing a faint smile. Following his gaze, Zhou Yu tightened his cloak and nodded in acknowledgement. The cloak, once worn by Jon, was now utterly unfit for use. He willingly removed it and draped it over Zhou Yu, as he embraced his younger brother and walked behind him. He caught sight of his father and the valiant warrior he had just met casting peculiar glances in his direction, leaving him slightly puzzled and scratching his head. Did he somehow realize I was watching him? Jon mused inwardly, instinctively averting his gaze, oblivious to his father's scrutiny. Upon learning that Zhou had miraculously vanquished over 20 foes while unarmored against those clad in armor, everyone present, including Jon, regarded him as though he were a creature of myth. Throughout their journey, the onlookers discreetly observed him, believing that Zhou's remarkable feat from the previous night would soon be immortalized in song by wandering minstrels. They even speculated that the white-cloaked guards within the Red Keep could not rival his prowess. Meanwhile, the perceptive Zhou was acutely aware of the multitude of fiery gazes fixated upon him. With a wry smile, he resigned himself to the fact that he could offer no explanation for it. "Go on, they are waiting for you," Ned suddenly spoke, lifting his chin to indicate a particular spot. Zhou looked up to see Sally and her family standing at the roadside, visibly emotional upon spotting him. Sally and Ella, unable to contain themselves, covered their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou bowed slightly to Ned, dismounted, handed the reins to a nearby soldier, and hurried toward Myre and the others. Behind him, Ned observed this touching moment with a smile, before turning his gaze sorrowfully toward the soldiers cleaning the battlefield and the villagers mourning their losses. Dismounting, Ned called for Robb and joined the throng. "Darren, are you all right?" Upon seeing Zhou, Sally broke free from Myre's embrace and rushed over, enveloping him in a tight hug, her tears streaming as she anxiously scrutinized him, fearing for her child's safety. "I'm fine, Sally, no need to worry." Seeing his family in this world, along with Sally, who was like a mother to him, Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were merely dusty, but otherwise unharmed. He smiled, convinced that all his efforts had been worthwhile, for he possessed the ability to protect them. After embracing the sobbing Sally and offering her some comfort, he turned to gaze at Myre and the others. Their eyes met. Myre shrugged, offering a bittersweet smile. Ella continued to wipe her tears, while Anders and his companion, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, bore streaks of tears on their faces, appearing quite disheveled. Zhou couldn't help but pinch their cheeks. "Is everyone all right?" "Fortunately, yes. We suffered no losses in property." But Zhou understood the unspoken implication and fell silent. This was a catastrophe, a tragedy wrought by human hands. Many lives have been lost, and among them are those familiar to Zhou. To speak from the heart, it is impossible not to feel sorrow. All he can do is seek vengeance for them, but he cannot resurrect them. "By the way, you should check on your house. Due to your firewood, the flames have become uncontrollable, unable to be extinguished even by the heavy rain." Hearing Myre's words, Zhou momentarily stood in shock, then shook his head in resignation. He never anticipated that the entire village, due to the downpour, had escaped the ravages of arson, while his own home had suffered the greatest loss due to his own excessive diligence. He handed the now composed Sally, who had dried her tears, to Myre, offering her some comfort before patting the backs of the two little ones, encouraging them to be exemplary young men. And then he smiled as he made his way toward his dwelling. However, when he reached the site of his home, a smile faded from his face. He had hoped to salvage something, but now he was reluctant to admit that this barren expanse was once his abode. As he stepped into the ruins, surveying the desolation, he began to understand how his home had been completely consumed. Judging by the evidence, it appeared that during the heaviest rain, the arsonist had ignited the dry wood in his shed. Once the rain subsided, the flames had grown uncontrollable, spreading to the house. What a senseless disaster. One might wonder if it could be likened to moving a stone only to crush one's own foot. Zhou stood amidst the wreckage, his lips twitching in exasperation as he gazed at the smoldering remnants of his home, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. But what could he do? The old man had left him some possessions, and now, after the fire, nothing remained. Were it not for the trousers he wore, he might have been left entirely exposed. Well then, he might as well search for anything that might remain. Zhou first went to where he stored his valuables, but after rummaging through, he found that the few coins he had left had melted away. It seemed he would indeed be left with nothing, and he wondered if those bandits could perhaps exchange something for money with Eddard Stark. As he searched, he noticed Ella had silently approached and was now rummaging alongside him. Zhou cast her a glance, concerned for her safety, but she did not budge, so he allowed her to stay. Suddenly, a sharp cry escaped her lips as she had burned her hand while moving a stone. Zhou hurried over and saw that it was merely a red mark. There was no serious harm done. He gently ruffled her hair, telling her not to distract him, and this time she complied, sitting aside on a stone, resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhou pondered what prompted her desire to move stones. Lowering his gaze, he discovered something dark and obscure beneath the stone, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of burnt leather, which explained her desire to move the rock. However, she failed to notice that the nearby bonfire had not completely extinguished, with the charred beams still smoldering beneath a layer of ash, hidden from view during the day. Zhou reached out to grasp the heated stone, feeling no warmth, and effortlessly tossed it aside. He picked up the dark object beneath, dusting off the surface, and smiled in surprise. He then extracted the item and waved it towards Ella, signaling her to take a look. Yet, in the next moment, he halted his playful gesture with his sister, turning to regard the approaching figure. I overheard them say they were visiting, hoping not to disturb you. The gentleman, Rob, nodded at Ella before explaining to Zhou. Chapter 13. I shall follow in your footsteps. However, it was evident that I could no longer remain here. Zhou shrugged, displaying a rare touch of humor, and bowed slightly after speaking. Greetings, my lord. Ella, who had been rather reserved since Rob's arrival, mimicked Zhou's gesture in greeting. Please, do not do that. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Rob quickly waved his hand, clearly easygoing. Ella, go check on Sally. She may need assistance. Ella glanced at Zhou, then at Rob, her expression worried, uncertain of her thoughts. Nevertheless, upon hearing Zhou's words, she reluctantly departed. Rob turned to let the girl pass, watching her retreat. Once Ella was out of sight, Zhou retrieved the item he had found in the ruins, tucking it into his waistband. It was the small knife with a deer antler handle that Meyer had given him, a folding razor that was surprisingly sharp. It had miraculously survived the inferno. It seems I have nowhere to go tonight. I wonder if Lord Rob could assist me in finding a place to stay. It appears I still possess some strength. Without waiting for Rob to turn around, Zhou casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Rob turned his head, his mouth slightly agape, his expression one of astonishment. It seems you were not sent by Lord Stark. Observing his expression and contemplating Ned's character, Zhou surmised that this was indeed Rob's own initiative. Yes, my father did not send me. It was my own decision. Moreover, you are truly perceptive. Rob, surprised by Zhou's initiative and his ability to discern the purpose of his visit from the outset, could not help but give Zhou a thumbs up. Zhou marveled at Rob's attentiveness, surmising that he must have inadvertently heard about his situation from the villagers, combined with the events of the previous night, which prompted his visit. Rob is indeed a gentle soul, Zhou mused, unable to suppress a smile. It is not difficult to guess. Please wait a moment. After speaking, Zhou hurried back into the ruins and began to rummage through the debris. Fortunately, he managed to find a somewhat wearable outfit in a corner, a pair of trousers, and a fine pair of leather boots. It seems that fortune is still smiling upon me. After gesturing to Rob to indicate what he had discovered, Zhou, disregarding Rob's presence, began to change clothes right then and there. Rob, taken aback by this bold display, struggled to maintain his composure. However, to be honest, throughout their brief acquaintance, he had found Zhou to be quite an intriguing individual. Beyond the aura of glory stemming from his feat of single-handedly overcoming an entire team, Zhou appeared to possess a depth of character. As Zhou changed, Rob, not accustomed to the sight of a naked man, turned away, casting his gaze towards the villagers who were busy tending to the aftermath in the distance. In no time, Zhou had donned his new attire, setting aside the cloak that John had given him, holding it in his hand. Noticing Rob's somewhat dazed expression as he stared into the distance, Zhou felt a weight in his heart. After accompanying him for a few minutes, he gently patted Rob's shoulder, his tone heavy. Let us go. In such a somber atmosphere, the two men walked in silence until they arrived at the small clearing where the merchant caravan had returned the previous evening. However, the once joyous atmosphere of homecoming was now replaced by a chorus of deep sighs and muffled sobs. Soldiers from House Stark, along with the villagers, were busy transporting the bodies to the clearing for arrangement. The corpses of the bandits Zhou had slain were being dealt with by the soldiers, simultaneously serving to shield the grieving villagers from venting their sorrow. On the other side, villagers mourned as they collected the remains of their loved ones. Zhou noticed Remy among them. After exchanging a greeting with Rob, he walked over. As he passed through the space where the bodies were laid out, Zhou spotted the bald merchant he had seen yesterday, distinguished by his bushy beard. Now, he was left with only his shorn head and bloodied beard. Shaking his head at this sight, Zhou approached Remy, standing silently beside his son, who was also Zhou's childhood companion. He has returned to the embrace of the seven gods, Zhou whispered, noticing Remy's arm, which had been bandaged, seemed to bear only minor injuries. However, his wife and current children were not present. Yes, Remy replied, inhaling deeply before turning to Zhou and bowing. I have yet to express my gratitude to Finny. Thank you for avenging him. Furthermore, we must thank you for saving our family and the remaining villagers. Gazing at the bowing Remy, Zhou found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. This was indeed a tragedy. Thank you. I merely seek to safeguard my family. Supporting Remy, he does not perceive his actions as particularly noble. As he stated, he is simply protecting himself. And you, Remy, this matter is not your fault. It does not concern you. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Remy's head lowered, and he remained silent, merely shaking his head. He then raised his gaze to glance at Zhou, his eyes slightly reddened, and a faint smile barely gracing his lips. Earlier, Meyer had expressed his desire for you to join the caravan, but it now seems improbable. Go ahead, they await your presence. Remy had long noticed the soldiers around, observing Zhou with a mix of intent and subtlety, as if he were a legendary figure. He understood that from this day forth, Zhou could never remain in this small village. It was simply too constraining for him. With that, Remy nudged Zhou, offering an encouraging nod before turning to depart. Although his son had perished, the matters at hand could not conclude here. There was much work ahead of him. As the captain of the caravan, he also bore the responsibility of compensating the villagers. Watching the obstinate Remy walk away, Zhou realized that this old man would not easily forgive him. Meanwhile, Ned furrowed his brow, listening to a white-bearded man speaking beside him, his face clouded with concern. After a moment, he uttered a few words, and the man bowed and departed. At that moment, Ned noticed Zhou approaching. He raised his hand, beckoning Zhou to come closer. I heard Rob mention that your house was burned down? Yes, it was all that the old man left me. The old man? You mean Camp, my father? Huh. Your way of addressing him is quite amusing. Zhou was uncertain of the reason behind Ned's sigh, and he chose not to respond. Even if he did understand, he would refrain from engaging. Nian Kant had once been my protector, having sworn to uphold my safety as his duty. He fulfilled it, embodying the essence of a true knight. I hope you can inherit his glory, just as the name Kant signifies. Ned did not continue on the previous topic, but suddenly turned to Zhou with a solemn expression and unwavering gaze. Hearing his words and observing his serious demeanor, Zhou seemed to glimpse the oath that Kant had taken years ago through his eyes. Kneeling on one knee and bowing his head, Zhou spoke with earnest conviction. I shall not tarnish Kant's glory. His oath is now my own. Ned smiled, signaling for Scene to approach, drawing forth the frost-covered colossal sword wrapped in bear hide, resting it upon Zhou's shoulder. In that moment, Zhou reflected on the myriad of memories over the past decade, as well as the solitary past of an orphan. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Father, I shall follow in your footsteps. Chapter 14. The Winter Descends. The bell ringer news had just arrived that the patrol soldiers had captured a deserter from the wall who had fled to this side. On the road, Rob rode closer, interrupting Zhou, who was still lost in thought about the moments spent bidding farewell to the Meyer family. He recalled the image of the weeping girl running away, the tears streaming down Sally's face as she clung to Meyer, and the two oblivious children, Ander and Darren, who only knew their brother was going away. Before departing, Zhou knelt and performed the traditional gesture of respect, bowing 3 times to the couple who had shown him kindness, an act he had reserved for his parents and elders in his previous life. Though he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the situation, Zhou remained silent in response to Rob. Even if he were to speak, no one would believe him. The ranger who risked execution to return and deliver news to Eddard Stark was hardly remembered, his name lost to time. The tales of the others had faded into obscurity over the millennia. The Song of Ice and Fire had only just begun to play its first note at this moment. As Zhou pondered this, he cast a glance back at John, who turned his head slightly, seemingly indifferent, while Bran sat in his arms. Such matters were rarely spoken of. It was seen as a desecration of the Night's Watch honor. Indeed, this was why their father took it so seriously, having no time to deal with the aftermath in their village. Would this not lead to the death penalty? Yes, as the guardian of the North, their father had to personally carry out the execution of a deserter from the wall. Sighing inwardly, Zhou turned his gaze toward the distant mountaintop. They had arrived. I saw the others. Ghosts. The others. The words of the man being escorted by 2 soldiers reached Zhou's ears, his voice a mere whisper of panic. He appeared disheveled, his cracked lips and weary, terrified demeanor betraying his ordeal. Upon reaching Eddard, the soldiers stepped back. Will, suddenly aware, lifted his gaze to meet Eddard's. After surveying the surroundings and the faces of those present, he focused on the man before him, recognizing Eddard. Surprisingly, fear did not grip him in that moment. I know I have broken my oath. I am a deserter. I should have returned to the wall to deliver the warning, but I truly saw them. I saw the others. As he spoke, Will seemed to relive the harrowing experience beyond the wall, his hollow gaze fixed on Eddard, his tone resolute, laden with urgency and dread. You must warn them. After uttering those words, Will hesitated, swallowing hard, his expression shifting to one of panic and confusion. He understood the consequences that awaited him. Yet a sense of relief washed over him. Tell my family. Tell them I am not a coward. Tell them I am sorry. With that, Will fell silent, as though his sole purpose in coming here was to convey these words. Everyone around remained silent, attentively listening to his words. Ned gazed at Will with a complex expression. He recognized the boy and felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing the warning laced within his speech. After a moment of hesitation, Ned nodded. signaling the soldiers behind him to force Will onto the executioner's block. Zhou Yu inhaled deeply and stepped forward, presenting the longsword he had held close to his chest to Ned. However, just as Ned placed his hand upon the blade known as ice, preparing to draw it, he could not resist asking the Night's Watch ranger standing before the guillotine, "What is your name?" Upon hearing Zhou Yu's inquiry, Ned paused, halting his actions. Will, taken aback by the first words spoken upon his arrival at the execution site, turned his neck with difficulty to glance at Zhou Yu. A robust figure clad in the peculiar garb of a commoner, wielding the ancestral sword of House Stark. An instinctive sense told him that this individual possessed an extraordinary identity. A smile broke across his face, the first in what felt like an eternity of torment. "I am Will, by the name of Cantor. I vow to you that if your words bear truth, I shall redeem you with my life." Ned, surprised, cast a quizzical look at Zhou Yu, wondering why he would so solemnly trust a deceiver and make such a promise to a deserter. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Zhou Yu, for in that moment, Zhou Yu had earned the right to speak. All present regarded Zhou Yu with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment, but he paid them no heed, focusing solely on Will. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's pledge, Will looked deeply into his eyes, tears welling up as he fought to maintain his composure. "Forgive me, Father in heaven." He released his burdens. Ned drew ice, holding it before him, bowing his head in quiet prayer. "By the kings of the Undulls and the First Men, rulers of the Seven Kingdoms and guardians of the realm." At that moment, Jon, who had been silently standing behind Bran, stepped forward to steady Bran's shoulder. "Do not look back, Father knows." Bran struggled to suppress the instinctive urge to turn around, his gaze resolutely fixed on the execution site, listening to his father's whispered prayer. "By the name of Robert Baratheon, first of his name, I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby pronounce your sentence of death." As the final word left his lips, Ned raised ice and, with a swift and decisive motion, severed Will's head from his body, blood splattering across the grass before him. Zhou Yu closed his eyes, not out of reluctance to witness Will's demise, but because he understood that from this moment forth, winter was indeed coming. This was not merely the ancestral motto of House Stark. It signified the first toll of the bell, heralding the onset of an era marked by tumultuous waves. He accepted the sword from Ned, wiped it clean, and sheathed it within its bare hide. He watched as Ned and his children walked away into the distance. Zhou Yu quietly approached the soldiers tasked with handling the deceased. "Please take care of Will's remains. After cremation, kindly return his ashes to me. I will compensate you later." The two soldiers exchanged glances, acknowledging the newly appointed Sir Cant. Although they were perplexed by Zhou Yu's apparent concern for the deserter, they felt compelled to comply, especially given Zhou Yu's recent prominence in Lord Ed's favor. Seeing their willingness to acquiesce, Zhou Yu cast one last glance at Will's dismembered body, silently acknowledging that this was all he could do for him at the moment. He then composed himself and joined the others ahead. Shuren noticed his demeanor and regarded him with a curious gaze, particularly since Zhou Yu had been the one to strip him of his sword. As Zhou Yu instructed the two soldiers, Ned approached his son Bran, who was skillfully tending to the saddle. He refrained from interrupting and simply inquired, "Do you know why I killed him?" "Jon said he was a deserter," Bran replied. "Then why must I carry out the execution myself?" Ned pressed. "Our family adheres to ancient traditions," Bran explained, albeit with some confusion. Ned nodded slightly, satisfied with his response, and elaborated. "The one who pronounces the death sentence must execute it." "Did he truly see the White Walkers?" Bran asked, his curiosity piqued. "The White Walkers have been gone for millennia." "Then he was deceiving us?" This statement caused Ned to pause, but he ultimately responded, "Madmen often confuse fantasy with reality." Bran fell into contemplation. And seeing that he had achieved his educational purpose, Ned turned to leave. Bran, however, gazed in Zhou Yu's direction, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 16. The Young Wolves Here. At Shuren's words, the direwolf bared its teeth and growled menacingly, perhaps not comprehending Shuren's words, but instinctively grasping their essence. Startled by the fierce display, Shuren instinctively took a step back, his throat bobbing as he cast around for support from those nearby. Sensing his retreat, the direwolf retracted its threat, nudging its pups closer to Zhou Yu. Observing this behavior, Zhou Yu tentatively reached to embrace the pups. As he touched one, the direwolf stepped back slightly, lowering its head to sniff its offspring, seemingly reluctant to part with them. "Would you like a hug?" Zhou Yu asked, picking up one of the pups and gesturing toward Bran behind him. Bran glanced at his father and brothers, and seeing their lack of reaction, he summoned his courage and approached, tentatively cradling one of the pups. Zhou Yu remained vigilant, closely observing the movements of the Arctic wolf. Noticing its lack of significant reaction, he relaxed his guard somewhat. "What shall we do with them now?" Bran asked, cradling the wolf cub in his arms, a look of uncertainty on his face. "Their mother has abandoned them. They do not belong here," It would be better to end this swiftly. At that moment, the old man with a white beard, who had been standing silently behind the others, suddenly spoke up. Zhou Yu was unaware of his identity, as there had been no prior introductions. Faint memories of the plot stirred within him. It seemed the old man had a substantial role, yet Zhou Yu could not quite place him. Unlike Xian, who appeared timid, the old man held his head high from the very beginning, exuding an air of stubborn determination. Seeing the Arctic wolf retreat, and Zhou Yu standing protectively in front of the group, Xian seemed to gain a semblance of security. Perhaps driven by the desire to retaliate for the embarrassment he had just faced, he boldly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged toward Bran's wolf cub. Hand it over. No. Bran quickly reached out in an attempt to protect the cub, but he was no match for Xian, who snatched it away effortlessly. Put the dagger down. At this point, Robb, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer stand idly by. Perhaps it was the instinct to defend his brother that prompted him to intervene, his brow furrowed and his tone serious. Only your father has the authority to give orders. You do not. Xian, clearly unyielding, did not immediately act. Zhou Yu cast a glance at the Arctic wolf, and for reasons unknown, it seemed to have entrusted its fate to him since he had touched the cub, even as the people around it contemplated the fate of its young. It merely tilted its head, showing no further signs of distress. But they are my spoils of war. Zhou Yu sighed inwardly. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Nonetheless, he was resolute in ensuring that these adorable creatures would not perish before him, nor would they meet their end in front of their mother. Furthermore, Zhou Yu was not mistaken. They were indeed his rightful spoils. As his words lingered in the air, the dagger in Xian's hand froze. All eyes turned to Ned. For in this moment, he held the ultimate decision-making power. Please, father. Bran, quick-witted, understood the gravity of the situation and urgently appealed to his father. The gentle-natured Ned furrowed his brow. His inclination was to eliminate these wild beasts. Yet, as Zhou Yu had articulated, they were indeed his spoils. Although Zhou Yu was a knight sworn to him, this did not justify the arbitrary confiscation of his vassal's rewards. Ned turned his gaze toward Zhou Yu. Lord Stark, I would like to offer them as gifts to your sons and daughters, and coincidentally, you have 5 children. I hope they will enjoy this as a token of our first meeting. Moreover, the direwolf serves as the sigil of House Stark. Zhou Yu smiled, providing his own response. He glanced at Ned's children present and added, they are destined to possess these little wolves. Thank you, Lord Kant. I adore it. Bran exclaimed joyfully, hastily retrieving his cherished treasure from under Theon's knife and cradling it tightly. Zhou Yu's words alleviated the dilemma in Ned's heart, and his reasoning was impeccable. The act of a vassal presenting a gift to his lord, especially one that was bravely acquired, brought immense honor and glory to both parties involved. Ned sighed in resignation. He was reluctant to witness discord among his family, yet he was relieved that Zhou Yu had deftly resolved the matter without placing him in a difficult position. You must personally train them. Feed them yourself. Should they perish, you are to bury them with your own hands. After delivering these instructions, Ned sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Theon, feeling helpless, also returned his dagger to his waist. Robb and Jon, who had been observing and hesitated to speak, quickly each embraced a pair of pups, handing them to their attendants before following the others out. Bran, clutching his wolf cub, trailed behind and looked at Jon. Don't you want your own little wolf? Jon, upon hearing his words, could not conceal his disappointment. I am not a Stark. Let us go. With that, he protected his younger brother as they left. Seeing the situation resolved, Zhou Yu turned to glance at the direwolf. It remained standing, gazing until it could no longer see its offspring. Rest assured, they will thrive. Stark children are splendid companions. Upon hearing his words, the direwolf lowered its head and let out a couple of whimpers, as if expressing its sorrow. It then approached and nuzzled Zhou Yu's leg, guiding him in a specific direction. Puzzled, Zhou Yu turned around, and a faint whimpering sound reached his ears. He had not noticed it earlier due to the presence of the pups at his feet. Now, with several of the wolf cubs taken away, the delicate sound became strikingly apparent, even amidst the rushing river nearby. At that moment, Zhou Yu's senses were acute. He understood the reason behind it, though he had yet to fully adapt. However, he soon realized that there were only 5 cubs remaining. Hearing Jon's earlier remark, it was evident that one white wolf was conspicuously absent. After walking a short distance to the riverbank, he indeed found the frail white wolf nestled within a crevice of stones. You wish to gift it to me? The dire wolf on the shore nodded. Gazing at the scene of one person and one wolf below, and without lingering, it turned and departed. Zhou Yu glanced at the cub in his embrace and then at the departing mother wolf, smiling as he bent down to playfully tease the little creature in his arms. Perhaps you have a better destination. By the time Zhou Yu caught up with the group, everyone had already mounted their steeds and set off. He blended into the procession inconspicuously and quietly approached Jon. Noticing John's continued despondency, he couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly reminded that John was, in fact, roughly his age. However, with his past life's memories, along with his stature and appearance, not to mention the deliberately cultivated beard, most people, aside from his family, would seldom perceive him as young. Moreover, his demeanor and approach to tasks were typically characteristic of a mature adult. Yet, seeing John in such a state reminded him that he, too, was merely a child. Ha ha ha. With these thoughts, Zhou playfully nudged John. As John looked over in confusion, before he could utter a word, Zhou lifted his garment to reveal a fluffy white bundle nestled within. This is for you, and thank you for lending me your cloak. It was quite warm. With that, Zhou tossed the white wolf into John's arms. Watching him fumble to catch it, his face adorned with a clear, yet slightly foolish expression, Zhou returned to Ned's side, chuckling. Chapter 17. There is also the Earth Tiger hero, who can summon the tiger armor of the earth. On a bright and sunny morning, in an inconspicuous room within a residential complex, Zhou reclined on a stool, propped up by two legs as he leaned back forcefully. Stretching his arms and clenching his fists, he squinted as a tremor coursed through him, and then his entire being relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Do not overthink it. He was merely stretching. Gazing vacantly at the large computer before him, Zhou lost himself in thought until, perhaps due to kicking the power outlet or some other reason, the monitor flickered. He stood up and gave the monitor a couple of light slaps, temporarily fixing it. After saving the words he had typed throughout the morning, he casually shut it down, allowing the overworked computer to rest. In the kitchen, he tore open a packet of Vivi soy milk powder and poured it into an enamel basin. Grabbing the kettle that was bubbling with hot water on the gas stove, he poured the boiling water into the basin, instantly filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Zhou retrieved a pair of chopsticks and stirred the mixture. And as it began to dissolve, he noticed a few stubborn lumps remaining in the soy milk but did not bother with them. He brought the chopsticks to his mouth, savoring the familiar taste. Ah, this old flavor is delightful. Old Panda and those two fellows from Game of Thrones cannot experience this taste. Haha. The fragrant aroma lingered in his nostrils, prompting Zhou to exclaim in delight, feeling a warm satisfaction within. One truly fears the absence of comparison. Such moments of happiness arise from it, noticing that the concoction would need to cool for a while before it could be consumed. Zhou set down the chopsticks and quickly strode into the bathroom. After a hasty wash, he emerged with a towel drying his hair. As I passed by the mirror, I couldn't help but pause for a moment to admire my own captivating beauty. Habitually, I shook my head to toss aside the stray bangs that fell over my forehead, a smirk curling at the corners of my lips. Ah, the nostalgia of the alternative era. With a playful gesture, I swayed my hands for emphasis. Indeed, I am a traveler in this world, having arrived less than a month ago. This realm is still Earth, still the same nation of yore. Yet it is imbued with supernatural powers. This extraordinary force is known as the Armor Warriors, and by a stroke of fate, I find myself a descendant of the illustrious Light and Shadow Village. The silver lining is that I possess the complete lineage of the 5 elements. But the unfortunate truth is that my bloodline is impure. To put it simply, this gift offers little benefit to me apart from the ability to lay low and endure. It is indeed a rather disheartening predicament, made even more so by the fact that within this brief month, I have already faced 2 attacks from the aberrant beasts of this world. Once, I was rescued by the valiant flame dragon warrior, Exine Nan, and another time by the wind eagle warrior, Dong Shan. Without their timely interventions, I might never have realized I had been transported to the realm of the Armor Warriors. As a modern individual, I scarcely have the habit of watching the news or reading newspapers. Initially, I believed I had been reborn, transported back over a decade. Just as I contemplated seizing this opportunity to emulate the protagonists from the reincarnation novels I had read, striking the Southern Mountain Elderly Care Center and kicking the Northern Sea Kindergarten, an aberrant beast's massive jaws came crashing down, teaching me a lesson in humility. It was an evening bathed in the glow of a setting sun, a poignant reminder of my lost youth. Witnessing the gruesome scene of a person torn asunder by the aberrant beast, I longed for my mother to have given me an extra pair of legs. Alas, in this world, I am an orphan, entirely oblivious to my mother's identity. My name is Wang Xiaoyang, which suggests a formidable nature. However, the reality is that apart from my appetite, all I possess are long legs that can run, at least preventing me from experiencing the typical weakness often depicted in tokusatsu dramas. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, I can swiftly evade the aberrant beasts that attempt to ambush me, leaving the resolution of the situation to the flame dragon warrior and his companions. This realization that I am merely a traveler, not a reborn individual, dawned upon me. The notion of fighting back can wait. Survival takes precedence. With my impure bloodline as a descendant of light and shadow village, in the eyes of the aberrant beasts, I must seem as conspicuous as a light bulb flickering in the darkness. Despite my cowardice, I encountered yet another attack, prompting me to flee in haste. The aberrant beast, poised to make a grand entrance, was momentarily taken aback, and before it could pursue me further, the timely arrival of the Wind Eagle warrior intervened. Thankfully. Those are all mere memories now. In a buoyant mood, Zhou gazed at his reflection in the mirror, admiring his hair, which had been meticulously dried and styled with a blow dryer. Setting the appliance aside, he unearthed a bottle of hairspray from somewhere and generously applied it. Deftly arranging the strands with his fingers, a surge of accomplishment washing over him. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had never possessed such luxurious locks to style. Now, looking at his reflection, he couldn't help but marvel. In youth, one often overlooks the value of a full head of hair, only to lament the loss in later years. While he was never truly bald, as a member of the 90s generation, how many were free from the anxiety of thinning hair? Once satisfied with his hairstyle, Zhou returned to the kitchen, lifting the soy milk he had prepared earlier, and retrieved the steamed buns from the microwave. He placed them on the dining table and began to enjoy his meal with delight. If one were to inquire about the source of his good spirits, it would be due to the fact that, as a transmigrator, he was not without his advantages. Initially, he had anticipated that his special ability would manifest as a chat group or some kind of system. However, after more than 2 weeks of fruitless attempts, just as he was about to give up, his special ability quietly activated last night. To his astonishment, it resembled the kind of medical appointment one would have with a proctologist, albeit his particular ability seemed rather less formidable. Swallowing a mouthful of bun and finishing off the last of the soy milk, Zhou stood up to stretch his limbs. Suddenly, he snatched up the plates and enamel mug from the table and tossed them into the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the sink, catching each item he had just thrown, stacking them like a game of Jenga, with 2 fingers pinching the chopsticks to balance the plates. He marveled at the newfound strength and agility of his body, distinctly different from before. Quite remarkable. Adapting splendidly, Zhou smiled, releasing the chopsticks and placing the dishes into the sink for washing. From this day forth, he would embrace a new approach to life. After drying his hands and neatly arranging the utensils, he changed into a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, finishing off his outfit with a pair of canvas shoes. Standing up, he jumped lightly, feeling no discomfort. Turning to gaze out of the window, he noticed the morning mist gradually dissipating. Lingering any longer would surely lead to midday. After ensuring that the gas, water, and electricity were all turned off, Zhou felt a sense of lightness as he retrieved a set of keys from the wall. Sliding the keyring onto his finger, he locked the door behind him and secured it. It had been ages since he had experienced such a life, and he savored the moment, smacking his lips in reminiscence. Casually twirling the keys in his hand, he descended the stairs, humming a gentle tune as he went. Flame Dragon Knight, ascending to ignite the power of fire. Infinite, the armor of the fire dragon. Wind Eagle Knight, bending and stretching embodies the strength of the mighty tree. In a fleeting moment, summons the armor of the wood wind eagle. Black Rhino Knight, chuckling and murmuring, coughs. And then, there is also the Earth Tiger Knight, who seeks to summon the armor of the Earth Tiger. Chapter 18, The Phone Bill Knight. Descending the stairs, I carefully maneuvered through the haphazardly stacked bicycles in the parking shed to retrieve my beloved motorcycle. I dusted off the seat and settled onto it, inserting the key and turning it halfway before gripping the handlebars to ignite the engine. Click, click, click. Turning it again. Click, 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 click. Zhou's expression faltered. It appeared the electric start had failed. Resigned, he pulled the kickstarter from the right and stood up, applying force downward. The engine roared to life, and after twisting the throttle a couple of times to ensure everything was in order, he felt the thrill surge through him. Instinctively, Zhou flicked aside the bangs that fell across his forehead, a crooked smirk on his lips as he shifted into gear and eased the clutch, heading onto the street. Upon hearing the motorcycle roar to life, a security guard, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, emerged holding a bowl of noodles. Spotting Zhou, he took a bite and inquired, "Where are you off to, Chaoyang?" "Just going to hang out with friends. Take your time with your meal. Be careful on the road." The guard watched as the young man effortlessly rode away on his vibrant red 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, his bangs flowing in the breeze. He shook his head in bemusement, returning to his post to resume his idle duties. Meanwhile, Zhou had already reached the main road on his cherished red Honda 125. Reflecting on the relative calmness of the streets in this era, devoid of heavy traffic, while contemplating his next endeavors. Since being rescued by the Wind Eagle Knight a few days prior, he had met Dong Shan, the summoner of the Wind Eagle Knight. He was also taken to what appeared to be a CAF, but in reality, it was a clandestine high-tech laboratory of a globally obscure organization, where he underwent a perplexing, high-tech full-body examination. Reclining on a stainless steel table, a sweeping arc of light scanned his body, and all he had to do was lie still and wait. However, upon receiving his data, despite having a general idea of the outcome, he found himself unable to contain his reaction, although aware it was merely a narrative device. Seeing his unusually high body temperature and alarmingly low blood pressure compared to a normal person on the examination report compelled him to mutter, "Welcome to the realm of the extraordinary." Meijin, not quite catching his mumble, curiously pressed for clarification. Zhou Yu felt an awkwardness so profound that it seemed to compress his very being, yet he managed to chuckle lightly. Fortunately, Meijin remained unperturbed by his discomfort and continued to elucidate his current predicament. It was during this discourse that he discovered he was not merely a descendant of the Shadow Village. Rather, the essence coursing through his veins was not composed of the elemental forces of the Five Elements village, but rather a composite energy of light. This revelation left Meijin momentarily bewildered, prompting her to suggest that Zhou Yu return home, while arranging for another visit to the laboratory later that day. As he rode his small motorcycle, singing merrily, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden encounter. The gentle breeze caressed his face, and with newfound confidence from his abilities, the burdens of the day seemed to dissipate. Zhou Yu found the world around him to be undeniably beautiful. However, amidst his joyful ride, he sensed a disturbance beneath a nearby bridge, something that inexplicably drew him closer. He pulled over to the roadside, brow furrowed in contemplation, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He understood that this was a perilous world. The television dramas, with their child-friendly narratives, often masked the brutality and darkness lurking beneath the surface. Yet, if one were to consider the intricacies of the plot, one might find themselves unaware of the myriad ways in which one could meet their demise. Gazing towards the bridge, he felt the inexplicable allure beckoning him, and after a moment's pause, he reignited his motorcycle and cautiously approached the source. Beneath the bridge, beside a concrete pillar, stood a figure cloaked in a long black robe, hunched over and weakly leaning against the pillar, gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha, hiding away, do you think you can escape?" A sharp voice echoed from behind, startling the robed figure into a hasty turn. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the figure mustered the strength to rise, an aura of dominance radiating from him as he pointed accusingly, his gaze piercing from beneath the hood. "Are you tired of living?" he bellowed. The newcomer, clad in sleek black attire and sporting a mask that obscured half his face, appeared to find amusement in the robed figure's threat. His uncovered eyes glinted with disdain, and his tone turned audacious as he pulled down his mask, taunting, "Do you think this is still the past? Humph, hand over the Earth Shadow Stone, and perhaps I might consider granting you a more merciful release." Upon hearing such insolence from a former subordinate, Shadow Overlord felt a surge of indignation, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. The audacity of the newcomer was met with a silence that spoke volumes, clearly indicating that he would not relent easily. The ugly general, disinterested in further dialogue with his former superior, recognized that if it were as simple as exchanging a few words, they would not have arrived at this point. With a cold snort, he uttered no further words, stepping back a few paces to applaud. From behind a stone pillar emerged a creature towering over 2 meters, emitting a bizarre and piercing roar as it advanced. "Did you ever expect I would employ it against you?" The grotesque figure beside him was filled with mockery, its tone equally haughty. Observing this scenario, Ingba realized that escape was futile. Even if he continued to flee, he would merely become an object of ridicule. Today, he had reached the end of his road. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a glowing yellow stone from beneath his black cloak and raised it above his head. "Earth Tiger Armor, merge." As the command left his lips, a brilliant light erupted, and the dark cloaked figure vanished. In his place stood a person encased in resplendent orange-yellow metal armor. "I shall fight you to the bitter end." With that, Ingba, transformed into the Earth Tiger Armor, leaped 3 to 4 meters high, landing behind the ability beast, his metallic claws slashing swiftly across its back, sending sparks flying. Zhou Yu had just parked his car and hurried to the roadside. Lowering his gaze, he was startled by the scene before him and quickly crouched down behind the railing, peeking at the battle unfolding by the river beneath the bridge. What is happening? Chapter 19. It's over. I've become a phone bill hero. As Zhou Yu observed the spectacle, he furrowed his brow, attempting to recall the current narrative. Indeed, the transformed Ingba, now the Earth Tiger hero, was no match for the ability beast confronting him. Each desperate attack he launched merely bounced off, failing to breach the creature's defenses. In contrast, the ability beast effortlessly absorbed Ingba's strikes, merely swaying its body to counter the onslaught. In the face of such a one-sided battle, before they could exchange blows for 100 rounds, Ingba found himself at a disadvantage within mere moments. At that juncture, the ability beast seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to the chest of the Earth Tiger armor, resulting in a burst of sparks. Exhausted from his efforts, Ingba could not withstand this fatal strike. He was sent sprawling, clutching his chest, collapsing into a puddle, feebly struggling. Witnessing this scene, Zhou, who had been stealthily observing from his hiding place, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Truly, it was the demise of a once great hero in this state. One might wonder if it could be considered a fallen tiger being bullied by dogs. However, the ability beast harbored no such sentiments, offering Ingba no respite. As he lay on the ground, the beast unleashed a barrage of golden lasers from its menacing maw, striking the Earth Tiger armor and igniting a flurry of sparks. Ingba, battered by this relentless assault, could only instinctively struggle to retaliate, yet it was a futile resistance, akin to an ant shaking a tree. At this moment, Zhou noticed some commotion in another direction. His gaze swept over, and indeed, Dongshan had arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Dongshan wasted no time with idle chatter and immediately transformed into the Wind Eagle Knight without hesitation. The ability beast had cornered Shadow Dominator, preparing to unleash its final strike. Dongshan, having completed his armor fusion, swiftly summoned the Wind Eagle crossbow and, from a distance of several dozen meters, unleashed a barrage of laser attacks upon the ability beast, compelling it to retreat from the precariously positioned Earth Tiger armor. Seeing the ability beast forced away from the Earth Tiger armor, the experienced Dongshan promptly switched to the Wind Eagle sword and leaped into the fray, aiming to engage in close combat with the immediate threat. Instantly, a whirlwind of blue and earthy-colored monsters clashed together in a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, Shadow Dominator, having endured a relentless beating, was utterly exhausted and, after withdrawing from the battlefield, could no longer sustain his transformation. Forced to revert to his original form, he slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. By sheer coincidence, Shadow Dominator collapsed directly at Zhou's feet, who then noticed the ugly general stealthily approaching from an unknown direction, seemingly clutching a white object that resembled a napkin. Furrowing his brow, Zhou had little time to ponder. He stood up and vaulted over the railing before him. Just as the ugly general was about to stealthily eliminate Shadow Dominator, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a large man before him, causing him to instinctively shrink back. His mind struggled to comprehend how this person had jumped down from such a height. However, Zhou was disinterested in engaging in conversation, even with a deputy director. He had not come to meet his demise at his hands, so he simply ordered him to leave, realizing he had no chance left. The ugly general could only cast a venomous glare at the unexpected human before him, glancing at the nearby Wind Eagle armor, which was on the verge of resolving the battle. With a cold snort, he hastily retreated, watching the ugly general vanish into the distance. Zhou turned his attention back to Shadow Dominator. Rendered speechless, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. After all, this was a character he had only seen on television. Now, not only was it a reality, but he was also witnessing this very figure on the brink of demise before him, stirring a peculiar sensation within Zhou. "Who are you?" Shadow Dominator inquired, weakly lifting his hand to remove his mask, perplexed by the young man who seemed to have come to his rescue. He did not recognize Zhou and could not fathom why this individual would save him, a person of notorious infamy. Hearing Shadow Dominator's question, Zhou found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, providing an answer. Upon hearing these words, Ingba gazed intently at Zhou, lost in contemplation, before suddenly bursting into laughter. However, his grave injuries compelled him to cough, causing a trickle of blood to stain his lips. Observing this, Zhou crouched down, swiftly pressed several points on Ingba's chest, allowing him to catch his breath, though his eyes remained clouded with uncertainty as they turned toward Zhou. "You are on the brink of death, utterly exhausted. I cannot save you," Zhou replied, his silence betraying his uncertainty about what to say next. Yet, Ingba, seemingly unfazed, chuckled and retrieved the large earth shadow stone from his robe, offering it to Zhou with an expectant gaze. "This is for you. I hope you protect it well, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of the Shadow Realm again." As Zhou held the Earth Shadow Stone, an inexplicable allure intensified, revealing that it had indeed captured his attention. Before he could ponder why this stone was so captivating, it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and he felt a profound warmth surge from it into his body. This warmth enveloped him, filling him entirely, leaving him basking in a comforting glow. He even noticed that his entire being emanated an orange-yellow light akin to that of the Earth Shadow Stone. Before he could react, the orange-yellow brilliance flared once more, accompanied by a resonant sound echoing in his ears. When the light dissipated, Zhou had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the dissipated earth tiger armor, inexplicably now adorning his form. So, you are the summoner of the earth tiger armor. The sight before him caused Ingba, teetering on the edge of life, to widen his eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary, eager to etch the moment into his memory. A faint smile graced his lips, his gaze reflecting a newfound acceptance. You are indeed the summoner of the earth tiger armor, Ingba reiterated, his tone now tranquil, barely audible. With a smile lingering on his face, he fixed his gaze upon the young man before him, admiring the majestic earth tiger armor. His expression gradually dulled, and the rise and fall of his chest ceased. Witnessing Ingba's emotional transition from shock to acceptance, Zhou Yu fell into silence. He then gently closed Ingba's eyes and turned to examine his own arms, now encased in metallic armor, and touched his similarly enveloped head, incredulous. It's over. I have become the waste hero. Chapter 20. Questions by the riverbank. Dongshan dispatched the attacking mutant beast with a decisive strike, and, as he collected the now-carded creature, he turned to spot two figures not far away. Besides the previously encountered earth tiger armor, a cloaked figure in a black robe had appeared. Who are you? Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhou Yu turned to see Dongshan, who had transformed into the Windhawk hero. Are you saying that this earth shadow stone was given to you by Shadow Overlord? Yes, and I felt an inexplicable pull from this stone, even from a considerable distance. Of course, at that time, I was unaware that it was the earth shadow stone causing it, which is why I rushed over and happened to witness their battle. Zhou Yu felt there was no need for concealment regarding such matters. Perhaps by clarifying, Mei Zhen and the others could derive more assistance from this information. After all, he was rather muddled at the moment. Attraction? Indeed, Zhou Yu's words piqued the curiosity of Mei Zhen and Dongshan, as they had never encountered such phenomena before. Yes, I can sense it from afar. For instance, even now, I can feel that there are 3 objects in the laboratory behind our CAF that exert the same attraction on me. Mei Zhen and Dongshan exchanged a glance, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Chaoyang, are you certain it's 3? Upon hearing Mei Zhen's question, Zhou Yu did not quite grasp her implication, but focused intently on his sensations. Indeed, there are only 3. That is rather peculiar. If we say your physique is special, allowing you to sense the earth shadow stone, it shouldn't necessarily result in 3. Should it? Could it be that the earth shadow stone has been touched by you? In response to Mei Zhen's inquiry, Dongshan recalled the moment Zhou Yu transformed into the earth tiger armor and tentatively proposed a theory. By the way, when I touched the earth shadow stone, I had no idea what was happening, but a warm current flowed from the stone into my body, and that is why I transformed into the earth tiger armor. Zhou Yu seemed to recall something in response to Dongshan's statement and quickly added, I initially thought that warm current was the expected reaction when merging with the armor, but it appears that this is not the case. Speaking of which, I am still somewhat perplexed. Last time, when Chaoyang was attacked by the aberrant beast, we conducted a physical examination and found that his blood attribute was light. Yet how did he become the summoner of the earth tiger armor? Upon hearing their conversation, Dongshan, standing nearby, appeared to remember something and cast a puzzled glance at Mei Zhen. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, who was entirely in the dark and concerned about his own situation, also looked toward Mei Zhen with curiosity. Could there have been a mistake? Upon hearing Dongshan's words, Mei Zhen felt a twinge of uncertainty and involuntarily murmured. The previous examination was conducted by her personally. Yet now such a situation had arisen, especially with Zhou Yu successfully summoning the earth tiger armor. She was bound to question whether there had been any errors in her assessment. Observing the two conversing and seeing Zhou Yu's bewildered expression, Mei Zhen furrowed her brow, reflecting on her own doubts. It should not be the case. Subsequently, I reached out to my brother, Dr. Geru, to inquire about this matter. He, too, was not entirely certain of the specifics. However, he possesses a wealth of information, and I believe that in a few days, he will have some results to share. Let us proceed to the laboratory and undergo another examination to discern the true situation. Simultaneously, we shall transmit the data to my brother. If any issues arise, they can most likely be resolved, especially given that his institution is among the most advanced and well-equipped research facilities in the world, complemented by the expertise of my brother, an eminent scientist. Mei Zhen's words were imbued with confidence, as she held great assurance in her ability to address Zhou Yu's condition. After all, concerning the descendants of Shadow Village and related matters, no organization possesses greater expertise than theirs. Very well, let us take action now. This will require a bit of inconvenience for Chaoyang. Faced with Mei Zhen's determination, Zhou Yu could hardly decline. He genuinely had no idea of his current state. With experts and equipment readily available, unless he had somehow hit his head while exiting, fallen down the stairs, and rolled into a pile of dungs, he would have no reason to refuse. I am fine. In fact, I care about my current condition more than any of you, he stated. The three exchanged nods. And Dongshan stepped outside the CAF to glance around before flipping the close sign and shutting the door behind him. Beep, beep, beep. In the laboratory, Zhou Yu reclined once more on the high-tech bed, staring at the ceiling with a bored expression, listening to the conversation between the two outside. How unpredictable life can be. Who would have imagined that Ingba would meet such a fate? Dongshan brought a cup of coffee from somewhere and placed it beside Mei Zhan, who appeared deep in thought regarding the matter. Mei Zhan, engrossed in her work on the instruments, acknowledged Dongshan's gesture with a nod of thanks. Noticing that Mei Zhan was too occupied to engage with him, he shrugged and took a sip of his coffee. This examination was a task Mei Zhan could manage alone, rendering his presence somewhat superfluous. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and Bei Miao entered. What on earth is happening here? Bei Miao asked, puzzled by the scene before him. It was broad daylight, and not only was there no one at the CAF, but it appeared that everyone was quite busy within the laboratory. Dongshan glanced at the industrious Mei Zhan and then at the bewildered Bei Miao, before returning to the small round table in the center of the lab to recount the events of the morning. Perhaps Ingba was once a descendant of Earth Shadow Village, otherwise he would not have become the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor. Yet, what had transpired afterward remained a mystery. Dongshan took another sip of coffee and continued speaking. This matter holds little significance, nonetheless. He ultimately chose to serve the Shadow Realm, which has inflicted considerable damage upon our world. Upon hearing Dongshan's words, Bei Miao felt a twinge of displeasure, folding his hands in a gesture of contemplation atop the table. Regardless of the circumstances, to him, a traitor remains a traitor. All right, Chiuyang, the examination is complete. I have meticulously reviewed all your data, and the results will be available shortly. Please step outside for now. At that moment, Mei Zhan, having just finished her tasks, approached the microphone to communicate with Zhou Yu in the testing room, simultaneously opening the door to the lab. After completing these tasks, she turned around, grasped the cup of coffee Dongshan had given her, and slid over in her chair to join the conversation between the two idle individuals. Nevertheless, we have successfully gathered 4 light shadow stones. We are merely one short of our goal. Moreover, we have also identified the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, which is indeed a positive development. After sipping her coffee, Mei Zhan furrowed her brow slightly, noting its chill. At that moment, Zhou Yu emerged and was greeted by the sight of 3 striking individuals gathered together. Chiuyang, come sit over here. Mei Zhan called out excitedly to Zhou Yu, while Dongshan silently rose to move beside the coffee machine. This is Bei Miao, the summoner of the Black Rhino armor. Bei Miao, this is Chiuyang, the current summoner of the Earth Tiger armor. Upon seeing Zhou Yu take a seat, Mei Zhan introduced the two. Hello, Wang Chiuyang, Zhou Yu greeted with a smile. Shaking hands with Bei Miao. Zhang Bei Miao, summoner of the Black Rhino armor, Bei Miao replied. I'm not sure if I qualify as the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor. To be honest, I currently feel rather bewildered about my situation. Zhou Yu felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Bei Miao's introduction. In reality, he still had no clear understanding of his own status, and it appeared he had inadvertently taken over Kuan Zhong's position. This left him feeling somewhat guilty towards Kuan Ge. At that moment, Dongshan approached with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Zhou Yu, who nodded in thanks. The other cup was quietly exchanged for the still warm one Mei Zhan held, while the cooled cup was taken away. How could you not be? The fact that you instinctively merged with the Earth Tiger armor upon encountering the Earth Shadow Stone speaks volumes about your innate talent, Mei Zhan interjected. Noticing Zhou Yu's lack of confidence, she was determined not to lose the promising summoner so easily. This is akin to effortlessly stumbling upon a treasure after a long search, and it means they won't have to exhaust themselves sifting through candidates. It seems Kuan Zhong and his friend who sells barbecue can now be set aside for the time being. Her task now was to persuade Zhou Yu to embrace his role as the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, and instilling confidence in him was paramount. All right, Zhou Yu replied, feeling a bit bashful as he fiddled with the design on his coffee cup, nodding in agreement. Do not rejoice too soon. Let us consider the multitude of tasks that remain unaccomplished. Firstly, the influence of the Shadow Realm has not dissipated with the fall of its leader. This organization is enshrouded in a plethora of enigmas. At this moment, Bei Miao interjected, revisiting a topic that had previously been interrupted. Observing their exchange, Zhou Yu silently sipped his coffee, grimacing at its bitterness before discreetly setting the cup back on the bar before him. To be candid, Zhou Yu had only met Mei Zhan and Dongshan twice, and this was his first encounter with Bei Miao. Given their lack of familiarity, he refrained from speaking excessively. However, considering Bei Miao's fiery character, it was evident that the atmosphere would not remain harmonious. Thus, he opted to sit quietly and enjoy the spectacle, reminiscing about his childhood. Upon hearing Bei Miao's words, Mei Zhan did not take offense. Rather, she appeared contemplative. Dong Shan glanced over, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Are you referring to those two individuals in black? Bei Miao asserted. The situation is far from simple. Chapter 21. Disruption of the balance indeed. The matter is not as straightforward as it seems. With those words, a heavy silence enveloped Mei Zhan and the others. Fortunately, we have now located the Earth Shadow Stone and the Summoner of the Morning Sun, the Earth Tiger armor. Our strength has significantly increased. Mei Zhan intended to temper Bei Miao's impulsiveness, yet her words inadvertently provoked him further. Bei Miao slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all thinking? What good is strength if it is wielded by a group of mindless individuals? It is akin to a gathering of fools." Zhou Yu discreetly took another sip of his coffee, observing quietly. Mei Zhan and Dong Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered their heads. Thankfully, Bei Miao's outburst stemmed from impulsiveness rather than a lack of intellect. Particularly with Zhou Yu, a newcomer, present, his remarks seemed to implicate him as well, prompting him to lower his volume as he sought to continue the discussion. Without strategy in battle, hardship is inevitable. Just look at that Xian Nan. When has he ever sat down and engaged in earnest discussion with everyone? Mei Zhan and Dong Shan found themselves at a loss, unsure how to respond, and exchanged awkward glances that reflected their mutual discomfort. Witnessing their lack of resolve, Bei Miao could not suppress a sigh and promptly exited the war room. As Zhou Yu set down his cup, contemplating an excuse to make his own exit, the equipment beside him suddenly activated. Mei Zhan sprang to her feet, as if the sound were a lifeline. "It's my brother's video connection. He must have reviewed the data I sent earlier." Upon seeing the content on the screen, Mei Zhan could not contain her excitement and hurriedly accepted the call. As the video connected, Zhou Yu leaned in closer. Indeed, the figure on the screen embodied the quintessential image of a scientist from an animated series: disheveled hair, spectacles, and an unkempt appearance. "Mei Zhan, I have just perused the data you transmitted. Furthermore, I have diligently sought out information regarding the previous matter." "Oh, is there someone else?" Just as the video call connected, Dr. Gera was about to elaborate extensively when I noticed a head peering into the corner of the screen. Upon turning around, I realized it was Zhou Yu leaning in for a better view, prompting me to pull him into the frame. "Brother, this is Chaoyang, a descendant of the Light and Shadow Village, recognized for his light attribute abilities. Chaoyang, this is my brother, Dr. Geru." "Hello, Dr. Geru. I appreciate your assistance with my matters." Zhou Yu greeted the doctor on the other end of the video. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Chaoyang. There is no need to consider it a burden. We are all striving for the sake of world peace. Since Chaoyang is here, I shall refrain from lengthy discourse and speak in terms everyone can comprehend." It was evident that Dr. Geru possessed an amiable and understanding demeanor, devoid of the stereotypical eccentricity often associated with scientists. Noticing the nods from the three individuals on the video call, Dr. Geru performed a few simple operations to transmit pertinent data to Mei Zhan's operations room, facilitating his forthcoming explanation. "The situation is as follows. I will be succinct. I have compared the data from Mei Zhan's previous findings with the current information regarding Chaoyang's physical condition, and there have indeed been significant changes. However, there is no need for alarm. This may be a positive development." Observing the subtle shifts in expressions among the three on the video call, Dr. Geru provided some reassurance before continuing. "Firstly, regarding the attribute issues identified in Chaoyang during the last examination, I have come to learn through historical records that from ancient times to the establishment of the Light and Shadow Village, there existed not merely the concept of the five elements, but also instances of their unification as exemplified by Chaoyang's light. In other words, Chaoyang embodies a unique amalgamation of the five elements, transcending the confines of a singular elemental attribute." Mei Zhan grasped her brother's implication, resolving the earlier confusion surrounding Zhou Yu's lineage as a descendant of the Light and Shadow Village, yet not possessing the five-element bloodline. Zhou Yu remained composed, fully aware of this fact, attentively listening without interruption. Indeed, however, the issue arises from this instance. The data indicates that Chaoyang experienced a transformation upon contact with the Earth Shadow Stone, even unconsciously achieving armor integration. Yes, precisely. Furthermore, Chaoyang mentioned feeling a warm current surging into his body, which preceded the armor integration. Upon hearing Mei Zhan's description, Dr. Geru fell silent momentarily, engaging in operations at his console until he retrieved several data sets. After a brief analysis, he began to pull in additional data for comparative examination. "I have reviewed the situation and wish to introduce a concept you are likely familiar with: the issue of the bloodline concentration of the descendants of Wuxing Village. This is also a significant factor in the difficulty of locating armor summonings. Is it possible that Chaoyang is in a similar predicament? Logically speaking, Chaoyang should not be capable of becoming an armor summoner, as his bloodline concentration is insufficient, and being of light attribute energy. It would be improbable for him to summon the Earth Tiger armor and merge without any adverse effects. However, a conundrum arises. Observe this set of data. After presenting the data along with corroborative evidence, Dr. Galu indicated the implications. Thus, is it to be inferred that Chaoyang possesses an exceptionally unique physique? He is capable of absorbing the energy of light shadow stones to merge with himself and even enhance his bloodline? The answer appears to be evident. Science does not deceive. Chaoyang's unique constitution, combined with his bloodline, induces a flow of pure, similar light shadow energy from areas of high concentration to areas of lower concentration until equilibrium is achieved. This explains why Chaoyang feels an attraction to other light shadow stones, yet has lost interest in the Earth Shadow Stone after contact, as the Earth attribute energy within him has reached a state of balance with the Earth Shadow Stone. According to the data, one might even describe Chaoyang as a humanoid Earth Shadow Stone, and intriguingly, this has not resulted in any attenuation. As Dr. Gallo spoke, he seemed to enter a state of research fervor. Might this have adverse effects on me? After all, this has essentially disrupted my inherent balance. Zhou, who had been listening, interrupted Dr. Gallo, expressing concern over this matter. Hearing this, Dr. Gallo furrowed his brow. This presents another point of intrigue. What is it? Noticing Dr. Gallo's confusion, Meijin felt a surge of anxiety. Typically, the sudden disruption of a balance would elicit a series of chain reactions. However, in Chaoyang's case, it appears to be the opposite. Chapter 22. The night is truly beautiful. The loss of balance in a singular attribute has not adversely affected Chaoyang. In fact, the abundant and pure energy seems to reciprocate back to the light attribute, and throughout this process, the other four refined attributes experience a gradual and slight enhancement, including Chaoyang's physical constitution. This is nothing short of perfection. Dr. Gallo's enthusiasm grew as he spoke. Despite the many lingering uncertainties, the issues currently evident could serve as a substantial foundation for his research. It could be said that Zhou embodies a remarkably unique individual. What perfection? Meijin felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to keep pace with Dr. Gallo's line of reasoning, her thoughts still entangled in the complexities he had described. Seeing that his younger sister did not grasp his meaning, Dr. Gallo offered a simple example. Based on the circumstances surrounding Chaoyang, it appears that the energy from the light shadow stone will serve to complete his bloodline, and his body is capable of absorbing it seamlessly, perhaps even to the degree of direct compatibility with the light shadow stone. Thus, could we not allow Chaoyang to engage with other light shadow stones for a more comprehensive enhancement? Furthermore, as we have come to understand, after absorbing the energy from the light shadow stone, Chaoyang can amalgamate into an armor summoner without any adverse effects. Although this notion may seem unscientific, let us temporarily set aside the constraints of science. If we entertain the possibility that Chaoyang can indeed achieve what we have hypothesized without side effects, then, without delving into other matters, would he not be able to embody the perfect sixth member of the light shadow armor? Perhaps even ascend to become the ultimate armor summoner. Garu became increasingly animated as he spoke, and he was not mistaken. Science is indeed a process of bold imagination followed by careful verification. However, the declaration from an esteemed scientist in their realm to momentarily disregard scientific matters caused Zhou to feel a slight tension. The ultimate armor? Mei Zhan and Dong Shan had just begun to follow Garu's line of thought when they were immediately sidetracked by his mention of the ultimate armor. Indeed, the ultimate armor exists, but our current information is incomplete. I have only gathered fragments of knowledge. Let me conduct further research, and we shall revisit this matter later. For now, we must prioritize resolving the issues concerning Chaoyang. Despite the curiosity that the ultimate armor sparked in the group, addressing the immediate challenges at hand remained paramount. Following Gary's hypothesis, a myriad of questions emerged under its premise. Thus, Zhou spent the subsequent days immersed in this high-tech research endeavor. Although he was the subject of study, who could argue that he was not an active participant in the research? As one day seamlessly transitioned into the next, Zhou strolled along the road, idly wandering while rubbing his stomach, gazing at the moon suspended in the sky. During these past few days, he had remained in the combat laboratory under Gary's scrutiny, while Meijin and Dong Shan assisted. The trio engaged in relentless research, subsisting on modest provisions like sandwiches when hunger struck. Amidst this, Bei Miao visited daily. However, regarding Exine Nan, to be frank, had he not been saved by him when he transformed into the Flame Dragon Knight, Zhou would have never even seen him. Up to this point, they had yet to cross paths, merely aware of each other's existence. Zhou found himself at a loss for words over this situation. Nevertheless, such matters were secondary. Clenching his fists, he sensed the surge of power within him. After days of meticulous preparation, this afternoon, under stringent monitoring, he attempted to engage with the wood crystal stone. This decision was predicated on the earth attribute energy currently residing within his body. Thus, in the context of validating the hypothesis, it was prudent to experiment with the wood attribute, wood crystal stone. Indeed, during the process of contact, nothing unexpected occurred. A warm current, distinctly different from the earthy shadow stone, surged into the body without any discomfort. Furthermore, subsequent examinations revealed an increase in various metrics. This spectacle captivated Bei Miao, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a sentiment shared by all present. However, Bei Miao displayed a particularly keen enthusiasm for the direct enhancement of combat prowess. It seemed that I had fortuitously acquired the giant panda's innate talent. While the ability to consume iron appeared rather unremarkable, it proved to be formidable at the right moment. This talent, epitomized by the giant panda, encapsulated effects such as devouring, merging, and evolving, radiated brilliance at this very moment, truly terrifying. Based on today's experimental outcomes, I planned to further engage with the remaining 2 luminescent shadow stones in due course, and I felt no urgency regarding the unattained golden shadow stone. Given my current strength, it was within my capability to acquire it whenever I desired. The absence of haste primarily stemmed from a desire to avert any unforeseen circumstances. As the saying goes, it is prudent to hypothesize boldly, yet verify cautiously. There is no harm in such an approach. Although this Earth Tiger Knight is already invincible, he remains overly cautious in the face of the potential of becoming the Emperor Armor. The Emperor Armor, after all, represents the celestial order of this realm. Did I also need to gradually metamorphose into a harmonious entity akin to the giant panda within my own world for this reason? Zhou pondered this question internally. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned about it. After all, following the myriad events that had transpired, his primary wish was merely to survive the onslaught of the anomalous beasts. Now that he possessed strength, it seemed rather trivial. He preferred a life of tranquility. Nonetheless, putting aside everything else, the Emperor Armor was undeniably magnificent. Contemplating the striking and imposing design of the Emperor Armor, especially considering his potential to become it, a joyful smile blossomed on his face, even alleviating the discomfort of his hunger. Suddenly, Zhou sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the greenery in the nearby park, nauseating and viscous. Glancing up at the moon, he recalled something, a smile gracing his lips as he veered into the park. It was just about time for the Happy Dumpling House to close, so he decided to visit tomorrow instead. With this thought, Zhou plunged into the foliage, his form shifting, radiating an orange-yellow metallic glow. In the night, a woman, burdened with a bag, was followed by a seemingly unsavory man engrossed in a phone call, instilling fear within her as she suspected she might have encountered a nefarious individual. Anxiously, her pace quickened. Upon spotting someone ahead, she instinctively began to jog, only to find her high heel caught in a crack in the pavement, causing her to twist her ankle and break her heel. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the man behind her closed in. Then, with a puzzled expression, she glanced at the woman before brushing past her. Upon realizing that the man trailing behind her was merely a young, handsome fellow without any ill intentions, her prior assumptions were laid to rest, and the weight that had burdened her heart was lifted. While she patted her chest in self-reassurance, she felt grateful that she had not encountered any unfortunate circumstances. However, unbeknownst to her, a pair of gleaming, large eyes had been fixated on her for quite some time. Observing the now solitary woman, the owner of those eyes could hardly contain their excitement, their robust forms swaying as they prepared to approach her. At that moment, a hand landed on their shoulder, startling them into turning around to confront the audacity of whoever dared to frighten them. Yet, as they pivoted, they were met with a singular, larger, and brighter eye. The dim glow of the streetlights cast an orange metallic sheen on the figure clad in armor. Before they could take any further action, the armored figure raised a finger to their lips, signaling for silence with a gentle shush. Almost immediately, they were silenced and dragged into a nearby thicket. From the outside, the branches of the trees swayed violently, yet no one could discern the events transpiring within. Chapter 23. The newcomer cruel, utterly cruel. Yes, I turned off the lights. Do you wish to hear what you were saying? In the peculiar space, several iterations of Zhou sat together, engaging in trivial banter. With the rest having little to occupy their minds, the conversation inevitably gravitated towards the armored Zhou. The cloaked Zhou sternly criticized him for luring the anomalous creature into the grove, alluding to the matter of turning off the lights, leaving the armored Zhou feeling utterly vexed. In this realm, the number of Zhou had increased since the last gathering, now including one who appeared entirely ordinary. clad in a traditional Japanese school uniform, impeccably neat, with long, powerful limbs. Ignoring the absurdity of the cloaked Zhou comments, the armored Zhou was resigned to the antics of his counterpart, hoping to alleviate the excess energy of the cloaked Zhou. The Game of Thrones Zhou habitually rubbed the stubble that had recently sprouted on his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the newly arrived Zhou. It was not entirely accurate to label him as new. Technically, they were from the same cohort, one arriving earlier than the other. Unfortunately, due to an incident in reality, he had missed the opportunity to interact with his peer, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the student Zhou, who averted his gaze slightly. He cast furtive glances at the panda Zhou, who was sprawled lazily nearby, realizing that his stare might be perceived as inappropriate. The Game of Thrones Zhou coughed lightly into his fist and then leaned closer to the newcomer with a disingenuous smile. Ahem. Could you share with me what it feels like to traverse into a romantic storyline? We are of the same age. Perhaps you could impart some wisdom from my learning, he said, grinning in a rather unsettling manner. Observing his peculiar demeanor, the student Zhou shifted uncomfortably, attempting to distance himself from him. How can you dare to claim you are 14 years old, looking like that? Only a youthful and vibrant individual like myself could truly embody the essence of being 14. Now, please, step away from me. I, Zhou, am too dignified to associate with someone like you. Moreover, what do you mean by a romantic series? This is a genuine portrayal of music, dance, youth, and sport. After pushing aside the character from Game of Thrones, the student Zhou seriously attempted to enlighten him about his own matters. Isn't this about romance? The student Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response. Following that, he remarked, "You know little about the affairs of the young. This is precisely the time of exuberant hormones, and such matters are inevitable. I am not one to succumb to such trivialities. Just speak plainly. Are you in a relationship or not? I am not, and I know you are not either. However, in a world like April's, you must have observed a thing or two, haven't you? Teach me. We are all in this together." It would have been better not to mention this. But once it was said, the new Zhou from April immediately flushed with embarrassment, leaping to his feet and shouting, "I am a respectable young gentleman, merely 14 years old. My days are consumed with playing the piano and dancing, while the remaining time is dedicated to studying at school. When would I have the time for romance? When I ask? Oh, please." The panda Zhou yawned and scratched his back. The character from Game of Thrones casually twirled his pinky in his nostril. Nearby, the armored Zhou and the cloaked Zhou, engaged in a debate about who was the true oddball, couldn't help but turn their heads toward the commotion. The atmosphere became awkward as April's Zhou stood frozen, his face growing increasingly crimson, as if steam might burst forth from his head. The character from Game of Thrones stealthily approached panda Zhou, poking his belly and whispering, "Hey, how is it that we have such a shameful presence among us, Zhou? Yes, I can hear you." April's Zhou could no longer contain his frustration and charged at the character from Game of Thrones, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. The latter, unfazed, simply chuckled and began dusting off the dirt from his chest, showing no concern for the playful assault. Unable to bear it any longer, panda Zhou grabbed him by the collar and pulled him over to stand beside the armored Zhou, suggesting that this good-natured lad ought to avoid mingling with someone like the character from Game of Thrones, who has become somewhat of a rogue in that world. One is an innocent young noble, while the other is clearly a scoundrel. Separated from the group, April's Zhou appeared on the verge of tears, prompting the armored Zhou to tenderly pat his head. It is worth noting that April's Zhou was still in the womb when he traversed into this world, utterly unaware of anything, and it was only 6 months prior that he awakened the memories of his past life. He is indeed the only Zhou among them with a mysterious origin. Only upon regaining his memories did he realize he had entered the world of April is Your Lie, where he shares a classroom with Arima Kusii, whom he considers a half-friend, though more accurately, they are rivals. However, unlike Arima, he hails from an exceedingly affluent family, where wealth is merely a facet of a deeper legacy steeped in tradition. One could liken it to that of the modern world's elite aristocracy. Though residing in Japan, his connections to the West remain nebulous and intricate. Living in such an environment, as the sole heir and cherished only child, he is burdened with the expectations of his parents, family, and even the surrounding stakeholders, all of whom yearn for his success. Thus, the notion of freedom eludes him, and the idea of friendships seems distant. His days are consumed by study or the journey to acquire knowledge. Being of a tender age, he has yet to reach the age of social engagement, which, in some ways, has rendered his life less demanding, at least until he awakened his memories. Had he not awakened, he might have harbored fears of not surviving long enough to seize an opportunity for escape. Although he has not yet reached the age for socializing, His exceptional talents have already distinguished him within their upper echelons, excelling in piano, music, literature, languages, etiquette, international dance, equestrian skills, and even calligraphy. He is a natural nobleman. It is through these experiences that he recognized, upon awakening, that the world is not merely a simplistic narrative like your lie in April, but rather a multifaceted realm that includes, but is not limited to, the vibrant anime he adored in his previous life, such as Eoharu x Kikanju. As the character from Game of Thrones, he mused that he was akin to a figure from a romantic anime, a notion not entirely erroneous. Otherwise, how could a character such as himself come to exist? Clad in armor, he gently ruffled his hair, suddenly sensing the sensation of petting a feline, an exquisite breed with a lineage so pure that its worth was evident at a glance. In an instant, those present turned their gazes towards the luminous aura at the center of the space. Were newcomers arriving? Both the Game of Thrones version of Zhou Yu and the April version rose simultaneously. Both were relatively new to this space that belonged to them, making the situation somewhat unfamiliar. However, the pulsating glow unmistakably conveyed a singular message. Another Zhou Yu was on the verge of arrival. Chapter 24. Joy Zhou Yu lifted the covers, rose from his bed, and approached the window, pushing open the wooden frame. The night waned, and a dim light began to appear on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, a mist escaping his lips and merging with the chill outside. The sounds of clanging and clattering echoed from outside. Servants had risen earlier than he. Recently, a black raven had flown in from King's Landing, bearing grim tidings. Eddard Stark's foster father, Jon Arryn, had passed away, prompting Robert to lead a significant portion of his court northward, expected to reach Winterfell today. Chaos is a ladder, and the Stark family of the North must now enter the fray of this game of power. Turning, he donned his garments, aware that with the king's impending arrival, he must attire himself in more formal attire. As a sworn protector of Eddard Stark, he would soon find himself standing behind Eddard to greet the arrival of Robert. After securing the last piece of armor, Zhou Yu patted it down, ensuring everything was in order before picking up the sword from the table. With a graceful flick of his fingers, he performed a few flourishes. Feeling somewhat unburdened, he mused that given his current strength, wielding a heavy sword or warhammer would be a commendable choice. However, in the rush, the craftsman could only provide him with the rudimentary gear available. And since Zhou Yu was adept with any weapon, it mattered little. After all, the gear was rather unattractive, particularly that helmet. He scarcely had the desire to even place it atop his head. Securing the long sword at his waist, he took up the helmet he had never worn since acquiring it. Gazing at its aesthetically displeasing design, he grimaced and tucked it under his arm, donning his cloak as he stepped out the door. "Good morning, Lord Cant." The servants and soldiers he encountered along the way greeted him with respectful salutations, to which Zhou Yu reciprocated graciously. Over time, he had not only grown accustomed to Winterfell, but had also become a familiar figure among its inhabitants, who recognized him as a valiant warrior. Each visit to the tavern or similar establishments would elicit cheers and toasts in his honor, to the point that he began to dread such outings. The people of Winterfell extended their goodwill to their newly appointed guardian of Eddard, confident in his ability to protect their lord. With his cloak draped over his shoulders and the helmet tucked under his arm, Zhou Yu proceeded to patrol as part of his duties, ensuring the fortifications were adequately maintained. Just then, a young girl darted out like a mouse, followed closely by a small pup. Without needing to see clearly, Zhou Yu recognized her and called out, "Good morning." Beautiful lady. Stopped in her tracks, Arya's face flushed with embarrassment as she turned, lifting her skirts to perform a curtsy. "Good morning, Cant. Just call me Arya," she replied. Zhou Yu stepped forward and tousled her hair, the gesture evoking memories of Ilaria, the girl with slightly wavy hair. They were of a similar age, though Ilaria was considerably more petite. Watching Arya's meticulously styled hair become disheveled by his actions, her displeasure was palpable. As if she could hang an oil lamp from her frown, Zhou Yu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. He was accustomed to such gestures, having done the same with Ilaria whenever they met. As Arya fussed with her hair, an idea struck him. He playfully placed the helmet atop her head. It fit perfectly, encasing her small head and rendering her utterly adorable. He pinched her chubby cheek and retrieved a piece of jerky from his pocket, offering it to her. "Go on, Lady Arya. Farewell, Darren." With that, Arya pretended to bow theatrically before scampering away, clutching the treat. Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to carrying dried meat with her, often sharing it with the children around her. Over time, the residents of Winterfell had come to recognize a newcomer named Darren, a knight who delighted in distributing morsels to the hungry children. This endearing habit endeared him greatly to the local youth, who regarded him as a benevolent figure, especially since he served as a guard for Lord Stark. Watching Arya sprint away, Zhou Yu chuckled and shook her head. Strolling leisurely, she arrived at a small cottage, where the tantalizing aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air, accompanied by familiar voices. She lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Today promised to be splendid, did it not? Good morning, my handsome lords. How does it feel to be without your hair? Upon entering, Zhou was greeted by the sight of several bare-chested young men, more accurately Jon, Robb, and Theon, hiding away as they groomed their beards and hair. Zhou jested with the trio, leaning against a pillar with a bemused expression. Not so great. To be honest, I truly fail to comprehend why the lady insists we dress up for the king. Upon seeing Zhou, the others were not surprised. Jon, however, inquired with a hint of confusion. It must be for the queen. I've heard she is rather vain and pretentious. I've also heard that the prince is a notorious womanizer. Jon's comment sparked a torrent of risque jokes, even eliciting a chuckle from the usually serious Robb. Observing Robb being held down for grooming, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Reflecting on the many southern girls the little rogue had charmed, Theon was about to continue Robb's thought when Zhou patted his shoulder. I'm not sure about the little prince, but I've heard that the Kingslayer's brother is quite formidable. However, Theon, you need not feel envious. Ha ha ha. Zhou just sent the room into laughter. Even the bald man trimming Robb's beard could not stifle his amusement. Theon, however, flushed with embarrassment, realizing Zhou had compared him to that infamous dwarf. At that moment, a freshly groomed Robb stood up and patted Jon on the shoulder, making room. Come on, Tom. Give him a better cut. He loves this bird's nest more than he loves the ladies. Darren, would you like to join us? Robb's words left Jon looking quite flustered, while the recently teased Theon joined in the laughter. Thank you, but I cannot steal your thunder today. I have other matters to attend to. Observing Jon, who looked like a husky being taken to a pet salon, Zhou declined the offer with a smile, tapping the sword at her waist to indicate her duties. As she stepped out, she lifted the curtain and flashed Jon a mischievous grin. And I hope you encounter a beautiful maiden soon. Ha ha ha. With that, she departed, her laughter lingering in the air. In the room, Robb observed Jon's expression of utter disbelief and clapped his hands together. Don't look at me. I'm equally at a loss as to where to find a lady for you. For I believe that what I could procure may not be as cherished by you as your fondness for your own messy hair. As Zhou stepped outside, he was met with a fresh wave of laughter erupting from within, causing him to momentarily mourn for Jon, who remained a virgin, albeit in a context that none were privy to his own similar status. Chapter 25, The Mischievous Bran. What a hassle. Zhou stood outside the hall, acutely feeling the discomfort of living in such a time of diminished productivity. In that moment, he found himself envying those clad in armor, Zhou and April Zhou, in particular. Yet, his deepest envy was reserved for the one in the black robe. That individual existed in a realm of freedom, embodying the very essence of liberty. Very well. The next time they meet, he vowed to exact some playful vengeance for the grievances he harbored. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony, Zhou discerned the sound of a considerable number of people approaching, likely about 10 miles from Winterfell. He cleared his ears. Although he was gradually acclimating to these newfound abilities, there were moments when he still struggled to manage them effectively. It must be Robb and the others. Indeed. In the next moment, he beheld a soldier riding towards the castle gates, dismounting to hand the reins to a colleague before hastily entering the fortress. This was undoubtedly an advance party, come to inform Ned to prepare for the arrival of the king. At that instant, a captivating lady emerged from the hall, accompanied by an elderly scholar clad in coarse linen, adorned with numerous rings around his neck. Good morning, Lady Caitlin, Master Lewin. Good morning, Darren. Have you seen Bran? Upon hearing Caitlin's inquiry, Zhou instinctively cast his gaze toward the highest point of the castle. He had earlier observed someone climbing up there, and upon realizing it was Bran, he had dismissed it. Children will be children. A broken leg is but a minor setback. I shall bring him back, my lady, Zhou assured her. Recognizing the direction of his gaze, Caitlin evidently grasped the situation and could only sigh in resignation. Please do reprimand him on my behalf, and afterwards, ensure he changes into proper attire. King Robb and the queens will be arriving shortly, and it is imperative that all of House Stark is present to extend their welcome, lest we appear disrespectful. Of course, my lady. With that, Zhou offered a slight bow, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he departed with a clinking sound. At this moment, Bran was perched atop the highest point of the castle, gazing intently at the lush green fields beyond Winterfell. Suddenly, a steel hand reached out, seizing him and abruptly thrusting him downward. The terrifying scene caused Bran to scream in fright, his limbs flailing helplessly in the air. Ha 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 ha, my apologies, Lady Kate remarked. Allow me to teach you a lesson on her behalf. I hope you appreciate my manner of greeting. Grasping Bran, she lifted him back from the wall and set him down on the ground, smoothing his disheveled attire. Zhou observed his pale countenance. Do not engage in such antics again. Lady Kate is quite concerned, he said gently, noting the lingering terror etched on Bran's face. Indeed, as Bran realized that Zhou Yu was merely teasing him, his racing heart began to settle. The bold lad ceased his panic, albeit involuntarily bowing his head at Zhou Yu's words. Lady Kate was right, what? You always fixate on your feet when you are lying. The mischievous child, ever the rascal, demonstrated a lack of improvement, having just been startled into a frenzy, now resorting to deceit. Fortunately, Bran was not a mere bear cub. He was simply a bit playful, overflowing with energy, and most importantly, possessed of remarkable initiative. Look, the king's retinue. How many do you suppose are in it? Ignoring Bran's awkward expression, Zhou Yu noticed a procession emerging from a grove beyond their line of sight, advancing toward Winterfell. Perhaps a few hundred? Bran replied uncertainly. It seems you ought to seek instruction from Master Lewin on how to gauge the size of a moving troop, Zhou Yu remarked, causing Bran's lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Now, let us speak of something else. Lady Kate has instructed me to escort you back. Moreover, it appears you must report the king's arrival to Lord Stark. By the way, do you wish to fly? What? Bran, caught off guard by Zhou Yu's sudden inquiry, was momentarily bewildered. The abrupt shift in dialogue left his mind reeling. I mean, do you wish to experience the sensation of flight? Yes. Once he comprehended the meaning behind the question, Bran pondered briefly before responding with resolve. All right, hold on tightly. Zhou Yu thought to himself that some matters seemed destined to unfold. Even after frightening Bran and deftly changing the subject to distract him, the remnants of fear still lingered in Bran's heart, yet this did not deter his yearning for adventure. Indeed, all of Zhou Yu's previous attempts were not merely idle amusements meant to entertain a child. He sought to subtly alter the outcome of Bran's fateful fall, at least planting a seed of caution in his mind. However, it now appeared that the likelihood of success was slim. Let it unfold naturally. Zhou Yu bent down, cradling Bran in his arms, and with a powerful leap, ascended to the wall's summit, standing firm. Then, like a stealthy assassin, he sprinted along the roof's edge. Utilizing the protruding stones and varying heights of the eaves, he descended to the ground in a series of deft bounds, never once needing to steady himself with his hands, returning the still and rigid Bran to the anxious Summer, who was pacing back and forth on the ground. I patted his head to bring him back to his senses. However, upon witnessing the fervent glint that gradually ignited in Bran's eyes, Zhou Yu realized that he might have inadvertently caused trouble. His actions not only failed to intimidate the lad, but seemed to have flipped some metaphorical switch within him. Darren, you are remarkable. Could you teach me this? I wish to soar like you. This topic could wait. For now, he needed to return and don suitable attire before reporting his reconnaissance findings to Lord Eddard Stark. After sending Bran off with a maid who regularly attended to him, Zhou Yu made his way back to the entrance of the city gate. By this time, the open space had already filled with a multitude of people, all moving with purpose. Rows of armored soldiers, bearing spears, emerged in formation, finding their designated positions and standing resolutely, casting a serious atmosphere over the scene. Before long, the Stark family also stepped out, taking their place in the center of the gathering. Zhou Yu nodded to the Stark couple and joined the crowd, positioning himself behind Ned. Observing the scene before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In the original narrative, this moment was affectionately referred to by fans as the Stark family portrait, marking their final reunion. From that point onward, the House of Wolves would be irrevocably shattered, with some perishing and others scattering. What lay before him was as fleeting as a bloom that flourishes for only a night. Listening to the cacophony outside the castle, which was growing increasingly lively, he heard the hushed whispers and stifled gasps of the Northerners, the sounds of marching silence, the clatter of horses and armor, and the rumble of wheels crushing the earth beneath them. Where is Arya? Where has Arya gone? Sansa, where is your sister? As the king's entourage drew nearer, Catelyn suddenly realized that among her many children, Arya was conspicuously absent. After inquiring with Sansa and the others to no avail, she felt a growing anxiety as she stood rooted in place, unable to leave with Robert's arrival imminent. Zhou Yu perked up, turning his head to see Arya's small figure squeezing through the crowd. My lady, Miss Arya has arrived, he softly informed those in front of him. Indeed, they turned to see Arya dashing forward, donned in a rather unseemly helmet. Just as she was about to scurry to her designated spot, Ned caught her, removing the helmet from her head. What on earth are you wearing that for? Ned scrutinized the helmet in his hands, but with so many matters at hand, he decided against reprimanding her and allowed her to join her sister instead. Meanwhile, Robb and Jon, standing beside Ned, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Zhou Yu, positioned behind Ned, seemingly indifferent, accepted the helmet from Ned, tucking it under his arm, maintaining a serious demeanor while exchanging playful glances with Robb and the others, as if he were oblivious to the unfolding antics before him. The amusing scene brought a sense of joy to the long-waiting crowd. Arya approached Bran, nudging him aside to claim his previous spot. Faced with his sister's assertiveness, Bran could only furrow his brow in discontent and squeeze over to join Hodder. At that moment, the king's entourage arrived. Leading the procession was a member of the King's Guard, clad in resplendent golden armor and draped in a white cloak symbolizing honor, who strode confidently into the clearing and took position at the edge. Following closely behind was Joffrey, with his golden short hair and a devilish smirk, adorned in a crimson robe, exuding an air of superiority as he entered. This handsome spectacle left Sansa, with her youthful heart aflutter, gazing starry-eyed at her beloved prince. Robb, standing beside her, noticed and felt a pang of sympathy for his sister, though he did not dwell on it too much. After all, it was likely that she would soon be wed to this prince, a union he was not particularly fond of, given the prince's less than savory reputation and his own personal disdain for the boy. Nevertheless, if it brought her happiness, that sufficed. Trailing behind Joffrey was the Hound, who exhibited little interest in others, casting a glance toward the crowd. His imposing figure atop a grand steed, clad entirely in black armor, bore a helmet crafted in the shape of a dog's head that could open and close. A massive sword was slung across his back, the method of drawing it a mystery. As he stood still, he lifted his dog-headed helmet, revealing a scarred visage that caught Zhou Yu's attention immediately. The arrival of the accompanying retinue went largely unnoticed by the crowd, as the Stark family patiently awaited the main event. As the procession settled, the Queen's mobile palace, drawn by 2 black horses, made its entrance, accompanied by the remaining Kingsguard and some attendants. King Robert, flanked by his guards, rode in on a black horse, exuding a robust presence despite his middle-aged bulk. His imposing physique, complemented by his lush beard and fierce gaze, radiated a lion-like intimidation, befitting a man capable of wielding a war hammer on the battlefield. Upon seeing Robert enter, Ned led the way, kneeling on one knee in respect to welcome the king. Zhou Yu followed suit, bowing his head in deference. Observing his friend's gesture, Robert furrowed his brow, his expression serious, as he dismounted and strode purposefully toward Ned, stepping over the wooden boxes placed by the attendants. Upon reaching his long-lost friend, Robert slightly beckoned with his hand, prompting Ned to rise and engage in a long-awaited reunion with his brother-in-arms. As Ned stood, the others followed suit, and at that moment, the attention of everyone present converged upon these 2 prominent figures, the center of their collective gaze. Zhou Yu was no exception. Upon closer proximity to Robert, he discovered that the king exuded an even greater authority and stature than portrayed in the plays. Who could have imagined that such a heroic figure would meet his demise at the hands of a wild boar? It seemed almost like a jest. Your Majesty. Ned rose and respectfully bowed, greeting his sovereign first. Robert remained taciturn, his expression stern as he scrutinized Ned, revealing no trace of emotion. Beside Ned, Catelyn felt a twinge of anxiety. She wondered whether Ned's lack of response to Robert's summons might have provoked the king's wrath by compelling him to journey north personally. The silence from Robert cast an air of discomfort over those present, igniting an inexplicable unease within them. You've put on weight. After an extended appraisal of Ned, Robert suddenly broke the silence. His words caught everyone off guard, yet Catelyn's expression shifted as the weight of her worry seemed to dissipate. Upon hearing Robert's remark, Ned's nose crinkled, subtly conveying that this old fellow was in even worse shape than he. The 2 lifelong friends, brothers bound by fate, understood the nuances of each other's gestures implicitly. In an instant, both Robert and Ned erupted into hearty laughter, embracing each other and patting one another's backs, rekindling the warmth of their long-lost camaraderie. Catelyn, Your Majesty. Releasing Ned, Robert embraced the woman who had borne 5 children for House Stark, then affectionately ruffled the hair of his youngest son, Rickon, before returning to his dear friend. It has been 9 years. Where have you been? What kept you away? Nostalgia laced Robert's words as he reminisced about the past. Ned shared in the joy of this long-awaited reunion with his old friend. I have been safeguarding the north for you, Your Majesty. Winterfell stands ready for your command. Though aware that his friend was merely jesting, Robert, understanding his nature, refrained from elaborating. He had ventured north out of necessity, not desire, and he certainly did not wish to intrude upon his brother's life or put him in a precarious position. Thus, he remained silent. From the moving royal encampment behind them, Queen Cersei descended, surveying her surroundings, her face betraying signs of fatigue from her travels. Where's the imp? Arya, who had just returned from outside, could no longer contain her curiosity about the legendary dwarf of House Lannister, having yet to lay eyes on him. Can you please be quiet? Sansa, unable to tolerate her sister's lack of decorum, chastised Arya for her impolite inquiry at such a moment. Who are all these people? You must be Robb. Their exchange did not escape Robert's notice, allowing him to seize the opportunity to conclude his conversation with Ned, smiling as he approached the children. Gazing upon the tall and handsome boy before him, whose face bore faint traces of Ned's youth, Robert extended his hand to clasp with Rob's, affirmatively engaging in a silent dialogue with himself. Rob, in turn, met Robert's handshake with a composed demeanor, nodding and wearing an appropriately warm smile. Ah, the beauty of youth. Sansa, however, lacked such restraint. Robert's compliment ignited a spark of joy within her, causing her to shyly lower her gaze and smile. What is your name? Approaching Arya. Robert deliberately bent down, feigning unfamiliarity with the girl, and formally inquired about her name. Arya. Facing this man, Arya felt no fear after her exchange with Robert. She had the presence of mind to continue surveying her surroundings, eager to catch a glimpse of the imp and discover what he truly looked like. Oh. Show us your muscles. Robert playfully encouraged Bran, who obediently lifted his arm. Observing the boy's action, Robert chuckled and praised him. You will make a fine warrior. Chapter 27. Robert's resolve that must be Jaime Lannister, the twin brother to come. The keen-eyed Arya quickly spotted Jaime, who had removed his helmet, and felt an uncontrollable urge to share this information with her sister. Please, can you be quiet? Sansa could no longer endure her sister's impetuousness, finding her both reckless and uncouth, utterly lacking in femininity. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, as Robert concluded his audience, Cersei stepped forward, extending her hand to Ned. Ned accepted her hand, kissing the back of it and addressing her, while Catelyn followed suit, lifting her skirts in a courtly gesture. Take me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects. Cersei smiled faintly, just as she was about to speak, when Robert, having completed the formalities, directly instructed Ned to lead him to their family crypt. This statement caused Cersei's smile to fade, her tone turning sharply as she interjected, My dear, we have traveled for a month. There is no need for such haste to see the dead. Her words did not stir any emotion within Robert, who chose to disregard her. Ned. Calling out to Ned, Robert turned and departed. Understanding the situation, Ned could only comply with his king's command, offering a slight apologetic gesture to Cersei before following Robert. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Catelyn exchanged glances with the queen, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the actions of the two men. Meanwhile, Arya remained oblivious to the tension, focused solely on why she had yet to see the imp. The peculiar Lannister. Where is the little monster? Her question only served to ignite Cersei's simmering anger, as she turned silently to Jaime. Where has our brother gone? Bring that wretched creature back. With that, she retreated into her mobile palace, with a countenance full of helplessness. James understood that anyone privy to the truth knew precisely where the little beast mentioned by Cersei, his own younger brother, was located. However, he was equally aware of the reasons behind Cersei's fury and the target of her wrath. Yet, no one paid heed. Joffrey merely stood with his arms crossed, relishing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Robert and Ned had already arrived at the crypt. Robert, leading the way, appeared quite familiar with the surroundings. After a prolonged silence, Ned approached Robert, walking alongside him to disrupt the somewhat eerie atmosphere, inquiring about his foster father. Speak to me about Jon Arryn, Ned requested. A moment ago, he had been in good health, but then Robert inhaled deeply and sighed. That illness has utterly consumed him. His words were laden with sentiment and reliance, revealing his deep affection for Jon. We are alike in this. Ned empathized with Robert's sentiments. He never troubled himself over you, but I was different. Do you recall my teenage years? Robert reminisced about their childhood. Ned, stirred by the memories, couldn't help but chuckle, and the two continued their conversation as they strolled through the crypt. Back then, I was always plotting how to bash someone with a hammer or how to woo more girls. Robert shook his head. He taught me the ways of the world. Did he not? Ned interjected casually. Don't look at me like that. It's not his fault I was a poor student, Robert retorted, agitated by Ned's nonchalant demeanor, as his old friend persistently undermined him. Unable to tolerate Robert's brazen attitude any longer, Ned stroked his beard and chuckled, choosing to ignore him. I need your assistance, Ned. Robert finally halted, turning to face Ned, appearing somewhat breathless after their walk. Come south with me to King's Landing. Do not hide yourself at the world's end. Rendered utterly useless, Lord Eddard Stark, I hereby appoint you as Hand of the King. With a serious expression replacing his earlier levity, he spoke of the kingdom's affairs, expressing a desire for Ned to assume the position of Hand. Taken aback by Robert's solemn declaration, Ned contemplated for a moment before kneeling before him. I fear I am not suited for such a high office. Despite Ned's refusal, Robert showed no signs of yielding. This was not his purpose in coming north. I do not wish to burden you with my concerns. I intend for you to govern the realm while I indulge in the pleasures of life, eating, drinking, and reveling to my heart's content. Damn it. Ned, stand up. Since you aided me in obtaining that accursed Iron Throne, you must help me retain it as well. We are destined to rule the realm together. If your sister were still alive, we would have united our houses. Robert lifted Ned to his feet, his tone resolute and his demeanor unwavering, appealing to their emotions, which was precisely why he had chosen to journey north himself. Confronted by the surging tides of power, he found solace only in the brotherhood forged through their shared childhood and battles. Fortunately, it was not too late. I have a son, and you have a daughter. They shall unite our families. With that declaration, Robert offered no further opportunity for Ned to refuse, turning to stride forward. Ned, with his indecisive nature, found himself at a loss against Robert's assertiveness. Unable to voice his discontent, he could only follow with an unsettled heart. Before long, they arrived at the grave of Ned's sister, Lyanna Stark. As Robert beheld Lyanna's statue, it seemed as though he shed the burdens of his past, transforming into a simple man, a man besotted by love. He retrieved an eagle's feather from his breast and placed it gently in the statue's hand, his fierce eyes glistening with tears, his voice thick with emotion. Was it truly necessary to lay her to rest in such a place? She ought to be interred upon a scenic hill, with the sun and clouds as her companions. Ned stood a few meters away from Robert, observing his friend's poignant expression, his own feelings a whirlpool of complexity. After all, far too many secrets remained concealed within the annals of history, borne by the living. She is my sister. She belongs here. Ned struggled to articulate his thoughts, offering only vague sentiments. She belongs to me. Yet, his words seemed to awaken a memory in Robert, whose countenance darkened with fury as he clenched his teeth. As he caressed the statue's face, he exclaimed, "Each night in my dreams, I slay him anew. You have already killed him, your grace. The Targaryen line has perished, but I have not extinguished every last remnant." Ned's words did little to temper Robert's rage. Rather, his tone hardened, imbued with a palpable menace. "Are you searching for your brother?" Leaning against a stone pillar, Joyu nibbled on a piece of jerky, suddenly noticing a handsome gold-haired Kingsguard approaching. After dispersing the children clamoring for his snacks, he greeted the approaching figure. "Yes, it is the Queen's command. And you are?" Jaime, perplexed by the interaction, noted the gathering of common children around Joyu, yet the man appeared to be a soldier of some standing. The juxtaposition of their disparate worlds engaging in such joviality struck him as curious. Chapter 28. The Arena of Fame and Fortune. "Who are you? We have met before." Joyu's words sparked a flicker of recognition in Jaime's memory. He recalled having seen this individual among Ned's entourage, albeit briefly and with little more than a cursory glance. However, Joyu's distinctive figure prompted the recollection. "Very well, you mentioned my brother earlier? If you speak of a diminutive figure with golden hair, riding a tall steed towards a place of revelry, who could be a Lannister, I surmise you must be in search of your brother." "Ah. It seems he possesses quite the reputation. I can almost hear the cheers of the maidens from here," Joyu remarked, clapping his hands as he rose to approach Jaime, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Indeed, he bore a visage capable of captivating numerous women, adorned in his striking golden armor and white robe. He would surely haunt the dreams of many noble women in the midnight hour. Jaime furrowed his brow, sensing that the gaze of this man before him lacked proper decorum. Furthermore, he felt a sense of psychological caution towards this inexplicably appearing individual, instinctively placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "Forgive me, but may I inquire your name?" "Darren Khan," the man replied. In response to his movement, Joyu merely cast a brief glance, smiled, and gestured towards a direction. "I do not intend to impede you. I am merely curious about the Southerners. By the way, the youngest son of the Lannisters is over there. If you proceed a few hundred meters further, you will encounter the Black Horse, equipped with short stirrups, tethered at the entrance." Upon finishing his words, Joyu stepped aside, offering a slight nod before departing. Jaime found himself puzzled by the actions of this Darren Khan, yet he dismissed it. Perhaps it was indeed, as the man claimed, an innocent curiosity towards Southerners. For now, locating his brother was of paramount importance. As Joyu disappeared from view, Jaime continued on his path, hand still resting on the sword's hilt, the sound of clanging echoing as he moved towards the direction indicated. Meanwhile, Joyu stood atop the gatehouse, gazing towards the hall where the evening banquet was to take place, bustling figures moving about. The banners nearby fluttered in the wind, and Joyu found himself unconsciously murmuring. Delicate veils danced in the breeze, and a silver-haired maiden stared forlornly into the distance, her eyes vacant, unfocused, lost in contemplation. "Dany." The call of her name startled her from her reverie, though she offered no response, merely tilting her head slightly. "Daenerys." As the voice drew nearer, a man clad in black robes with white hair burst into the chamber of the ethereal maiden. "Here lies our betrothed," he exclaimed, excitement lacing his tone as he approached the girl by the window, clutching a sheer robe gifted by Illyrio. Dany regarded her exuberant brother in silence. Moving closer to observe the gossamer fabric in his hands, captivated without uttering a word. This garment was indeed exquisite, even more precious than gold. Yet in this moment, such considerations paled in significance. Its worth was merely the embellishment of an object. And she herself was that very object. Is he not exceedingly generous? Viserys Targaryen gazed upon his beautiful sister, envisioning the exquisite robe adorning her form, and found himself unable to restrain his emotions. He felt a sense of joy that Illyrio had bestowed such a precious gift upon them. Daenerys regarded the robe before lifting her gaze to her brother. Her voice cool and detached. We have resided in his estate for over a year, yet he has never sought any recompense. Illyrio is not foolish. He understands that one day, when I reclaim the throne, I shall not forget the friends who provided aid in our time of need. Viserys grasped the underlying implication of Daenerys' words. It was, after all, merely a transaction. Understanding her silence, he observed her expressionless demeanor, akin to a warm puppet. After handing the robe to a nearby handmaiden, he approached Daenerys and gently lowered her gown. You must bend and arch your back, allowing them to perceive that you have taken on the form of a woman. Within Viserys' tender words, Daenerys stood unveiled, her flawless, delicate skin laid bare before him without reservation. He inhaled deeply, surveying her exquisite young body with the gaze of one admiring a rare work of art, and could not help but reach out to caress her. Today, I require you to be fully alert. Can you manage that? Amid the sound of water flowing as the handmaiden filled the basin, Viserys' tone remained gentle, yet his eyes held no warmth, fixated intently upon Daenerys' own. As Daenerys beheld her brother's face, her lips trembled slightly. You do not wish to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you? Or do you? Faced with his icy threat, Daenerys ultimately lowered her head, relinquishing the last vestige of her hope. No. Viserys was pleased with her response. He turned on his heel and strode away, but after taking a few steps, he could not resist glancing back at his sister, his gaze drifting into an unknown distance. My dear sister, history shall record that my reign began this very night. With that triumphant proclamation, Viserys departed. Watching her brother recede into the distance, Daenerys remained expressionless, mechanically turning to step into the basin prepared for her, as if entering a fiery pit. The water is scalding, your majesty, a handmaiden, returning from her duties, remarked upon witnessing Daenerys' impassive entrance into the hot water. Yet Daenerys could not absorb any of this. The searing heat of the water paled in comparison to the frost within her heart. Amidst a cacophony of cheers and the crackling of flames roasting meat above the grill, the cook vigorously chopped meat upon the cutting board. Zhou Yu casually glanced around, ensuring everything was in order before stepping into the banquet hall, where he was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth and the clamorous voices of the crowd, which resonated at least 3 or 4 decibels higher than the bustling kitchen behind him. Shaking his head at the wine cup offered to him, he found a corner barely suitable for standing and surveyed his surroundings under the relatively bright lights. The most conspicuous figure was undoubtedly Robb, the protagonist of the soiree. Adorned with a crown encrusted with a myriad of gemstones, exuberantly seated amidst the crowd, repeatedly exclaiming for more wine, his spittle flying in all directions. A voluptuous woman attended to him, and he, unrestrained, was not shy about his advances. On the elevated platform, 2 women sat quietly behind a high table. Queen Cersei, with a frigid demeanor, watched her husband flirt and cavort with a common woman below, suppressing an ocean of fury within, her eyes filled with sorrow. As the hostess, Catelyn stood beside Queen Cersei, yet her face bore an expression of awkwardness, struggling to find words she could not utter. Fortunately, amidst the clinking of cups and the melodic strains of music, no one paid heed to the 2 women on the platform. This was indeed a realm of merriment for men. At that moment, Zhou Yu noticed a man clad in black, with long hair, weaving through the crowd towards Ned, who stood in the corner. Recognizing the man's distinctly stark features, Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed as he recalled his identity. However, the gauntness of his face starkly contrasted with his brother, who had begun to fill out. You are at the feast like a bear trapped in a cage. A slightly inebriated Ned glanced back, recognizing his brother and dismissing the jibe, instead broaching another matter. Do you know the boy I executed? Of course, I know him. He was young, but certainly not a coward. Ned, he was a true ranger. Upon hearing Bran Stark's assessment, Ned's expression grew complex. Well, he uttered some ramblings before his demise, claiming that the others had slain his companions. My guard, Darren, seems to have believed him. Indeed. The 2 Night's Watchmen accompanying him had gone missing, Bran casually remarked. Feeling the effects of the wine, Ned became somewhat uneasy and shook his head. Most likely, they fell prey to a wildling ambush. Perhaps. The direwolves have appeared south of the wall, and rumors of the others abound. Now my brother is set to become the prime minister. Truly, winter is coming. Bran discerned his brother's worries, subtly attempting to console him in a manly manner, echoing the sentiment that this was indeed a tumultuous season. Winter is coming, he scoffed, invoking the Stark family motto while listening to the cheerful melody behind them. And both brothers chuckled. Uncle Bran, Cousin Robb. At that moment, Robb noticed the two and approached, embracing Bran, whom he had not seen in ages. How have you been? I am well. With that, the three of them began to reminisce at the edge of the throng. Zhou glanced at the three individuals, then at the two elegantly dressed women seated regally on the platform. Aside from the indulgence at the center of the crowd, the rest were huddled in groups, either whispering conspiratorially or searching for their prey. A sudden wave of ennui washed over him. The air was thick not only with the aroma of meat and the scent of wine, but also with the palpable desires of the attendees. Noticing the lack of engagement, he turned to leave the banquet and stepped outside. Just as he reached the back, a cacophony of clinking sounds caught his attention. Did anyone ever tell you that you cannot kill a straw-stuffed sack? Jon halted his swordplay and turned to see Zhou emerging from the banquet hall. Someone mentioned that not long ago, but I'm more curious. Does the banquet not attract you? Do you all prefer to breathe the fresh air outside? I cannot speak for others, but I find the outdoor air rather refreshing, Zhou replied, approaching while unfastening the flask at his waist and taking a casual sip, gesturing towards the distance with a nod. His keen eyes spotted a short figure in red wobbling away in the distance. Are you referring to Tyrion Lannister? Jon inquired, squinting into the dark void where he could see nothing. If the Tyrion you speak of is the golden-haired dwarf, then indeed, that must be him. Come, have a drink, Zhou said, observing Tyrion vanish around a corner, shaking his head without elaborating further, and offered the flask to Jon. Jon eyed the flask skeptically, furrowing his brow. I don't drink, Zhou, taken aback, replied. What are you thinking? This is water. I'm practically your age. Jon's lips twitched at Zhou's words. He had never encountered someone so robust who could effortlessly fell multiple targets. Yet Zhou's remark left him without retort, especially after having heard Eddard Stark speak of Zhou's adoptive father, Nian Kant, suggesting that Zhou was even younger than himself. But upon comparing their physiques, particularly with the added burden of his illegitimate status and Catelyn's refusal to let him attend the feast, Jon felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was precisely why he was out here, chopping at straw dummies to vent his feelings. Upon hearing that the flask contained water, Jon, who had been chopping for quite some time, felt a pang of thirst. He licked his lips, accepted the flask, and tilted it back to quench his thirst. Splutter. Cough. 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 This is wine. As the liquid surged down Jon's throat, he sputtered it out, his face flushing crimson, indignantly holding up the flask to accuse Zhou. Zhou, witnessing Jon's predicament, erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth. At that moment, Jon appeared both endearing and comical. With a light-hearted chuckle, Zhou accepted the skin pouch from Jon's hands, thinking it best to tease him a little without wasting this fine wine. Although it paled in comparison to the exquisite vintages of his previous life, it was certainly far superior to the inferior, watered-down brews he had consumed before. Did you not say it was merely water? Indeed, wine is just another form of water. Zhou savored another delightful sip, sealing the pouch and securing it at his waist before perching himself upon a nearby hitching post. If only the circumstances were different. I would invite you to taste the finest of spirits. What is that spirit you speak of? And I am older than you. You ought to address me as brother. Jon retorted. Oh, is that so? Then, as your elder brother, you wouldn't shy away from a drink, would you? Zhou's teasing elicited a faint blush upon Jon's face. The mousy he mentioned was a far superior liquor, often heralded as nectar of the gods, or so the advertisements proclaimed. Jon, accustomed to Zhou's cryptic remarks, had just been deceived and now found himself the subject of Zhou's jests. He decided to ignore him and walked back toward the training dummy, sword in hand. At that moment, Zhou produced a generous piece of roasted meat from his cloak, teasingly wafting it toward Jon's nose. Jon turned, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Where on earth did you acquire that? Never mind where it came from. Just tell me whether you wish to partake, Zhou replied, tearing off a piece and offering it to Jon. Jon glanced at his sword, then at the tempting roast in Zhou's hand. Feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, having not eaten all afternoon, he let out a resigned sigh and stepped forward to accept the morsel, tearing into it with vigor, as if to unleash his frustrations upon the meat. Zhou leisurely munched on his own piece, quietly observing Jon. This meat had been an opportunistic find when he had stepped outside moments before. It seems you have formed quite the bond with Tyrion, Zhou remarked. Jon paused, taken aback, unsure of how Zhou had discerned this. Perhaps you two have become friends? He seems to regard you as one of his own kind, Zhou continued. But the words cast a shadow over Jon's expression. He lowered his head, suddenly disinclined to eat. Is being a bastard truly so contemptible? Jon's voice was barely above a whisper, and had it not been for Zhou Yu's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. Yet, he sensed the weight of years of grievances behind Jon's words. The events of the day had repeatedly assaulted his dignity, whether it be from his father, uncle, Catelyn, or even the Lannister dwarf. Ultimately, Jon was still just a child, burdened by years of unacknowledged pain, with no one to comprehend his plight. I cannot speak for others, but I believe that regardless of who we are all merely human. When a person is slain, they die. Zhou Yu had no inclination to play the role of a sympathetic elder brother. Instead, he continued to chew on his meat nonchalantly, spouting nonsense as he did so. Jon paused momentarily upon hearing his words, then resumed his consumption of the roasted meat in his hand. Are you prepared to don the black cloak? As Jon chewed on his meat, he gazed into the distance at the encroaching night, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this is indeed a splendid idea, though it is certainly only advantageous for you. Zhou Yu, unfazed by Jon's silence, continued speaking. Tyrion is a remarkable individual, possessing a kind heart, empathy, and an abundance of wisdom that many fools lack. Though he is a dwarf, he is a giant in intellect. He would make an excellent friend, someone worthy of trust and respect. Zhou Yu fiddled with his fingers, casually wiping them on a wooden post, then retrieved a flask from his belt, uncorked it, and took a swig before rising to pat Jon's shoulder. Care for another? The feast's meat, the feast wine. Heh. Jon eyed the flask in Zhou Yu's hand, and after a brief silence of 2 seconds, he extended his hand to receive it, imitating Zhou Yu's actions as he tilted his head back for a drink. As expected, he choked and bent over, his nose and eyes scrunching together in discomfort. Jon returned the flask, muttering, I truly do not understand what is so enjoyable about wine. You will know once you become a man, Zhou Yu replied, taking back the flask, wiping the rim, and indulging once more before recorking it. Jon found himself unsettled by Zhou Yu's words, turning away in an attempt to ignore him. After finally managing to elevate his spirits with a couple of sips of wine, he was confronted by Zhou Yu, that scoundrel, despite the fact that it was he who had provided the meat and wine. I'm leaving. The night is dark and the winds are rising. And having drunk my wine, we are now friends. As a friend, I feel compelled to tell you. Zhou Yu's gaze fixed on Jon's eyes as he turned to face him. No one's identity is more noble than another's. Believe in yourself. Just as you are currently enjoying the same feast of wine and roasted meat. With that, Zhou Yu sauntered away, seeking a place to relieve his burgeoning bladder. Jon watched Zhou Yu depart, his head bowed in contemplation. The banquet thus concluded amidst the harsh winds of the northern night, guests returning to their designated abodes, though the specifics of those locations were subject to personal interpretation. In the darkness, Zhou Yu heard the sound of galloping hooves and quietly pushed open a window, peering through the crack to observe a cavalryman hastily entering Winterfell's castle. The message from Eagle's Nest arrived with perfect timing. Knock, knock, knock. Scholar Ruin seeks an audience. My lord. In the chamber, Ned was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his wife when a sudden knocking at the door interrupted, and a servant reported Ruin's request. Ned and Catelyn exchanged puzzled glances. Let him in. I beg your pardon, my lord, my lady. A mounted rider has arrived at this late hour. Ruin entered, offering no acknowledgement to the couple nestled on the bed, his voice low and steady as he calmly reported the situation while glancing towards Catelyn. Catelyn, who had been tenderly whispering sweet nothings while nestled against Ned's chest, was taken aback as she hastily rose to stand before Maester Luwin. She took the wax-sealed letter from his hands and held it up to the candlelight. You stay here, Ned instructed as he too rose, bidding Maester Luwin to remain. This letter is from the Irie, Catelyn exclaimed upon seeing the seal emblazoned with the Irie's emblem, addressing her husband. Both were astonished, for logically, Catelyn's sister, Lisa Tully, should be in King's Landing at that moment. How then could a letter have arrived from the Irie? This suggested she had returned to the Vale, to the Irie, though the purpose of her return remained a mystery. What could she possibly be doing back at the Irie? She has not resided there since her marriage. Catelyn murmured in confusion as she unfolded the letter for a closer inspection. Maester Luwin approached the heavy wooden door, closing it firmly before turning to regard the two lords of Winterfell. As Catelyn's scrutiny of the letter intensified, her eyes widened in disbelief, culminating in a visage of shock as she stared at Luwin. Among the three in the room, only Maester Luwin had previously seen this letter. Thus he must have verified the credibility of its contents. Yet, all Catelyn could discern on Luwin's face was a calm heaviness, which caused her heart to plummet. In a flurry of anxiety, she crumpled the letter into a ball and hurried to the nearby hearth, tossing the balled paper into the flames to incinerate it. Ned approached, perplexed by his wife's behavior, unable to restrain his curiosity. What does it say? She has escaped from the capital, Catelyn replied, her face etched with fear as she recounted what she had gleaned from the letter. She claims that Jon Arryn has been murdered, that the Lannisters are involved, and that the king's position is perilous. However, Ned's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Your sister has just become a widow, Catelyn. She does not know what she is saying. Yet Catelyn was unconvinced. If this letter falls into the wrong hands, Lisa could lose her head. Would she take such a grave risk, wagering her life and her son's, without absolute assurance? Clearly, Catelyn instinctively dismissed her husband's skepticism, bolstered by her unwavering faith in her sister. Faced with Catelyn's words, Ned found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The moment this letter arrived, the tides had already begun to shift, and all parties involved stood precariously at the edge of a precipice. Turning away, Ned rubbed his face in distress. His thoughts a tangled web. If this is true, if the Lannisters covet the throne, who but you can protect the king? Maester Luwin. Observing his lord's worry and Catelyn's subtle encouragement, could not help but voice his perspective. Upon hearing Luwin's words, Ned was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He found himself torn between his family, having just promised his wife to remain by her side, and the fate of his brother and the realm, teetering on the brink of destruction due to treachery. This dilemma placed him precariously on the scales of choice. They had poisoned the former prime minister. And now you dare to propose that Ned become yet another victim? Catelyn, incensed by Luwin's remarks, could not restrain her indignation and confronted him. The king had traveled tirelessly for a month, seeking aid from the Lord, the only person he trusted. In the face of the lady of the Lord's accusations, Luwin remained calm and rational, contemplating the larger picture. The current circumstances had laid everything bare, forcing Ned to make a choice. Catelyn, feeling helpless, looked anxiously at her husband. You once vowed loyalty to your king, Luwin continued, speaking with a serene demeanor. He had served Robert throughout his tumultuous life. With a clear conscience, he owed Robert nothing. Ned, with his back turned to them, absorbed the tension of their dispute. The weight of family and country weighed heavily upon him, leaving him in torment. Catelyn stepped closer, gazing tenderly at her husband. Your father and brother went south only once, in response to the king's summons. Her words reminded Ned of his father and brother, who had perished at the hands of the mad king, leading to rivers of blood. His face involuntarily twitched with anguish. The times have changed, and so has the king. Luwin's voice was gentle, merely stating the facts. In Ned's heart, the final straw had tipped the balance. Chapter 31. The gentle current. Your marksmanship has not diminished, has it? Not quite what it was, but still a notch above yours. Haha, I know this is a difficult position for you. Thank you for agreeing to help me. I would not have asked if it were not absolutely necessary. You are my true friend, understand? My only friend now. I hope I won't disappoint you. You won't, as long as you refrain from that perpetually grim countenance. Come now, children, let us hunt some wild boars. This was the exchange between Robert and Ned, while Zhou Yu, holding a long spear, quietly stood to the side, gazing up towards the tower, listening to the bustling crowd, the jests of the hunting dogs towards the imp, and the whispers of intimacy from within the tower. He cast a glance at Bran, who stood by the doorway. Smiling at him, he nudged his horse and joined the hunting party. Let us see if we shall reap any rewards, Zhou Yu murmured. The numerous hunting party ambled towards the forest beyond the city, forming a long line. Everyone strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation with friends, gradually making their way to their destination. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Rob and others, abruptly turned to gaze towards the direction of Winterfell, specifically towards the tower. What is the matter? Rob inquired, puzzled by Zhou Yu's sudden action. Nothing much. Just a sense of foreboding that today may yield no fruitful outcomes, Zhou Yu replied, gently shaking his head. He hung his spear beside the saddle, grasped the reins with both hands, and continued to ride unsteadily. We haven't reached our destination yet, said Theon, chiming in. Oh, is that so? Well, it seems last night's revelry has left my mind rather foggy. Perhaps I ought to rest well. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly after sharing his nonsensical jest, nudging his horse towards Ned's direction. Time seemed to fold upon itself in that moment, and the crowd subtly transformed. The jovial outings of yesterday now draped in a veneer of melancholy. The looming Winterfell behind them appeared shrouded in mist compared to the previous day, and the travelers along the road had altered their destinations. Zhou Yu continued towards Ned, now accompanied by an additional figure in front of him. Jon rode up beside his father, and Ned patiently awaited him, both bearing an unusual gravitas that was absent in their usual exchanges. Joining the Night's Watch was a supreme honor. For millennia, the Stark family had valiantly safeguarded the North, and Jon, though lacking the Stark surname, shared their blood. Ned gazed at Jon, whom he regarded as his own child, preparing for their final farewell. Is my mother still alive? Does she know of my current situation? Is she aware of my whereabouts and my future? Did she ever care for me? Jon, in this pivotal moment of his life, felt compelled to voice the questions that had lingered in his heart for years. Ned, sensing John's intense gaze, averted his eyes, his heart tumultuous. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to make a promise. When we meet again, we shall speak of your mother, I assure you. John, observing the sorrow etched on his father's face, felt an ominous premonition rising within him. He contemplated, deciding against further inquiries. He would learn what he needed to know upon their next encounter. Having made his vow, Ned spoke no more, deftly steering his horse southward. Snow, take care. I trust that Lord Stark will share a captivating tale with you when the time comes. At that moment, Joyu approached, witnessing the poignant farewell between father and son. John, glancing at his few friends, offered no further words, merely nodding in silence. He turned to look back at his own party heading north, then turned his horse to follow suit. Joyu stood momentarily speechless, observing the divergent paths of the two fathers and sons. Gazing upon the overcast Winterfell, one could discern a sorrowful mother vigilantly guarding her child. Regarding John, it was not that he refrained from revealing his thoughts at this moment. Rather, he was acutely aware of the implications. In this dire circumstance, the question of who inquired often led to death. Such inquiries only brought more demise. It was uncertain when he would return again. Contemplating these matters, Joyu shook his head and spurred his horse to join the southern caravan, as he was a sworn protector of Eddard Stark, obligated to remain by his side. At this moment, across the narrow sea, the Dothraki had temporarily encamped. The wild Dothraki were accustomed to sitting upon the ground, carelessly consuming bloody roasted meat and plundered wine. Khal Drogo, in high spirits, retreated into his tent. Moments later, the sounds of flesh colliding and muted groans mingled with heavy breaths emanated from within. Daenerys Targaryen, newly wed into the Dothraki tribe, endured the brutishness of the man behind her, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled not to let them fall. Helpless, she gazed towards the wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, who had gifted her 3 petrified dragon eggs as a wedding present. Even though she was merely a token bestowed upon Khal Drogo, she had lost everything, and even her own identity had slipped away. These 3 gifts, while symbolic more than substantive, remained her only solace. Outside the tent, Viserys observed with a smirk as Drogo entered to indulge his desires, relishing the winds of the plains while squinting at the horizon where the sky met the earth. His thoughts drifting towards the Iron Throne seated in the Red Keep of King's Landing. Jorah Mormont sat beside him, inattentively sipping his ale. At the wedding, he had presented Daenerys with a tome detailing the history and legends of the 7 kingdoms, remaining close to these 2 Targaryens. Outside, the laughter of men mingled with ambitions and conspiracies carried by the wind, while within the tent, Daenerys's gaze blurred the dragon eggs with her tears in the flickering firelight. The flames crackled and danced. Jon sat by the campfire, seeking warmth, his eyes vacantly scanning the surroundings, his focus aimlessly drifting. The biting northern wind swept through the woods of the north, while the stream babbled and crows cawed intermittently. As the first ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark could not remain idle, bustling about to orchestrate affairs, and at this moment, he was leading several prisoners from their cages towards Jon and Tyrion. Chapter 32. The King's Road. Sit down. You shall be fed shortly. For now, release them, Benjen commanded, supervising the arrangements while attending to the prisoners, all the while reading by the flickering campfire. As Tyrion basked in the warmth of the fire, he noticed a few individuals approaching. Tilting his head slightly, he recognized at a glance the origins and destinations of these prisoners, a skill honed by his extensive knowledge and frequent interactions along the way. Ah, the walls are sturdy, he mused, his intonations capturing the attention of Jon, who was lost in thought by the fire. Jon looked up at him quietly. Their choices, to abandon warmth or to remain at the wall. Most undeniably, many were reluctant to part with that comfort. Sensing Jon's curiosity, Tyrion feigned engrossment in the book cradled in his arms, engaging in a self-dialogue. Jon, hearing his words, showed no intention of responding, adopting an air of indifference. Entering a new environment and facing the uncertainties of life ahead, Jon felt a pang of anxiety despite his mental preparations. At that moment, he found little inclination to interact with the Lannister dwarf. Tyrion, however, was not one to let such a conversational opportunity slip away. Not fond of your new brothers? He inquired, his tone laced with irony. Jon glanced at the recently liberated prisoners nearby. Some bore expressions of displeasure, tearing at the grass in frustration, while others appeared anxious and submissive. Don't forget, one of the finest aspects of being a Night's Watchman is the chance to abandon your old family and embrace a new brotherhood, Tyrion remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Faced with Tyrion's sharp tongue, Jon's expression shifted from blankness as he observed his weary Uncle Benjen and the prisoners guarded nearby. After a moment of silence, He finally uttered his first words since parting ways at Winterfell. Why do you read so many books? Without lifting his gaze from the pages, Tyrion continued to converse. Look at me and tell me what you see. What trickery is this? Jon retorted, refusing to indulge Tyrion's provocations. You see a dwarf. Had I been born to a humble farmer, I would have been cast into the woods to await death. Yet I emerged from the Lannister family of Casterly Rock, where expectations are high. You see, my father served as hand of the king for 2 decades. You brother, however, killed the king. Jon's words were void of emotional fluctuation, akin to a fisherman who had been casting lines for years. But this unexpected retort abruptly interrupted Tyrion's train of thought, leaving him momentarily speechless and struggling to regain composure. His calm facade cracking, Tyrion raised his head from the book, corralling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Steadying his expression, he turned his gaze towards the distant river, resuming his soliloquy with a smile. Indeed, my brother has slain the king, and such is the capricious nature of life. My elder sister has wed the newly appointed monarch, and my irascible nephew shall inherit the throne. I am left to uphold the family's honor. I must exert some effort, mustn't I? At this juncture, Tyrion glanced back at Jon, his demeanor having softened, devoid of the earlier discomfort. Jon remained still, though his peripheral vision remained attentive to Tyrion, curious as to his next antics. But what could be done? My brother wields his sword, while I possess my intellect. The mind must be nourished with knowledge, just as a sword requires honing. Jon Snow, this is why I tirelessly pursue learning. What of you? What is your tale, bastard? Having shared his own narrative, Tyrion feigned a return to his book, yet seemingly casually posed another question. Beg me, and perhaps I shall regale you with my tale, you little imp. Jon showed no indulgence towards Tyrion, continuing to butcher his fish. Yet, Tyrion could not suppress a laugh at Jon's Na'vi demeanor. A penniless bastard, brimming with fervor, ventures to join the storied Night's Watch, encountering a band of noble and valiant brothers along the way. At this, Tyrion cast a glance at the ragtag group of prisoners behind him before turning his gaze back to Jon. The Night's Watch serves as the sole bulwark against the myriad peculiarities and the myriad of horrors your wet nurse spoke of that threaten the realm. Faced with Tyrion's incisive retort, Jon found himself at a loss, his words interrupted once more by Tyrion. You are a clever lad. How could you possibly believe such nonsense? Jon was unable to counter Tyrion's bluntness, and as he surveyed the malnourished and ragged lot before him, he fell silent. Observing Jon's aggrieved expression, Tyrion smacked his lips, rummaged through his clothing, and produced a flask, tossing it to Jon. A hearty drink will surely ease your woes. Jon accepted it without hesitation, uncorking it and gulping down its contents. Ah, the gods above. This is the splendor of the north. Robb, invigorated by the sight of a grand tree, shook his hand after handling the flask and returned it, indifferent to the few drops that dripped from his trousers, turning to embrace nature with genuine awe. I long to abandon them and ride forth, he lamented, returning to the table and seated across from Ned, voicing his grievances. At that moment, Joyu stood nearby, tethering his horse, vigilant, and performing his duties. Although his eyes wandered to admire the scenery, his ears were keenly attuned, eager to catch any intriguing gossip from the 2 older men to alleviate the impending monotony. After a long day of travel, they had finally arrived at King's Road, and as dusk approached, they had no choice but to settle for the night, which was yet another source of Robb's discontent. Indeed, Ned remarked nonchalantly, having grown weary of the scenery. What of the 2 of us? Along this King's Road, we shall embark on a gallant escapade, and by nightfall, we can seek out the warmth of some tavern maidens for lively conversation. Robert, lost in his musings, meandered off topic, prompting even the stern-faced Ned to chuckle, who casually interjected. Were it 20 years ago, I might have pondered such an adventure. Back then, we had battles to fight and no wives to tether us, but alas, the days of carefree revelry have waned. Robert, upon reaching this sentiment, cast aside the dried fruit he had been toying with in disinterest. I do recall a few escapades. Ned stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ha, ha ha. Ned's sudden outburst of laughter struck a chord with the 2 middle-aged men, both of whom shared a moment of camaraderie. Robert, pointing at Ned with a mischievous grin, seemed to recall something, his face twisting into a lecherous expression. That girl, what was her name? The common lass you were with, Becca? The one with the ample bosom you could bury your face in. Becky. She was undoubtedly your old flame. Ned smirked, gazing at Robert with certainty. Becky. Thank the gods for Becky and her endowments. Robert intoned dramatically, his eyes glazing over as if lost in nostalgic reverie. His playful demeanor elicited another round of hearty laughter from the pair. And what of your lady, Alina? Wait. I recall you mentioning her once, Meryl? The mother of your illegitimate child, Robert chuckled as he began to reminisce about Ned's blunders, though he struggled to pinpoint the details, his brow furrowing in concentration. Vera. Ned interjected, glancing at the distant landscape, seemingly indifferent. Yes, that's her. She must be quite remarkable to have made Eddard Stark forget his honor. You've never described her to me. Robert finally recalled a humorous incident involving his dear friend, teasingly pressing on. That opportunity has long passed. Ned replied with a stern expression, indicating he would never grant Robert such an avenue. In those days of war, we lived on the precipice of uncertainty, damn it. You have always been so hard on yourself. Maintaining this demeanor, Robert continued, but then he noticed something amiss in Ned's countenance. As he raised his gaze, he saw the shift in Ned's expression, prompting him to alter his words at the last moment. I swear, had I not been your king, you would have struck me just now. It was evident that in their youth, Robert had often faced Ned's wrath for his indiscretions. As they had grown up together as childhood friends, the most vexing aspect of donning the crown is that I can no longer lay hands upon you, Ned chuckled, finding humor in the situation. Believe me, that is not the most vexing matter. Just as they were engaging in jovial banter, Ned observed Robert's expression gradually growing somber. Robert spoke as he pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket, casually wiping the dirt from his fingers before handing it to Ned. Standing nearby, pretending to be vigilant while actually eavesdropping on their gossip, Zhou cast a glance at the two. Ned accepted the paper with a look of confusion, unfolded it, and then, with a face full of disdain and a hint of anger in his voice, crumpled the letter and tossed it onto the table before him. Daenerys Targaryen has just married a Dothraki horse lord. What does that matter? Should we send a congratulatory gift? I think a knife would be more appropriate. A sharp blade in the hands of a bold man, Robert declared, raising his horn of wine and cursing venomously. She's just a child, Ned instinctively retorted upon hearing Robert's words. His kind-hearted nature saw Daenerys, who was of similar age to Jon, as nothing more than a girl. Clearly, he did not share his king's sentiments. However, Robert was the king of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, and even across the narrow sea. He possessed the power to enact the threats he spoke of. Moreover, his honor forbade him from directly or indirectly committing murder against a child, which was why Ned sought to dissuade Robert. This child will soon spread her legs and breed bastards. Robert scoffed at Ned's words, continuing to drink from his goblet of red wine. What you imply is abhorrent, Ned replied bluntly, refusing to yield. Oh, I am the abhorrent one? It was her father who committed those atrocities against your family, and it was Rhaegar Targaryen who wronged your sister, my beloved woman. I want to personally slay every last Targaryen. The mere mention of this incited a profound rage within Robert. Even after so many years, even after he, Robert Baratheon, had driven the Targaryens from the throne and slaughtered nearly all of them, his hatred remained insatiable. Every night in his dreams, he would take it upon himself to eliminate each Targaryen, shattering their skulls one by one with his hammer. You cannot slay this one with your own hands, can you? Ned continued to counsel Robert. He knew Robert well enough to understand that if he were truly able to do what he claimed, he would have acted long ago instead of waiting for an opportunity to sit before him and speak of it now. That Khal Drogo. They say he commands an army of 100,000. The Dothraki are far across the narrow sea. What does it matter if there are 1,000,000 troops? Robert argued. Those savages have no ships. Indeed, Robert's inaction had its reasons. Perhaps he did not care about the 2 Targaryens, who were like lost dogs fleeing. The little birds of the spider had long informed him that these 2 wretches had been hiding for over a year in the mansion of a wealthy governor across the narrow sea. What troubled him was the thought that these damned white-haired Targaryens might find an opportunity, however small or faint, to return. Ned could discern Robert's concerns, yet he appeared indifferent. What could the savages, thousands of miles away, possibly accomplish? Even now, there are those in the kingdom who label me a usurper. If that foul Targaryen brat were to cross the sea with the Dothraki army, these scoundrels would surely rally to his side. Robert lamented, reflecting on the internal strife within the kingdom, where each family, driven by self-interest, resembled leeches, blood-sucking parasites. He had seen through this charade for far too long. He cannot cross the sea. Even if he were to arrive, we could unite to cast him back. A storm is brewing, Ned. Hearing Ned's seemingly simplistic considerations, Robert spoke with a weighty tone, implying much more. I cannot predict when the eruption will occur, nor can I identify our adversaries. But I can sense the scent of war. Robert, well aware of Ned's disposition, was disinclined to prolong the discussion on what actions to undertake. He was the king and could pursue whatever he willed. His brother had grown far too comfortable in the desolate north over the years, becoming unfamiliar with the vile machinations of nobility. Ned understood Robert's insinuations, since he agreed to journey south to King's Landing. Robert had subtly alluded to these matters in recent days, hinting at Ned's fate. This reminded Ned of the letter he received from the Irie the previous night. And with the addition of the earlier correspondence, Even his dull senses registered a looming darkness overhead. This descent southward promised to be fraught with peril. Catelyn's fears were not unfounded. Thus, he fell silent, feeling the weight of anxiety for the impending journey, realizing that the waters were far deeper than he had anticipated. Nightfall arrived unceremoniously in Winterfell. Catelyn remained vigilantly by her son Bran's bedside, clutching the seven-pointed star she had woven, beseeching the seven for their protection. As a mother who deeply loved her child, this was all she could do. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, and Catelyn turned to see Maester Luwin entering the room. Approaching Bran's bedside, Luwin observed the still unconscious child, and then glanced at the weary mistress of Winterfell. Reaching out to touch Bran's forehead, "My lady, we must reconcile the accounts to determine the expenses incurred during the royal visit." Luwin's voice was cold as he regarded Catelyn, who was laboriously tying together a figure representing the mother. Catelyn, clearly preoccupied with her son's plight, responded absently, "You may discuss such matters with Poor. Poor has accompanied Lord Stark south, my lady. We require a new steward, and numerous positions demand our immediate attention. Do you believe I care for the arrangement of positions?" As Reuven recounted his tale, Catelyn became increasingly impatient, especially when he mentioned the Master of Pearl accompanying Eddard Stark southward. Her movements quickened, and the fury within her could no longer be contained, erupting into a roar. "I will take charge." Just as Reuven observed the woman before him. Overwhelmed by waves of sorrow, at a loss for words, a decisive voice resonated from the doorway. Chapter 34. Assassination. "I will take charge. We shall address this matter first thing in the morning." At some point, Robb had entered Bran's chamber, seizing upon Reuven's statement. "Very well, my lord," Reuven replied, casting a knowing glance at Robb and refraining from further comment. He then turned to Catelyn, offering a slight bow before retreating to grant the mother and son their privacy. Outside the room, the direwolves howled incessantly, their cries echoing in a relentless chorus. Robb felt the air in the room grow stifling. He approached the window and opened it, seeking to let in fresh air. With the window agape, the howling north wind and the cries of the pups grew even more pronounced. "How long has it been since you stepped outside this room?" Robb inquired, glancing at his mother. "I must tend to him," Catelyn replied, her tone lacking conviction, as she stubbornly clung to her resolve. "Mother, he will not die. Master Reuven has assured me that the danger has passed," Robb spoke softly. "But what if he is mistaken? Bran needs me." At Robb's words, Catelyn seemed to be stirred, her voice rising in a frantic pitch, her demeanor bordering on neurotic. "Rickon needs you. He is only 6. Robb found it difficult to comprehend his mother's recent withdrawal, invoking the name of another son, even younger than Bran. This remark briefly jolted Catelyn from her reverie, reminding her that her worries for Bran had caused her to overlook her other children. Her gaze fell, momentarily flustered. Robb continued, "He is utterly bewildered by the situation, trailing after me all day, clinging to my leg, crying and wailing. Close the window. I cannot bear it. Make them stop." Robb's words shattered Catelyn's composure, leaving her to cry out hoarsely, helplessly pleading. Witnessing this vulnerable side of his mother, Robb realized she was finally awakening to her surroundings. Just as he was about to shut the window, something outside caught his attention, causing his expression to stiffen as he stared fixedly at a particular spot. "There's a fire." His exclamation momentarily stunned Catelyn, rendering her momentarily bewildered as she gazed at her eldest son in confusion. "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Yet Robb clearly lacked the luxury of time for tender conversation with his mother. With Eddard's departure southward, Winterfell was already considerably understaffed, and the operations of the castle had become overwhelmingly burdensome. As the Lord of Winterfell, his presence was required, so after issuing his directive to Catelyn, he hurriedly made his way outside. Outside the window, the cacophony of frantic dog barks, the clanging of bells signaling a fire, and panicked exclamations grew increasingly urgent. Having awakened from her hysteria, Catelyn regained a semblance of reason. She set aside the ritual ring in her hand and approached the window, gazing out at the thick smoke billowing from the side of the blaze. At that very moment, a hooded figure clad in black had stealthily entered the room, colliding directly with Catelyn as she turned. Startled by the sudden appearance of this person, Catelyn felt a jolt of fear, while the intruder remained unfazed, casually remarking, "You should not be here. This place is not meant for anyone." As the black-clad figure revealed a mouth full of decayed teeth, he nonchalantly directed his gaze towards Bran, who lay on the sickbed. Noticing his intent, Catelyn followed his gaze. "This is for his own good. He is no different from the dead." The assassin spoke as if recounting a trivial matter, drawing a dagger from his waist and advancing towards Bran with brazen confidence. Instinctively, Catelyn lunged forward to intervene, only to be met with a swift backhand that sent her sprawling. Grabbing her hair, the assassin positioned the dagger against Catelyn's neck. In that life-and-death moment, Catelyn's will to survive surged forth. She was determined to protect her son and herself, prompting her to instinctively seize the blade of the dagger. Engaging in a fierce struggle with the assassin, the sharp edge of the Valyrian steel cut through her palms without resistance, blood flowing freely. In the throes of adrenaline, she felt no pain. Her mind was a blank slate. With a surge of strength, she managed to push the assassin back against the cabinet. The unexpected force caught the assassin off guard, causing him to stumble and momentarily lose control over her. Seizing the opportunity, Catelyn attempted to wrest the dagger from his grasp. However, her grip was insufficient, and the assassin clung tightly to his weapon. Realizing she could not overpower him, Catelyn decisively bit down on the fleshy part of his hand. The sudden pain elicited a reaction from the assassin, who, juggling the need to restrain Catelyn and regain control of his weapon, reluctantly shoved her away. Outside, the barking of the dogs grew louder and more urgent. In his panic, the assassin, aware of the dwindling time, abandoned concern for his injured hand and the troublesome Duchess, redirecting his focus towards his original target. Just as he was about to act, a shadow darted in from the door behind him. The assassin instinctively reacted, but was too slow. He was swiftly brought down by a powerful bite to the neck. Catelyn, having been pushed away and feeling despondent, managed to regain control of her body. Before she could turn around, she caught a glimpse of the assassin lying motionless on the ground. Amidst the piercing screams and the sound of flesh being torn, Catelyn rushed forward. However, by the time she grasped the situation, the battle had already concluded with Summer's swift intervention. The assassin had lost his life in mere seconds, his eyes wide open in instinctive terror, pupils gradually dilating, as the warm blood gushed from his ravaged throat, pooling on the ground. Even as the assassin's body convulsed in unconsciousness, Summer hastened to his master's side, nuzzling against Bran to ascertain that he was unharmed, before settling down protectively beside him. In a flash, Catelyn realized that both she and Bran had been saved by the very beast she had often scorned. Outside the cold and desolate wall, Jon and his companions, after a long and arduous journey, finally reached their destination. They appeared far from the polished figures that had left Winterfell, now looking more disheveled with hair tangled into knots and faces so dirty they could be scraped clean with a knife. Yet, fatigue rendered none of them concerned about their appearance. Riding their horses, they instinctively halted after cresting a hill. Those who were visiting the wall for the first time gazed in awe at the magnificent sight before them, a towering fortress stretching endlessly into the horizon. Amidst the swirling snow, the sunset cast a breathtaking glow upon the icy ramparts, making the towering walls shimmer like gold and iron, seemingly tearing apart the very sky and earth. In the presence of such grandeur, all felt their own insignificance, and silence echoed the collective sentiment. The wall welcomes you. Standing aside, Benjen observed the group's reactions with satisfaction, casually welcoming his nephew, seemingly unfazed. In the early morning, beneath the tower, Catelyn approached the spot where Bran had fallen, gazing upward at a window high on the stone wall. After a moment's contemplation, she ascended the staircase leading to the site, ultimately arriving at the location where Bran had presumably slipped. This vast space, long untouched by visitors, was now overrun with vines and various weeds. Reaching the window, Catelyn stared for a while, then composed herself to return to the tower's hollow interior, where she discovered an unusually pristine patch of ground. This was not a condition one would expect in such a place. Catelyn pondered as she crouched down to examine the surface, finding it devoid of any dust. Her curiosity intensified. Ignoring her injured hands, she painstakingly searched the ground inch by inch, ultimately uncovering a golden strand of hair lodged between the stones. Only one person possessed such hair. Chapter 35, A Drink? In a small town along the King's Road to the south, the large caravan decided to rest and encamp for a few days, while Sansa strolled about, leading her lady. She gazed at the beautiful visages of the southern noble ladies by the roadside, a flicker of envy blooming in her eyes as she fantasized about adorning her hair in such splendid fashion. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly collided with someone, and as she hurriedly looked up, she was met with a fierce gaze and countenance that rendered her pale with fright. Apologizing hastily, she felt a hand rest on her shoulder, accompanied by a voice from behind. "Am I truly that fearsome, little sister?" Upon turning, she was confronted by an even more intimidating face, Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Sandor, accustomed to such looks, remained unfazed. "Is he the one who makes you tremble?" "I fear him too." Sandor's humorous remark eased Sansa's tension, prompting her to bow slightly to the offended Ser Island Pain. "If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize." "My lord." Ser Island, lips pressed tightly together, nodded at Sansa and cast a glance at Sandor before departing. Curiosity piqued, Sansa wondered why he refrained from speaking. As the imposing figure of Ser Island Pain receded, she recalled the tales of the Mad King, who had commanded that hot iron tongs be used to extract his tongues, rendering him nearly mute for the past 2 decades. Now, he communicated through the blade, serving as the king's justice and executioner. Prince Joffrey appeared unexpectedly, and Sansa's spirits lifted at his sight, only to be dampened by his ensuing words. "Dear lady, what troubles you? Is it this dog? Get away from here. You frightened my lady." Sandor quietly inclined his head and turned away from the two. "I wish for your happiness," Joffrey declared earnestly. "At last. I understand the origin of your hound's name." Nearby, Zhou leaned against a pillar, casually tearing a piece of jerky and tossing it into his mouth. Initially captivated by the southern beauties, he chanced upon this unfolding scene. Noticing Sandor's attention towards him, Zhou spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Darren, servant to Lord Eddard Stark." "I know you," Sandor replied. "You know me?" "We've yet to exchange words," Zhou remarked, puzzled. Their journey had spanned over half a month, filled with relentless travel and mundane necessities, leaving little room for conversation. As they neared a small town, the group decided to rest for a few days, granting him the opportunity to explore and engage with those who piqued his interest. Yet, he never anticipated that Sandor would claim familiarity with him. After all, he regarded himself merely as an inconspicuous footnote amidst such prominent figures. The soldiers of House Stark, when intoxicated, often boast about you. Well, it seems that Zhou has come to understand why Sandor speaks of self-awareness. Given the current state of productivity and the rapid dissemination of information, it is no surprise that those with idle hands find trivial matters to incessantly discuss. Shall we indulge? However, Zhou, disinterested, retrieved a piece of jerky from a nearby bag and tossed it towards Sandor. Sandor caught it effortlessly, examined it briefly, and unceremoniously devoured it. Zhou chuckled. "Shall we find a place to drink?" he proposed. "I know a splendid spot," Sandor contemplated. "No, let us not go to your suggested place. Instead, we shall head to the riverside, where I can procure some delectable treats from a friend who possesses a wealth of fine goods." As he spoke, Zhou patted a pocket at his waist, producing a jingling sound. Uninterested in Sandor's so-called splendid place, Zhou, with a sense of familiarity, envisioned where Sandor would take them. He preferred to avoid crowded gatherings, especially those filled with numerous men. Thus, he suggested a leisurely stroll by the riverbank. He yearned for some barbecued fare. After a long journey, while the influential enjoyed their lavish meals, he certainly did not want to be left in discomfort. His palate craved variety, yet dining alone lacked allure. Just then, he spotted a hunting dog and decided to invite him along. Sandor surveyed Zhou, taking another bite of jerky. "Is there wine?" "Indeed. Let us go." Sandor believed any place would suffice as long as there was wine. After some time, Sandor sat at a distance, observing the crackling fire where succulent goose and rabbit sizzled, alongside a few fish and doves. The enticing aroma made him swallow hard as he lifted a nearby flask for a sip. "Is it not ready yet?" The hunting dog grew impatient, surprised that this boastful lad among the Stark soldiers possessed such culinary prowess. Why not pursue a career as a chef? Sandor mused. Moreover, he began to believe the soldiers' claims about Zhou, having witnessed him pick up several pebbles by the riverbank. After a brief examination of the surroundings, Zhou swiftly transitioned to the process of plucking and skinning. With unparalleled accuracy, he launched stones, targeting creatures both airborne and terrestrial, some of which even Sandor had failed to notice. Zhou would merely throw the stones into the grass or the sky and retrieve his catch. "One must not rush when preparing food," Zhou stated. "There is an old saying from my homeland. Fine food demands meticulous preparation. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he meticulously applied spices to the meat, treasures that represented a significant portion of his earnings. "Just a little longer, and it shall be ready." Considering that Sandor might not grasp his meaning, he rephrased his thoughts in simpler terms for clarity. Ignoring Sandor, who sat far away, the hound was wary of fire, a fact he was well aware of, perched upon a large stone by the riverbank. Sandor could not resist taking another swig from his flask as he inhaled the tantalizing aroma wafting from nearby. He felt a pang of torment within. "Why do you always carry food with you?" he inquired. "Oh, that's because I am still growing, and I need to ensure my nutrition, otherwise I want to grow tall," Zhou casually replied while slicing the meat on the grill. Sandor paused, the flask momentarily halted at his lips, and turned to gaze at Zhou, noting his imposing stature that seemed to command the ground he squatted upon. If memory served him correctly, Zhou appeared to be both taller and more robust than himself. "Do you possess giant blood?" Sandor ventured after a brief silence. "Not at all." "Why do you say that?" "However, I have heard that Bran's servant, Odair, seems to have giant blood. By the way, do you know Odair?" Zhou continued to focus on his culinary endeavors, engaging in casual conversation. "I don't know him. Is Bran the boy who broke his leg?" "Yes, that's the one. He is the second son of Eddard Stark." Adeo is the son of his wet nurse. Oh, in that case, his mother must be quite remarkable, Zhou remarked. Recalling the robust woman, although she was not as exaggeratedly strong as her son and had aged. Though Adair was a servant, he grew up alongside Ned and Lyanna, of the same generation. By the way, Adair isn't actually called Adair. His name is Willis, but he only knows how to say Adair, so everyone calls him that. Sandor was not particularly interested in Zhou Yu's stories, as he did not know the Stark family's wet nurse or Adair. All right, Zhou Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm, his swift movements revealing that the smaller doves and fish on the grill were now cooked and ready to eat. He retrieved some clean leaves he had found earlier and placed the roasted dove and fish upon them, lightly sprinkling a pinch of salt before approaching Sandor. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's announcement, Sandor quickly stood, brushing off the stone where he had been seated, his eyes eagerly fixed on Zhou Yu. Arya? Just as Zhou Yu was about to approach with the roasted meat, he suddenly perked up, having heard something in the woods. Sandor, intrigued by his words, glanced curiously into the forest but saw nothing. Come out, Arya. Sandor will not harm you. I am here, Zhou Yu said, extending the roasted meat toward the inquisitive Sandor before clapping his hands and moving toward the woods. What is happening? As Zhou Yu entered the thicket, he spotted Arya in disarray, clutching her direwolf, Nymeria. At that moment, both Arya and Nymeria were huddled behind a large tree, their faces and hands smeared with dirt and grass clippings. Darren? Chapter 36. No one can take you away so. Nymeria attacked our Prince Joffrey and bit his arm to protect you, Zhou Yu remarked, licking the grease from his fingers while casually picking up a twig to use as a toothpick, listening intently as Arya recounted the events that transpired. Sandor. What is your perspective? Zhou Yu, picking his teeth, glanced at the hound Sandor, who was fervently shaking a wine jug, desperately trying to squeeze out another drop. After a futile attempt to extract any remaining liquid, he resigned himself to this rather foolish endeavor, let out a hearty belch, and spat onto the grass beside him. Sandor glanced at Zhou Yu, then turned his attention to Arya, who was timidly nibbling on roasted meat beside him. At that moment, Arya, hearing Zhou Yu's words, cast a fearful glance at the loyal hound of Joffrey. Nymeria lay nearby, licking her lips, her gaze malevolent as it settled on the man with half a burned face. I will take her back, Sandor stated calmly. No, I will not go back with you. They will surely kill Nymeria, Arya cried out, her hands greasy as she grasped Zhou Yu's arm, pleading for his assistance. All right, I'm here. No one can take you away, Zhou Yu reassured her, gently ruffling Arya's hair to ease her worries. However, Nymeria cannot remain by your side, Arya. Zhou Yu glanced at Nymeria, who, with a low whimper, nuzzled Arya, reluctant to part from her owner. Arya embraced the wolf cub she had cared for over the past few months, tears streaming down her face as she understood Zhou Yu's meaning. She was Ned's daughter, and surely she would be safe. But Nymeria was different. She must flee. Seeing Arya in such a pitiful state stirred something in Zhou Yu, prompting him to turn his gaze toward Sandor. Sandor, you must be curious whether the soldiers embellish my story, aren't you? Sandor glanced at the pile of bones left beside him and then at Arya, who was weeping into her wolf-esque fur. With a sigh, he drew his long sword from his waist and stood up. Arya, startled by Sandor's movement, hastily pushed Nymeria away and urged her to escape. Keep your distance. It would be unfortunate to hurt the girl, Sandor nodded, stepping back with his sword planted firmly in the ground, turning to face Zhou Yu, motionless. Zhou Yu smiled, picking up a stick to poke the fire, extinguishing it before tossing the stick aside and retrieving his own long sword. He stood up and approached the renowned hound. Voices began to echo through the forest, shadows revealing a considerable number of figures, the clanking of armor resonating as branches swayed, and shouts filled the air. Go. Noticing Nymeria still hesitating to depart, Arya saw Lannister soldiers searching their way through the trees. She picked up a stone and hurled it towards her, loudly urging her to leave. Hit by the stone, Nymeria let out a final whimper before dashing into the woods in the opposite direction, disappearing in an instant. Upon witnessing Nymelia's departure, Arya sank to the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow as she helplessly gazed at the two adversaries confronting one another. Now it is our turn, Zhou Yu declared, glancing back at Sandor with a perpetual smile gracing his lips. I shall be gentle. You will only lie down and rest for a few days, utterly incapacitated. I believe that is a sentiment I should express, Sandor retorted. I will not show mercy simply because you offered me food. With that, Sandor raised his longsword, aiming it at Zhou Yu. Arya. As dusk fell, the woods echoed with calls for Arya. Among those searching was Ned, who held a torch aloft, wading through the underbrush as he called out for his daughter. At that moment, a rider emerged from between the trees, skillfully approaching Ned, dismounting from his steed. The horse was left tethered as the rider hurried towards Ned. "My lord." "Arya." In his frantic search for Arya, Ned remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, continuing to call out her name. "My lord, we found her. The young lady is unhurt." At this, Ned turned to see his captain of the guard, Jory Castle. Breathless as he shouted, "Where is she?" Ned demanded. "She is by the stream, surrounded by members of House Lannister, and the king and queen are present." "What is happening?" Ned asked urgently. "You must see for yourself," Jory replied, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and urgency. "Very well, take me there." Without noticing Jory's expression, Ned, feeling a surge of anxiety, hastily called for everyone to follow and turned to leave. By the stream, a crowd of no fewer than 300 had gathered. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the occasional, indistinct groans. Arya huddled beside a large rock, her gaze fixed vacantly on the man before her, her mouth moving unconsciously. "Are you saying that this man, known as Darren Cant, single-handedly defeated all of you? 70 to 80 men, all vanquished by him?" "Indeed, your majesty." A member of the King's Guard, whom Joyu did not recognize, whispered to King Robert. "Upon counting, including Sandor Clegane, there are a total of 96 individuals." Though his voice was low, several others nearby caught wind of it, gasping in astonishment. "He defeated them all while fully armored." "No, it was a one-sided slaughter." The King's Guard swallowed hard, contemplating his next words. "I am not blind. I can see clearly, by the seven." Robert had witnessed countless spectacles, yet at this moment, disbelief clouded his vision as he stared at the man encircled by the crowd. Furthermore, Darren Cant demanded to await the arrival of Lord Eddard Stark. Otherwise, anyone who approached Arya would be perceived as having ulterior motives. Surrounded by a throng, Joyu seemed oblivious, standing leisurely before Arya, blocking everyone from getting near her. At that moment, no one dared to approach this formidable man, including the remaining members of the King's Guard, who had drawn their swords and stood protectively before King Robert. Robert bellowed loudly, commanding them to stand down. With no one daring to advance, Joyu stretched his neck and kicked away Sandor, who was crawling beside him, flipping him over to prevent him from suffocating. At that moment, Sandor bore no resemblance to his earlier imposing self, his face covered in blood, lying on the ground, unconscious, and sleeping soundly. Joffrey had already bandaged his bite wound, yet he no longer had the audacity to boast, cowering behind his mother Cersei, trembling in fear. Cersei wore a grim expression, silent, exchanging glances with Jaime, who subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain quiet. "It seemed that no one was contemplating bringing you before our queen." Observing the silent scene before him, Joyu turned to Arya and made a jest. This remark darkened Cersei's countenance further. Arya, unable to respond, merely nodded vacantly. Seeing her demeanor, Joyu mused that perhaps the girl was too frightened to speak, remaining dazed and uncommunicative. Where was Ned? As the situation reached a stalemate, Robert, somewhat impatient, inquired, "Arya?" Chapter 37, Slander? I am war itself. "Arya." Outside the crowd, Ned called out Arya's name, hastily pushing his way in, only to be greeted by the chaotic scene. Although Jory had roughly briefed him on the events that transpired on the way, witnessing the aftermath firsthand left him utterly stunned. The Lannisters lay scattered, a crimson tableau of anguish on the riverbank. "Father." "Arya." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Upon seeing her father, Arya could not restrain herself. She dashed forward and threw herself into his embrace. The events of the day had terrified her, and knowing she had caused trouble, she resembled a frightened rabbit, sobbing uncontrollably as she apologized. Ned held his daughter tightly, soothing her by stroking her hair. "Are you hurt?" After embracing Arya, Ned immediately checked to see if she was injured. "No." "Oh, it's all right, it's all right." With Ned's arrival, Joyu also relaxed, preparing to sheath his sword, only to find it would not fit. The blade had become deformed at some point, resembling a twisted piece of iron. Contemplating this, he wedged the bent sword into a crevice of stone, applying force to straighten it. Ned heard the voice, released his daughter, and approached with sincerity, expressing gratitude for Sir Darren Cant's contributions to House Stark. Joyu, noticing the long sword was utterly bent and deciding it was futile to dwell on it, stood tall and nodded slightly. "It is my duty, my Lord Stark," he replied. "It was you who had me equipped with this sword, which I inadvertently damaged while using it as a makeshift club. Oh, and just to clarify, I did not kill anyone. I merely ensured they all enjoyed a good night's sleep." Joyu quipped, shrugging nonchalantly and lifting the long sword for Ned to see. Upon hearing that no one had perished, Ned felt a slight relief. As long as there were no fatalities, there remained room for negotiation. "Thank you," he murmured. He recognized that, in such a dire situation, Joyu not only defended his daughter against numerous adversaries, but also refrained from lethal force, considering the aftermath. This was no trivial feat. He could only imagine the challenges Zhou Yu must have faced. When we reach King's Landing, I will seek the finest craftsmen to forge a weapon worthy of you, Ned promised. Thank you, but I can wield any weapon. I merely hope you do not keep the king waiting too long. Zhou Yu was indifferent to Ned's promise of a weapon, unless it was crafted from Valyrian steel, capable of vanquishing the White Walkers from the north. Otherwise, any weapon would suffice, and if necessary, he could wield a street lamp as a weapon, provided such an object was available. The pressing matter at hand was to address the current situation. It was unsuitable to leave the king in suspense. Ned understood his implication and nodded in gratitude before turning towards Robert, anger surging within him. What is the meaning of this? Why did you not inform me immediately upon finding my daughter? Instead, you sent men to assault them? At that moment, Ned was genuinely furious with Robert. After years of brotherhood forged in battle, such events were unfathomable. Zhou Yu switched the deformed sword to his other hand, ruffled Arya's hair, and followed closely behind Ned. How dare you speak to the king in such a tone? Cersei expressed her discontent upon hearing Ned's words. Woman, silence yourself. Robert rebuked Cersei's interruption. Ned, I apologize. It was not my intention to frighten her. Robert paused, glancing at the multitude of Lannister men gathered on the riverbank, sighing inwardly as he carefully chose his words. However, it would be best to resolve this matter swiftly. That wild girl and her wolf nearly severed my son's arm during their ambush. Cersei interjected. That is not true. She merely nipped him. Arya, with her straightforward nature, instinctively protested Cersei's distortion of the truth. Upon hearing her speak, Zhou Yu gently tugged at her, prompting her to close her mouth. Your Majesty, what circumstances might compel a lowly butcher's apprentice to assault a noble prince? Is it truly due to the wild girl you mentioned, the daughter of a duke? Could she be foolish enough to incite such madness? Or have both individuals lost their sanity? Zhou Yu interjected, standing behind Ned, gazing at Cersei and inquiring. Little Joffrey has already divulged everything to us, how you, along with her and that apprentice, attacked him with sticks while unleashing wolves upon him. Cersei, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Yu's skepticism, continued her monologue. Arya, unable to tolerate such unfounded accusations, promptly retorted, that is not how it transpired. Indeed, it is exactly as I said. They conspired against me, and even cast my long sword into the river. As Arya prepared to argue further, Joffrey, disregarding his fear, boldly confronted her. You lie. Silence yourself. Enough. What he claims is one matter, while her account is entirely different. By the seven hells, what am I to do? What of your eldest daughter, Sansa? As the two prepared for an endless quarrel, Robert bellowed angrily, ultimately turning to Ned, seeking the perspective of another party involved. She has already retired, Ned replied. No, she has not. Sansa, please step forward, dear. Upon hearing Ned's words, Cersei interjected, her face illuminated with a confident smile as she called out Sansa's name. Ned's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Cersei's unexpected maneuver. As anticipated, Cersei's words prompted the surrounding Lannister soldiers to part, allowing Sansa to step forward from the crowd. Accompanied by a member of the Kingsguard, Ned regarded Sansa, yet she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Now, child, tell us what truly transpired, recount everything honestly. For deceiving the king is a grave offense. Observing the witness's arrival, Robert gestured for Sansa to speak. Hearing Robert's command, Sansa appeared apprehensive, glancing back at her father, then at her beloved prince. Joffrey's unwavering stare met Sansa's, and upon seeing her cherished one, her resolve solidified as she spoke. I do not know. I do not remember. It all happened so swiftly, I did not see. Liars. 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 Arya, unable to contain her fury upon hearing Sansa's words, broke free from Zhou Yu's grasp, charging forward to angrily seize Sansa's hair, leading to a chaotic scuffle between the two women. Stop it, cease at once. Sansa, caught off guard by her sister's sudden assault, panicked and struggled, resulting in a tumultuous scene. Cersei observed the unfolding chaos, silently amused. Ned swiftly intervened to separate his two children, scolding them to cease their brawl. The girl shares the same wild disposition as her filthy companion. She must be punished. With a calculated intent to achieve her aim, Cersei suggested to Robert, what do you propose I do? Whip her and parade her through the streets. Robert, feeling overwhelmed by Cersei's suggestion, slumped his hands. No, your majesty. At that moment, Zhou Yu interjected. What do you wish to say, Sir Darren? Despite his displeasure at Zhou Yu's interruption, Robert permitted him to speak. According to Miss Sansa's account, it was evidently Lady Arya who conspired with an apprentice butcher to assault Prince Joffrey. By the laws of the realm, a commoner attacking a prince, particularly with the involvement of a noble maiden, constitutes treason, punishable by death and public execution. Zhou addressed Robert directly, then turned to Ned. My lord, Lady Arya and that apprentice named Mikey would never engage in such actions, especially considering this incident occurred while you were en route to King's Landing for the coronation of the Prime Minister. This apprentice is a servant brought by you. The Stark family would never stoop to such deeds. Therefore, this matter is surely an affront and a slander. As the Wardens of the North, the Stark family will not accept such vile accusations, nor will they concede to such defamation. War is the only recourse. Lord Stark, I shall ensure your safe return to Winterfell, Zhou declared, exchanging his long sword to his right hand, positioning himself in front of Ned, alongside the lamenting Lannister troops. Exuding an air of formidable intimidation, Zhou's words escalated the situation to grave proportions. Ned opened his mouth to respond, but was silenced by Zhou's stern glance. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing the intentions of his squire Darren, Ned raised his head and asserted, indeed, the Stark family will not tolerate accusations of treason. Though he refrained from uttering the word war, he supported Zhou's stance. Enough. Robert's frustration peaked. He had journeyed far seeking assistance, only to find himself on the brink of failure due to unrelated matters. He could not abide such a turn of events, believing that a conciliatory approach would suffice. However, he was thwarted by the squire named Darren from the outset, and now, with Cersei's relentless pursuit, it appeared Ned might forego his journey to King's Landing altogether. This infuriated him further. He was aware that Queen Cersei was orchestrating these troubles from behind the scenes. If it were not for the Lannisters or her father Tywin, he would have long since dispatched that foolish woman to a brothel. With his own son injured and the daughter of his brother implicated, he had intended to downplay the children's scuffle, but now, with Sansa's involvement, Cersei seized the opportunity to pursue her agenda. Cersei's expression shifted when Zhou uttered the word war. Treason, accusations, slander, war, these were no trifles. She was acutely aware of Robert's purpose for traveling north. Yet the servant known as Darren, who served Eddard Stark, clearly comprehended the situation as well. Since you intend to stir trouble, let us escalate matters. Zhou observed as his objective was achieved, denying Cersei an opportunity to respond, and turned his gaze towards Sansa. Lady Sansa, I implore you to recollect the events with great care. Do not allow this excuse to slip your mind. For your testimony will profoundly influence whether Lady Arya and House Stark are deemed traitors. The ramifications could ignite a war among the kingdom, the Lannister family, and the North. Should your words, born from selfishness, be misrepresented, countless lives would be lost, such as those of the Lannisters lying here today. Sansa was taken aback by Zhou's words, her eyes wide with terror as she sought assurance from her father, desperate to understand the gravity of the situation. Observing Sansa's reaction, Ned felt a flicker of disappointment but nodded nonetheless, causing tears to cascade from Sansa's eyes. She was naive, perhaps a touch foolish. Yet this was merely a consequence of being a young girl, blinded by love and manipulated by others, scarcely aware of the dire consequences her unwitting lies could invoke. However, Zhou's words served as a stark reminder, awakening her youthful mind to the reality of the situation and her own folly. No, you are coercing her into perjury. Robert, he is disregarding your dignity as king. Realizing her scheme was on the verge of collapse, Cersei hastily intervened, attempting to pin blame on Zhou in Robert's eyes. Zhou, unfazed by Cersei's final struggle, remained silent. His aims had been accomplished, and his discourse with Sansa was merely an effort to provide both Robert and Ned a pathway to retreat. He had faith that the man seated upon the Iron Throne would not act foolishly. If Robert were truly dim-witted, he would not have ascended to such a prestigious position. Silence, woman. Robert inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glance at the source of his troubles, then turning to Zhou with a deep, contemplative gaze, yet uttering nothing. Noticing the king's attention upon him, Zhou bowed slightly, expressing his respect without any hint of offense. Robert then shifted his focus to the weeping Sansa, his tone softening. As I stated earlier, child, elucidate what transpired. Do not resort to ambiguous phrases or claims of forgetfulness, nor attempt to deceive your king. I grant you another opportunity to reveal the truth. In response to Robert's words, Sansa, choking back sobs, dared not meet the eyes of her betrothed or Cersei, disregarding their private conversations, and could only recount the events as they had unfolded. This included Joffrey's humiliation of the butcher's apprentice, Micah, who offered no resistance, and how it was only when Joffrey knocked Arya to the ground, brandishing his sword and threatening her, that Nymeria retaliated against him. At this juncture, the situation became strikingly clear. Those present with even a modicum of intellect understood the gravity of the matter. Their glances, whether intentional or not, drifted towards Cersei, while Robert's face flushed crimson with rage. Upon hearing Joffrey brandishing his sword at Arya, Ned too cast a furious look at the boy. Lies. Mere lies. This was perjury. Blatant perjury. Before Sansa could continue her account, Cersei could no longer contain herself, erupting in a frenzied outburst to interrupt Sansa's narration. Sansa, daunted by the chaos, lowered her head and wept profusely. Uncertain whether her tears were for the pain her words inflicted upon her father or for the realization that she would no longer receive kindness from Queen Cersei. Perhaps, more poignantly, she wept for the uncertain future that awaited her. I say, enough, woman. I am the king, Robert bellowed, his frustration boiling over. Jaime Lannister, take your sister away. Witnessing the foolish woman's continued commotion, Robert could no longer restrain himself, vociferously demanding her removal, wishing to see no Lannister in his presence. In such circumstances, regardless of whether Sansa was indeed correct, even if she claimed that the White Walkers had breached the wall to attack Joffrey, he would have to conjure a plausible rationale for the appearance of such creatures. Reluctantly, Jaime complied, seizing his sister's arm to escort Cersei away. After issuing his directive to Jaime, Robert turned to Ned, recognizing that he must provide his brother with an explanation for the day's humiliating events. This was an affront to a noble of great standing. No one could tolerate such vile accusations. Ned, I apologize. I shall ensure you and Arya receive appropriate recompense and guarantee that such incidents will not recur. As Cersei was on the verge of being taken away, and with Robert not only failing to vindicate his son but also promising compensation to the one who had harmed him, Cersei could scarcely endure the indignity. Beginning to thrash and wail, Robert, do not forget he is your son. His arm may bear scars, rendering him unable to wield a sword again. I commanded you to take her away. Are you all deaf? Robert thundered, slamming his hand against the armrest of his chair, directing his ire towards the Kingsguard. Spittle flying onto Jaime. The guards, previously mere spectators, recognized the king's fury and complied, reluctantly dragging Cersei away. Jaime could only shake his head in resignation. Casting a lingering glance at Joyu, Jaime exited with Cersei, intent on comforting his sister. Joyu, indifferent to Jaime's ulterior motives, paid him no mind. Robert fell silent. Although Cersei had departed, her words echoed in his mind. He glanced at his golden-haired son, a mixture of disappointment and exasperation upon his features. A mere girl has disarmed you. Joffrey, upon hearing this, twisted his face in a distorted grimace. Ned, today's matters conclude here. I shall discipline my son. And you must attend to your daughter. Your Majesty, I am most willing, was Ned's reply, as the situation seemed to resolve itself peacefully. It was clear that Ned had reached his most favorable expectation. After speaking, he embraced Arya and began to depart. Just as he took a step away, Ned halted and turned to gaze at his eldest daughter. Come back with me, he instructed, before making his way through the crowd. Joyu inclined his body slightly towards Robert, preparing to follow Ned back to the Stark residence when Robert suddenly called out to him. Is there anything I can assist you with, Your Majesty? Robert regarded Joyu with keen interest, increasingly convinced of his potential, not solely due to his extraordinary prowess in combat. Indeed, Robert believed that in terms of martial strength, Joyu surpassed even the legendary Arthur Dayne from years past, while his current captain of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, paled in comparison to his younger self. However, martial skill alone can be managed. It is intellect that is truly rare. Robert admired Joyu not only for his strength, but also for his clarity of thought. He had comprehended the situation astutely today, ensuring Arya's safety from enemy capture at the first opportunity. Furthermore, he had managed to turn the tide against the Queen's insidious plots, demonstrating remarkable insight as a mere attendant, understanding his own vulnerabilities amidst the chaos. Though it may seem somewhat inappropriate, I would like to personally inquire whether you have any aspirations of joining the Kingsguard. Barristan is aging, and I believe he will require an exceptional successor. Robert's words incited gasps from those around them. They were all soldiers or knights, and donning the white cloak of the Kingsguard represented the ultimate ambition for each of them, symbolizing honor, the highest honor. Moreover, Robert had hinted at the possibility of Joyu becoming the next captain of the Kingsguard. What did this imply? The captain of the Kingsguard holds a seat at the Royal Council, participating in the nation's decision-making. It signifies not only honor but also power. Joyu was taken aback by Robert's bold proposal. To be candid, he had never viewed Robert as merely an uncomplicated, jovial man who indulged in wine and merriment. If he were truly such a figure, the realm would not enjoy the semblance of harmony that it currently did, though this harmony was, in truth, only superficial. If Robert were truly inept, he would never have ascended to the Iron Throne. Even if he had, he would have been harmed by it. Joyu had always regarded Robert as a wise ruler, with his wisdom often concealed beneath the surface. In light of today's events, it was evident that Robert possessed both audacity and discernment, extending an olive branch towards him. After contemplating Robert's proposition, Zhou Yu resolved that it would be prudent to refrain from wading into such murky waters. Although aligning with House Stark may seem adequate, attaining the status of a Kingsguard would elevate his standing significantly. However, Zhou Yu felt no such necessity. He possessed his own advantages and preferred the freedom of an independent spirit, unwilling to bind himself with any oaths. Frankly, Zhou Yu harbored greater ambitions, albeit discreetly at present. My apologies, Your Majesty, Lord Stark still requires my services. Very well, Robert replied, but I must convey that my Kingsguard needs you, should you desire. You are welcome to join us at any time. Despite being somewhat prepared for Zhou Yu's refusal, Robert felt a tinge of disappointment. He had endeavored to entice this promising young man with notions of honor, but it appeared that Zhou Yu was far from superficial, exhibiting a rare form of loyalty. This only deepened Robert's appreciation for him. No one relishes a guard who betrays from behind. With that, Zhou Yu refrained from lingering. Casting a glance at the crimson-armored figures sprawled across the riverbank, he smiled and stepped away from the crowd. Ned awaited Zhou Yu outside, having overheard Robert's words. Yet he chose not to intervene. If possible, he too wished for the children of the North to venture further. My lord. Upon seeing Ned, Zhou Yu approached him with a greeting. Ned smiled and patted his shoulder lightly, sharing a grin without further elaboration. Chapter 38. The Treachery of Justice? Cersei is truly wicked. Do not pay her any mind. Yet she still commanded the execution of Sansa's lady-in-waiting. However, Michael remains alive. Zhou Yu raised his gaze towards the ochre-hued gatehouse. The city gate adorned with a relief of a stag emblematic of House Baratheon, casually engaging with Arya as he rode. Beside her, Arya sat in the carriage, gripping the rail and bowing her head as the vehicle swayed with the journey. Traveling was undeniably exhausting, even for someone as spirited as she. Nearly a month had passed since the last incident, and at last, their party had reached King's Landing. The temperate climate of King's Landing was a stark contrast to the frigid north. He had exchanged his heavy cloak for lighter garb over 2 weeks ago, now donning only a simple tunic and eschewing armor for a modest leather vest. The king's retinue had arrived in the city ahead of them, as the northern convoy had been delayed due to insufficient supplies and transport capacity. Zhou Yu suspected that it was Cersei's pretext for eliminating Sansa's direwolf lady that had compelled Robert to retreat, sparing himself further embarrassment and avoiding unnecessary friction on the road. Ned naturally concurred with Robert's decision, resulting in their delayed arrival 2 days after the king's entourage. Someone has come to welcome us, Zhou Yu noted. Though it seems the reception is not befitting of a prime minister. From a distance, he observed the stirrings within the city and the murmurs of individuals, whispering humorously to Arya. Sansa, too, sat beside Arya, yet she exhibited no inclination for conversation. Not even in response to Zhou Yu and Arya discussing the qualities of a lady. Instead, she appeared genuinely intrigued, surveying the architecture of King's Landing with a sense of novelty. Thus, the group proceeded along the path, isolated from the common folk by the Kingsguard, gradually arriving at a large estate on the outskirts of the palace. It seemed this would be the future residence of the Prime Minister's family, though it was peculiar that several Lannister men lingered about, almost imperceptibly. Welcome, Lord Stark. At that moment, a courtier, who appeared to have been waiting for some time, approached briskly, bowing with his hands clasped behind his back. Ned dismounted, regarding him with a hint of confusion. Grand Maester Pycelle has just summoned a council meeting and requests your esteemed presence. Upon hearing this, Ned paused and turned to glance at his family. Please ensure my daughter is settled. I shall return for dinner. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sister Modin, a nun from Winterfell and the instructor of Arya and Sansa, was tasked with their care during this journey to King's Landing. Jory, Darren, keep a watchful eye on them. Yes, my lord. Zhou Yu and Jory nodded in agreement. As he and Jory, the captain of House Stark's guard, had much to attend to, with even Ser Pollard assisting. Logistics is indeed an art. Would you like to change into more suitable attire before entering the palace? The courtier respectfully inquired after Ned had finished giving his instructions. Ned remained silent, merely removing his gloves and dusting them off, signaling for him to lead the way. The courtier refrained from further words and promptly turned to guide him. As they drew nearer to the Red Keep, the guards donned golden robes, and Ned passed through several grand doors, arriving at the king's hall. Here. The courtier did not enter but stepped aside, allowing Ned to enter this locus of power alone, as the golden-robed guards closed the doors behind him, sealing the space. Upon entering, Ned beheld Jaime, clad in golden armor and a white cloak, reclining beneath the Iron Throne, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Thank the heavens, you have finally arrived, Stark. It is indeed time for a stern northerner to impose some decorum upon this court, Jaime remarked, rising and removing his gloves as he approached, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Are you fulfilling your duty to protect the throne? in response to Jaime's veiled mockery and implicit threat. Ned exhibited no sign of fear, advancing boldly to retort, "Ah, that ancient and rigid chair. I wonder how many royal posteriors have worn it down. What is that saying again?" The king relieves himself. While the prime minister tidies up, Jaime remarked with a smile that held a hint of implication. His armor was flawless. Not a single scratch to be found. Ned paid little heed to his words, glancing at him and seemingly complimenting his armor. "Indeed, countless have swung at me. Yet none have landed a blow," Jaime retorted, "which merely underscored your ability to select your adversaries," Ned interjected. Jaime's expression shifted slightly. "I suppose that counts as one of my virtues," he replied. "Arya, do you find men to be nothing but childish?" Joyu inquired suddenly, directing the soldiers in their labor, glancing over at Arya, who was meticulously organizing her belongings. "What did you say?" Arya asked, puzzled by his seemingly random question as she lifted her head from the pile. "Oh, nothing. Just continue sorting your trinkets." Joyu replied with a smile at the girl's bewilderment, casting a casual glance toward the red keep before returning to his task. As they needed to complete the arrangements before nightfall. "In this hall, your emotions must be rather conflicted," Jaime remarked, listening to Ned's tone of subtle mockery. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his composure and shifted the conversation to the tales of House Stark within the King's Hall. "When that event transpired, I stood right here. They were brave, referring to your brother and your father. They did not deserve to perish in such a manner. No one ought to meet such an end," Jaime said, his expression tinged with a semblance of regret. "And you merely stood by and watched," Ned responded, a rare hint of anger creeping into his voice as Jaime recounted events from years past. 500 stood here, mere spectators. The most powerful nobles and knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you think a single word was uttered? A finger lifted? No, Lord Stark, this hall, filled with 500 souls, was as silent as a tomb." Jaime's gaze drifted upward, as if reliving the scene, continuing his somber narration. Ned did not interrupt, observing him quietly, akin to watching a fool. Of course, beyond the screams, there was the laughter of the Mad King. Later, as I beheld the Mad King's demise, I recalled the laughter that accompanied the burning of your father. A taste of justice lingered. Upon hearing Jaime's recounting, Ned's eyes brimmed with disdain as he scrutinized Jaime. "Mocking, is this the bedtime story you tell yourself each night? You consider yourself a harbinger of justice? Did you stab the Mad King in the back to avenge my father?" Jaime, finding Ned's demeanor increasingly unbearable, shook his head slightly, even though he had instigated the war. "Tell me, would you hold me in higher regard if I had confronted him face to face rather than striking from the shadows? You are indeed his loyal and valiant protector, only responding to James's inquiries when it does not endanger your own safety." A faint smile graced Ned's lips as he answered his question, then he simply passed by him without pausing. Chapter 39, Arrival in King's Landing. Lord Stark. After navigating several turns, Ned was led into a council chamber. Within the chamber stood or sat 4 individuals, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Eddard Stark, the stout, bald spymaster Varys smoothed his sleeves and hastily rose to grasp Ned's hand in a gesture of welcome. "Lord Varys," Ned greeted with a nod. "I have heard of the troubles you encountered on the King's Road. We are all praying for Prince Joffrey's swift recovery." Varys's demeanor was exceedingly cordial, making one feel at ease in his company, and his tone was pleasant. However, Ned was not one to be easily swayed by such a purveyor of information. He felt an innate aversion towards him, so he merely nodded in response. "Let us hope so." He neither agreed nor echoed Varys's sentiments. "Renly, you appear well." After greeting Varys, Ned approached a young man standing behind him, who was strikingly handsome, and Ned felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. He was Renly Baratheon, the younger brother of Robert Baratheon and the current Lord of Storm's End. "You seem rather weary," Renly said as he embraced Ned warmly, both men taking the time to assess one another after a long separation. "I had intended to suggest postponing the meeting until tomorrow, but we must prioritize matters of state. Lord Stark, I have long wished to meet you. Lady Catelyn must have mentioned me to you." Before Renly could finish, the ever-prattling Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, abruptly interrupted him, prompting Renly to refrain from further speech. Ned glanced at the interjecting Littlefinger before turning to take his seat, casually unfastening his cloak and draping it over the back of his chair. "She has indeed mentioned you, Lord Baelish. If memory serves, you were acquainted with my brother Brandon. I was quite familiar with him. I still bear the scars of his remembrance, from navel to collarbone." In response to Ned's insinuation, Littlefinger maintained his jovial demeanor, even going so far as to illustrate his past injuries with sweeping gestures. "Perhaps you chose the wrong adversary. My choice of adversary was not him, my lord. I chose Catelyn Tully, a woman worth a man's struggle, a sentiment I believe you would share." Hearing his wife's name uttered by Littlefinger, especially in such a context, caused Ned's expression to darken involuntarily. At that moment, the elderly Maester Pycelle, who had been quietly observing, interjected, his aged face and stooped frame bearing testament to his many years. "I beg your pardon for interrupting, Lord Stark." "Maester Pycelle," Ned replied respectfully. "How many years have passed?" In his youth, Pycelle gazed at Ned, who had begun to gain weight, with a hint of nostalgia. "You were once aiding another king," Ned remarked. Pycelle merely nodded slightly at Ned's words, when suddenly, as if recalling something important, he hastily reached into his pocket. "Oh, how forgetful I am. This belongs to you," he said, retrieving a small object and handing it to Ned. Upon receiving it, Ned discovered it to be a brass brooch, approximately the size of a duck egg, adorned with a floral wreath encircling a left hand, which, in its palm, grasped a delicate sword. This emblem represented the hand of the king, a bronze insignia. "Shall we commence?" After presenting the object to Ned, Pycelle signaled for everyone to prepare for the meeting. The lone wolf may triumph over a small yellow chick, yet it cannot outmaneuver the old fox, especially in this castle constructed of lies and conspiracies, where a moment's inattention could lead one to fall into the depths of the sewer. "What are you murmuring about now? Quickly assist me with my belongings. I cannot carry so many things." "Of course, my lovely lady. Do not speak to me in such a sentimental manner. I am not Sansa." "Ha!" Bran lay on his bed, turning his head to gaze vacantly at a raven perched on the windowsill, cawing incessantly. "Do not heed its cries. Ravens are known to lie," said a voice, old yet resonant. Hearing her words, Bran withdrew his envious gaze from the raven. "I know a story about a raven. I detest your stories." The old woman tended the fire in the hearth, leisurely seated beside Bran, deftly knitting with her yarn as she spoke. "I know of a tale concerning a boy who despised stories. Let me recount the story of Sir Duncan the Tall, your favorite." The grandmother possessed ample experience in understanding her young master's disposition and was unfazed by his reluctance. Instead, she deftly shifted the conversation. "That is not my favorite." Bran stared at the ceiling of his room, having once enjoyed the tale of Sir Duncan, but now found it distasteful. "I prefer the frightening ones." Upon hearing Bran's declaration, the old woman paused her work, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear child, you were born in summer. How could you understand true fear? When winter arrives, with snow piled high, when the long nights stretch on, devoid of daylight, a child born in darkness, raised in darkness, dies in darkness. When the White Walkers traverse the woods, that is when fear descends, young master." At the old woman's words, Bran, previously disinterested, turned to her, captivated by the narrative unfolding within her tales. The old woman paid no heed to these matters, continuing to eloquently recount the tale passed down from ancient times. Thousands of years ago, during a long night that spanned an entire generation, both the king in the city and the shepherd in his humble hut trembled in the grip of frost. Facing a bitter death, mothers, choosing suffocation over hunger, would stifle their children rather than allow them to suffer from the cold. They wept aloud, their tears freezing upon their cheeks. "Is this the kind of story you delight in?" Bran was already enraptured by the old woman's narration, nodding involuntarily. The old woman gazed deeply at him, while Bran watched her lips move, his ears attuned to the captivating tale. In the enveloping darkness, the others made their first descent into the world, sweeping through cities and kingdoms, riding upon dead horses and accompanied by enormous white spiders as large as hounds. They hunted relentlessly. Suddenly, a startling noise jolted Bran from his reverie. He turned to look toward the door. Robb entered the room with a smile, glancing at the two. "What are you telling him?" "I'm sharing the stories that the young lord enjoys," the old woman replied nonchalantly to Robb's inquiry. Observing her demeanor, Robb appeared somewhat resigned, well aware of the old nurse's peculiar tastes. Their family had been captivated by her tales since the time of his father. Now it was simply Bran's turn. "Let us go have dinner. I wish to be alone with him for a while." Upon hearing his words, the old woman promptly rose, placing her half-finished weaving on the chair, knowing she would return shortly. Once assured of her departure, Robb smiled and approached Bran's bedside. Gazing at him, "She once told me that the sky is blue because we dwell within the eyes of the blue-eyed giant, Makib. Perhaps that is indeed the truth?" Hearing Bran's words, Robb paused for a moment before settling at his bedside. "How do you feel? Do you remember anything at all?" Chapter 40, Winter Approaches. Survival and unity go away. "Arya, open the door." Arya, already troubled, reluctantly got up to answer her father's call. "May I come in?" Seeing her daughter open the door, Ned stepped into the room. Arya said nothing, merely stepping back to allow him entry while Ned turned to close the door. "Whose sword is this?" It was then that Ned noticed Arya was holding a sword, his brow furrowed in concern as he quickly asked where she had obtained it. Upon hearing Arya claim it as her own, Ned approached to examine it closely. "I recognize the maker's mark. This was forged by Micah." How did you come by this sword? Observing the small item in his hands, Ned found himself puzzled, for under normal circumstances, Arya would not possess such an object, especially one clearly tailored for her. Faced with Ned's inquiry, Arya rolled her eyes, bit her lip, and ultimately decided to remain silent. Fortunately, Ned was not overly concerned. He extended his finger to test the sharpness of the blade. This was no toy. A young lady ought not to play with swords. While toying with the object in his hand, Ned opened the suitcase that Arya had just unlatched and temporarily used it as a seat. The item he held was decidedly different from the doll he had gifted to Sansa. For a girl, this object was far too perilous. I am not playing with a sword, and I do not wish to become a lady, Arya retorted, as if suddenly provoked by Ned's words. Come here, he beckoned. Noticing the anxious expression on his daughter's face, and patted the space beside him, inviting Arya to sit. She obediently settled next to her father. What do you intend to do with it? Ned inquired. It's called a sewing needle. Oh, it has a name. Ned chuckled, finding amusement in Arya's declaration. Who do you plan to confront with this sewing needle? Your sister? He continued to question, eyeing the small sword in his hand. Arya remained silent, pouting as she sat. Do you know what the first lesson in swordsmanship is? To stab the enemy with the sharp end. Haha, that is indeed the essence of swordplay. Ned laughed at Arya's response. I want to learn properly. She finally mustered the courage to express her desire, encouraged by her father's apparent acceptance of her interests. Ned looked at her with mild surprise, and Arya continued, I want Mikken to practice with me. I sought him out. Darren said that if it weren't for your insistence. Father, Mikken might have been killed by Cersei like a lady. He also warned me that King's Landing is a very dangerous place, advising me to act with caution, lest I bring danger to you like Mikken. It's all my fault. Don't say that, my dear child. Ned embraced her tenderly, feeling a pang of sorrow at Arya's self-reproach. I hate them. I absolutely despise them. The Queen, the King, Joffrey, and Sansa. Arya exclaimed, as if unable to contain her emotions within her father's embrace. Sansa was dragged before the King and Queen. Do you wish for her to testify against the prince? Perhaps in the comfort of her father's arms. Arya's emotions overflowed as she voiced her innermost thoughts. For a child, such expressions of joy and anger are but surface reflections, and this was of no consequence. Yet, when Ned heard Arya express hatred towards Sansa, he immediately interjected. Listening to his words, Arya hung her head, understanding that had it not been for Darren's protection, she too might have been dragged before the Queen, and perhaps Mikken would have perished as a result. Shoo, my dear, listen to me, Ned said, tightening his embrace around Arya, worried that she might harbor resentment towards Sansa, and proceeded to explain. Sansa was betrothed to Joffrey. She could not betray her future husband. Even if he were to possess a myriad of faults, she must stand by his side. But how can you allow her to marry such a man? Arya questioned, bewildered. Faced with Arya's inquiry, Ned found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his heart heavy, rendered speechless by Arya's earnestness. After a brief silence, he endeavored to gather his thoughts once more. Very well, look at me. As a member of House Stark of Winterfell, you are aware of our family words. Winter is coming. Arya gazed at her father and softly replied. You were born in the long summer. Having yet to experience the other seasons, now winter truly approaches. In winter, we must defend one another, provide warmth, and share our strength. Sansa, despite everything, is still your sister. Seeing her father express so much, Arya shook her head. I don't hate her, not really, she insisted. Seemingly apprehensive that Ned might doubt her sincerity, so she reiterated her statement. Ned exhaled, continuing, I do not intend to frighten you, however. I also do not wish to deceive you. We have arrived at a perilous place. Darren and I have spoken. He advised me not to be as headstrong as I was in Winterfell. He mentioned that this place harbors many enemies unknown to us. Indeed, Darren is correct. But what I wish to convey is that we cannot turn against one another, understand? He handed Arya the small sword once more, saying, Take it, it is yours. After sharing his thoughts with his child, Arya beamed with visible joy upon receiving the sewing needle, having feared that her father would confiscate the gift Jon Snow had bestowed upon her. May I keep it? Just refrain from using it to stab your sister, Ned replied. Rising to approach the door, Arya, holding the sewing needle, could not resist fidgeting with it. Ned turned back to look at her. If you wish to keep it, you must learn to wield it. Can I ask Darren to teach me? Arya inquired, her excitement palpable at her father's words. I will help you ask him. Ned chuckled at Arya's enthusiasm, turning to close the door as he left the room. Having resolved his child's concerns, Ned enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. However, he rose early the next day, sitting at his desk to tackle the mountain of documents awaiting his attention. It was not yet time for the council meeting, granting him some leisure to immerse himself more readily into his work, as he needed to familiarize himself with this place that felt relatively foreign to him. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Ned looked up, puzzled. He had already eaten breakfast, and who could be interrupting him at this hour? Moreover, he had given prior instructions. Come in. Though curious, he paid little heed to it. Those who knocked at this time surely had urgent matters to report. With that thought, he set aside the document he had been perusing and called out to the door. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing Zhou clad in polished armor, helmet in hand, and a newly acquired long sword at his waist. Ah, it is you, Darren. What brings you to me? Oh, indeed. I happen to have a matter on which I wish to seek your counsel. Ned, upon realizing it was Zhou visiting him, felt a flicker of curiosity, yet was momentarily distracted by a promise made to his daughter the previous night. How fortuitous that Zhou appeared just as he intended to approach him after the court meeting. Zhou, who had been prepared to report on pressing matters, found himself somewhat bewildered by Ned's request for advice. What could Ned possibly wish to consult him about? They had only just arrived in King's Landing, and there were still numerous belongings to organize. Given the dire state of the royal treasury, which was so depleted that even a mouse would emerge weeping, it seemed unlikely that Ned possessed the bandwidth to address any additional concerns. The immediate need to negotiate a loan from the Lannisters to fill the coffers was already enough to weigh heavily on his mind. Surely, he would not dispatch Zhou to battle out of sheer idleness. Despite his internal musings, Zhou responded, I too have matters to report. Perhaps you might go first, my lord? Well, it is as follows. Arya has expressed a desire for you to become her swordsmanship instructor, and I have consented to her pursuit of martial training. Thus, I wish to inquire on her behalf if you would be willing to take on this role. I shall compensate you as a first-rate swordsmanship teacher. Ned clasped his hands together, fingers intertwined, resting them on the table as he spoke, bowing slightly in earnestness. His tone was sincere as he sought a mentor for his daughter, refraining from issuing commands simply because Zhou was his attendant. Zhou was taken aback by Ned's words. He was well aware of Arya's affinity for wielding weapons and knew she would benefit from a remarkable instructor. However, he had not anticipated that the responsibility would fall upon him. After some contemplation, he felt that he might not be the most suitable choice. His own martial arts were predicated on a solid foundation, and while he certainly had the capability to teach, it seemed improper. In the realm of Kung Fu Panda, Zhou had already attained the status of a martial arts master, unrivaled save for the heavens above, having shared all his martial knowledge. Teaching others was not a daunting task. In fact, it could be argued that no one in this world was more qualified than he. Yet, lacking the requisite aggression, he mused that he could likely soar through the skies if he so wished. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to understand the nature of those deities. What he regarded as unsuitable was merely the constraint of time. Numerous events were poised to unfold beyond his control. As the currents of history surged too powerfully for any individual to halt, it would be prudent for Arya to continue her training under the former chief swordsman, learning the dance of water, which would suffice for her needs. I apologize, Lord Stark. It is not that I am unwilling to instruct your daughter. Rather, I fear I may not be a fitting teacher. Might you consider seeking out another more qualified mentor for her? Upon hearing Zhou's refusal, Ned was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, the situation had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated Zhou's rejection. Nonetheless, Zhou's reasoning was not without merit. Being skilled does not necessarily equate to being an adept teacher. Accepting this, Ned merely nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding. Very well. I shall endeavor to find a suitable swords instructor for Arya. I appreciate your understanding, my lord. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you had something to report? Having resolved the matter regarding Arya, Ned recalled Zhou's words upon entering and inquired. Your lady wife, Catelyn Tully, has arrived in King's Landing. What? Chapter 41. Catelyn's secret actions. There are fewer individuals entering and exiting through this door, my lady, yet one must remain vigilant. Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, still sported his distinctive little goatee as he leisurely rode alongside Catelyn, engaging her in conversation. I have been away from the capital for 9 years, even 9 years ago. Few knew who I was. Catelyn found Roderick's words somewhat dismissive. It had been many years since she last visited King's Landing, and even if acquaintances stood before her, they would likely need to scrutinize her closely to recognize her. Catelyn donned a blue scarf, and since their departure from Winterfell, the two had traveled discreetly. Finally reaching King's Landing today, considering the nature of their clandestine mission, they had deliberately chosen a less frequented entry point into the city. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 men clad in golden robes had surreptitiously followed them at a distance, occasionally joined by children darting past. Darren, how did you come by the news of Catelyn's arrival in King's Landing? She did not inform me, nor did she send a letter. At the city's edge, Zhou and Ned sat at a small stall, partaking in food. However, only Zhou was eating, while Ned remained untouched, casting anxious glances toward the city gates. My lord, As you are aware, I was once a hunter, and a hunter must not go hungry. It requires keen eyesight and sharp hearing, of course. I have my own methods. In response to Ned's inquiry, Zhou made a light jest but refrained from elaborating on how he had acquired this information. Ned regarded him thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, chose not to press further. Zhou was akin to a child he had watched grow up, and he placed his trust in him. Zhou had indeed been closely monitoring the situation, even fearing he might have misjudged the circumstances. He had personally ventured forth to confirm the whereabouts of Caitlin and her companion when they were still over 10 kilometers from King's Landing, which explained his current state of hunger while seated here. He had set out early to gather intelligence, and now he found himself famished. As for his lack of concern about losing track of the two, it was naturally due to his keen senses as a hunter. As he spoke, Zhou picked up the remaining 2 pancakes on his plate and bent down to hand them to a small, thin child who had been eagerly watching the two of them. He gently ruffled the heads of both children. The older child took the pancake Zhou offered, momentarily taken aback, as if struggling to comprehend the gesture. After a brief pause, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhou while bowing his head with his younger brother. Zhou then discreetly retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket, slipping them into the smaller child's hand when no one was watching, and smiled at the two of them. "You should hurry back. Your mother is waiting for you at home." Without waiting for the children's response, Zhou stood up. Ned observed the interaction between Zhou and the 2 children, hesitated for a moment, and then silently rose to follow him. As they began to walk away, the younger brother squeezed the hard copper coins in his hand and glanced up at his brother. The older sibling's eyes flickered, and after a quick look at the pancake in his hand, he took his brother's hand and hurriedly led him away through a narrow alley. "How did you know their mother was waiting for them?" Ned inquired. "Oh, that? A little bird leaving its nest to forage so early suggests that something might be amiss at home with the parents. I could only guess," Zhou replied. "Oh, is that so?" Although Ned felt a twinge of doubt, he refrained from pressing further, as he found some merit in Zhou's reasoning. He was also aware that Zhou often liked to provide food for children who were unable to afford meals, so he did not dwell on it. At this moment, the two had navigated through the bustling crowd, with Zhou brushing off a few dirty hands along the way, arriving at the entrance not far from the city gate. They had changed into simple, ordinary clothing, rendering them inconspicuous amidst the throng, even less noticeable than the affluent individuals on the streets. "Here they come," Zhou suddenly exclaimed. Ned's gaze sharpened, and he quickly turned towards the gate, where indeed, 2 familiar figures were riding into the city. Although they had attempted to remain discreet, Ned could not fail to recognize those he had shared a bed with for many years. Instinctively, he started to rush forward, but Zhou grabbed him, pulling him back. Ned looked at him in confusion. Zhou nodded towards 2 golden-clad figures following Caitlin and another golden-clad individual approaching them. The ladies had not spoken to anyone during their journey, not even to Lord Stark, indicating that they must have been on an important errand, which explained their direct arrival in King's Landing. However, it appeared that someone was quite aware of the ladies' whereabouts. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Ned pondered for a moment, then understood Zhou's meaning, standing with him amidst the crowd, unable to mask his growing anxiety. "Lady, be cautious," as the 2 golden-clad figures rode directly toward them. Roderick Castle was the first to sense something amiss and quickly alerted Caitlin. Heeding Roderick's warning, Caitlin promptly pulled on the reins, turning to face the approaching golden-clad individuals. "Welcome to King's Landing, Lady Stark. May we request your company for a brief journey?" As the golden-robed men approached, they greeted Caitlin before even getting close, startling her and her companion. "Why? We haven't done anything wrong." Caitlin was perplexed by the actions of the golden-robed figures. Firstly, how did they recognize her? Secondly, as members of the city guard, why did they impede her path? "We are ordered to escort you into the city." One of the golden-robed men responded casually to Caitlin's inquiry. One of them even stepped closer, handing her a rolled parchment. "Ordered? Ordered by whom?" "As the Prime Minister. I was not even aware that my wife had arrived in King's Landing." Ned exclaimed in anger, his teeth clenched. Had it not been for Zhou holding him back, he would have charged out. It was not that he was inherently impulsive. Rather, the fact that such a significant event had transpired without his knowledge, especially when the central figure was his own wife, was infuriating. Had Zhou not reported this matter to him early that morning, he might have been among the last to know, even if Caitlin had perished in King's Landing. "Do not worry, my lord. Since they are here to invite the lady, the one behind this will surely reveal themselves. We shall follow," Zhou reassured Ned, continuing to observe the exchange ahead. "By whose orders?" "This is..." Caitlin wondered aloud as she accepted the item handed to her by the golden-robed man and opened it in her hands. "Please follow me, Lady Stark," he said, offering no further explanation as he turned and rode back the way he had come, as if merely fulfilling a duty. Ned glanced at Caitlin as she read the letter, then decisively followed the golden-robed men, his brow furrowed. "It seems Lady Caitlin has acquaintances among them, my lord," Zhou whispered to Ned as they watched the 4 golden-robed figures escort Caitlin away. Ned nodded silently in agreement, already picturing various faces in his mind, eliminating possibilities of who might be orchestrating such clandestine maneuvers right under his nose. "Let us go, my lord, or we shall lose them," Zhou urged, pulling his hands into his sleeves as he turned to lead Ned back into the crowd. After weaving through the bustling throngs for some time, Ned, following Zhou, expressed his concern. "Are you certain we can keep up with them this way? A hunter does not always need sight to track his prey, my lord. Oftentimes, scent and traces are sufficient," Zhou replied. Thus, the two of them meandered until they arrived at a rather peculiar location, where Zhou halted, gazing ahead. Ned followed suit, observing the strange scene unfolding in the alley before them. In his youth, Ned was quite familiar with such places, though he believed his brother Robert would be even more acquainted with them. However, this only fueled Ned's anger even further, for the place they arrived at was unmistakably a brothel. At that moment, Ned caught sight of the gold-cloaked men escorting Caitlin through the back entrance. Chapter 42. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Caitlin, clutching the letter handed to her by the gold-cloaked men, accompanied by Roderick Castle, was led by 2 of these men to a secluded room on the 2nd floor of the brothel. Upon passing through a curtain, Caitlin was taken aback by the scene before her. Naked women scattered throughout the room, while the host who had invited her sat at one end, casually reading a book, disheveled and flanked by 2 women in even more revealing attire. "You lot, leave. Go upstairs." As Peter Baelish heard the commotion and looked up, he saw Caitlin had arrived. He quickly beckoned her and hastily closed the book, rising to shoo away the 2 women nestled beside him. "You scoundrel!" Before the 2 women could exit, Caitlin, filled with fury, hurled the letter she had received from Peter right at his face. Since the moment the gold-cloaked men brought her to the brothel, a fire of indignation had been simmering within her, growing ever more intense with each deplorable sight she encountered, until it erupted upon seeing Peter. "Do you take me for a harlot in a dark alley? How dare you bring me to?" Caitlin was vociferously rebuking Peter when she turned to see other naked women entering, one of whom was even leading a short, portly old man by the hand. This shocking scene momentarily overwhelmed her, leaving her speechless with rage. Peter, noticing her distress, was equally flustered, snapping his fingers and barking orders to hastily disperse the oblivious individuals. The women, frightened by Peter's expression, quickly retreated. Once the room was cleared, Peter finally had the chance to speak. "I mean no disrespect, you have quite the audacity." Peter had barely uttered his words, preparing to further explain himself to Caitlin, when he was abruptly interrupted. Just as he turned to see who was so thoughtless as to interrupt him, a figure lunged at his side. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain, followed by a sensation of being lifted off the ground. For a fleeting moment, Peter's mind raced, wondering if he had been struck by a carriage, but given that he was on the 2nd floor of a building, such a thought seemed absurd. Before he could regain his composure, he found himself slammed against a wall, the sudden impact taking his breath away. No longer needing to worry about catching his breath, he realized that an iron grip had clamped around his neck, hoisting him up and pinning him against the wall. Peter instinctively reacted, attempting to pry the unyielding hand from his throat with both hands, while his feet kicked desperately, searching for leverage. However, all his actions were in vain. Zhou firmly grasped Littlefinger's pinky with one hand, lifting him against the wall, his expression utterly unperturbed, eyes filled with indifference. "Caitlin." Just as Caitlin was taken aback by this sudden scene, a familiar voice called out from behind her. She barely had time to gasp for Littlefinger before instinctively turning to look back. Upon seeing the man she had yearned for over the past 2 months, her eyes reddened, and she could no longer hold back her tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Since arriving in King's Landing, everything had unfolded beyond her expectations, leaving her in a state of shock, particularly as she had been brought to such a place. Throughout the journey, her mind had conjured images of being deceived and humiliated. She had feigned strength during the arduous journey south, especially with Bran's situation weighing heavily on her mind. However, at this moment, her husband appeared by her side, rendering her unable to contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Ned, filled with concern, embraced his wife tenderly, gently calling her name. "What happened to your hands?" It was then that Ned noticed Caitlin's hands were wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Experienced as he was, Ned quickly recognized that this was not merely from horse reins but rather from a sharp blade, causing alarm to surge within him. "Quick, get Doran to release Baelish. He is on the verge of being killed." As Ned's concern for his wife's injuries grew, a sharp, panicked shout suddenly pierced the air beside them. The tender reunion atmosphere shattered. Ned and Catelyn looked up to see a bald, rotund man hurriedly lifting the curtain and entering. Lord Varys? Catelyn was the first to react, her surprise evident as she recognized him. Indeed, Lady Catelyn, and Lord Stark, I apologize for encountering you in such a place. But we must first have your servant release Lord Baelish. He is on the brink of death. Varys, now devoid of any semblance of elegance, wore an expression of sheer terror, urgently reminding them that there was still someone hanging on the wall, and if they did not act soon, he would perish. Ned and Catelyn quickly realized Littlefinger's plight and hurriedly turned to where he had been standing. They beheld Littlefinger, now too weak to struggle against Joyu's grip on his neck, his legs feebly kicking. His complexion had turned a ghastly shade of purple and blue, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes rolling back, bloodshot whites visible, and white foam escaping the corners of his mouth. It was a scene that clearly indicated imminent demise. Perhaps it was Joyu's tight hold that rendered Littlefinger incapable of making even the slightest sound during the initial impact against the wall. As Ned watched his associate, Littlefinger, on the brink of being murdered by his own servant, an urgent alarm surged within him. Though he had come to suspect who was orchestrating these treacherous machinations behind his back, no matter how incensed he felt toward Littlefinger, he could not permit such an execution to unfold before his eyes. Furthermore, Littlefinger was, after all, the realm's master of coin. Should he be slain by a servant within the confines of his own estate, the ramifications would be dire. Release him, Darren. Upon hearing Ned's command, Joyu glanced briefly at Varys, said nothing, and then loosened his grip on Littlefinger's left arm, allowing him to tumble to the ground. Varys was somewhat taken aback by Joyu's gaze. If he had not misjudged, it was filled with a palpable menace. Moreover, he felt as if Joyu regarded him and Baelish with the same chilling detachment one might reserve for the deceased. Varys trusted his instincts. However, Varys had no time to ponder further. Lowering his head, he maneuvered his corpulent frame hastily to Baelish's side, carefully repositioning him and cradling his head. Only then did Varys truly grasp the extent of Baelish's injuries. 5 distinct indentations marred his neck, suggesting a violent attempt to crush it. Moreover, if his senses did not deceive him, Baelish's right shoulder seemed to be shattered. As Varys turned Baelish over, the latter instinctively gasped for air, his oxygen-deprived body finally able to emit a weak cough. Varys even observed blood-tinged foam escaping Baelish's lips, and he noted with a keen awareness, common for a eunuch and intelligence operative, that Baelish had clearly lost control of his bodily functions after being thrown down by Joyu. Witnessing Baelish's pitiful state, Varys cast an alarmed glance towards Joyu, reassessing this servant brought from the north by Eddard Stark. Indeed, the earlier events on King's Road were one matter, but the near demise of Littlefinger before his very eyes was another. It was crucial to realize that Catelyn Stark had descended to King's Landing, and only they were privy to the intricate details of their shared intelligence. They were not only exchanging information, but also plotting their next moves, with Catelyn diligently adhering to their prearranged plan. Yet, complications arose that very morning. Early on, he received word from his birds that Eddard Stark, seemingly engaged in his usual affairs at home, had inexplicably donned a rather ordinary outfit and ventured beyond the city. Moreover, the destination was precisely the location he and Baelish had conspired about, raising suspicions that Stark might have received some foreboding news. However, he could not be certain. Logically speaking, based on the information at his disposal, Eddard Stark should not possess knowledge of these matters. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, he promptly dispatched his birds to follow him. Within this narrative, 2 plans emerge. The first suggests that if Eddard Stark were truly aware of his wife's imminent arrival in King's Landing, the birds would act as intermediaries, either obstructing or guiding him to ensure he does not interfere with his own and Peter Baelish's schemes. The second plan assumes that Eddard Stark is merely disguised and venturing into the populace for reconnaissance, thus necessitating no action from them. Provided he remains oblivious to his wife's arrival in King's Landing, their role would then be solely observational. However, an unforeseen complication arose. Not only did he fail to receive the expected avian communications, but Eddard Stark also followed closely behind Catelyn to a location capable of eluding the gaze of most in King's Landing. The process unfolded smoothly. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly dire. Peter Baelish nearly met his demise within his own stronghold, ensnared by his own machinations. This incited a sense of panic in Varys, a feeling of events spiraling beyond his control. Chapter 43. The weapon an unforeseen event remains an unforeseen event, yet Varys, as a master of intelligence, has never truly believed in the concept of chance. To him, what others deem as accidents are merely failures arising from inadequate information. Now he must concede that certain developments seem to surpass his expectations, though he refuses to dwell on this realization, fully aware that human capability is sometimes limited. Logically, Eddard Stark had been in King's Landing for no more than 3 days, and his wife Catelyn, in her quest for secrecy, had not divulged her intentions to anyone outside the circle of those in the know. Moreover, Eddard Stark had never established any connections in King's Landing, making it improbable for him to grasp any clandestine matters upon his arrival. It is crucial to note that Catelyn's journey was meticulously observed by him. He was privy to every detail of her travels. All information passed through his scrutiny before it could be disseminated, and Catelyn's safe and discreet arrival in King's Landing was, in fact, a result of his covert efforts. Given that the impossible became plausible, it became evident that the fault lay with a seemingly formidable yet youthful individual. Among those involved, only Zhou remained an outsider, an element that Varys had not factored into his considerations. This oversight represented a true unforeseen twist. His understanding of Eddard Stark's squire was limited to what was documented. Darren Cant, a ward of Eddard Stark, had once been safeguarded during the War of the Usurper. Initially, Varys perceived him merely as a fortunate lad, a beneficiary of ancestral favor. In a battle against raiders, he had defended the safety of his village's life and property, which, coupled with his deceased foster father's previous service to Ned, led to his selection as a squire. Due to the past merits of Nian Kant, he was bestowed the title of knight, albeit without any land or vassals to claim. Yet, he shone brightly on the king's road, having single-handedly defended his lord's daughter against over 100 Lannister soldiers. Furthermore, his pivotal role in the struggle against Cersei Lannister and House Stark tilted the scales in favor of the Stark family. This latter piece of information, however, was swiftly suppressed, though those in the know and the keenly observant would certainly take heed. It was a rare jest among the nobility. Yet discussions invariably led to admiration for Kant's loyalty and valor. This marked the first exhibition of Darren Kant's personal prowess. Had Ned and his companions arrived in King's Landing a tad earlier, they would have surely heard whispers of this squire's gallant renown. Nevertheless, in Varys' eyes, what rendered Zhou most formidable was his resolute rejection of the olive branch proffered by the king himself. This not only amplified his reputation for bravery, but also bestowed upon him an aura of loyalty, propelling his fame to new heights. Perhaps countless noble maidens in King's Landing had already set their sights upon him. Yet, this very individual now stood nonchalantly behind Ned, his gaze subtly surveying the surroundings. As if he had not just been moments away from crushing the kingdom's treasurer, Varys' mind raced with a multitude of thoughts, swiftly sifting through them. Yet he maintained his composure, barely casting a glance at Zhou. In his embrace, Peter Baelish gradually regained his composure. The imminent specter of death had rendered him momentarily speechless. Upon awakening to the reality that he had not yet escaped his fate, he realized that unless today's events were clarified, he was merely facing execution at the hands of the executioner, no different from any other. His chance at survival now rested upon Catelyn. "Speak up. How did you come to know of my arrival?" Catelyn, observing that Littlefinger would not perish, regarded the treasurer and the master of whispers with an icy demeanor. "My duty is to gather information, my lady," Varys responded with a faint smile, gently assisting the recovering Littlefinger back into the elegant posture he had previously assumed on the sofa. A wave of pain surged through Baelish, prompting him to grimace. Yet he refrained from vocalizing his discomfort, perhaps not wishing to appear undignified before Catelyn. "The news was relayed to me by Varys. As your friend, I believed it was my obligation to assist you at this critical juncture, yet it appears I was mistaken." Leaning back against the sofa, Baelish regained his composure and began to elucidate to Ned and Catelyn the rationale behind his actions. He presented himself admirably and graciously, adopting a position of vulnerability, characterizing his own injury as a misunderstanding, without a hint of the resentment one might expect from someone who had narrowly escaped death. "Humph, a misunderstanding? You bring my wife to such a place, and you dare call it a misunderstanding?" Ned's skepticism was palpable in response to Littlefinger's explanation. Today's events, devoid of a suitable rationale, would compel these two individuals to comprehend why the Stark family's motto is "Winter is coming." Gazing into Eddard Stark's relentless eyes, Peter Baelish, enduring the pain, cast a look of feigned innocence towards Varys beside him. Varys, perceiving Peter's silent plea for intervention, realized that only he could aptly elucidate the situation. They were akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string. As the gathered company turned their attention towards him, Varys pretended to sigh before addressing Catelyn. "I wonder, have you brought that dagger with you?" "The dagger? What dagger?" Ned furrowed his brows at Varys' peculiar inquiry. Upon hearing Varys mention the dagger, Catelyn subtly glanced at the stoic Roderick, who met her gaze with a slight shake of his head. Observing their discreet exchange, Varys chuckled softly and elaborated, "My little birds are everywhere. Even the strange tales from the north reach me." Relieved by Varys' explanation, Catelyn gestured for Roderick to produce the dagger. Meanwhile, Ned was left in a fog of confusion. Yet the sight of his wife's injuries instilled a gnawing intuition that something dire had transpired in the north. Otherwise, Catelyn would not have come south in secrecy. The more he pondered, the more unease gripped his heart, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Catelyn, what has transpired? Why have you come to King's Landing in such a manner?" Recalling the events at home and the assassination attempt on Bran, tears welled up in Catelyn's eyes once more. After a moment, seated around a table, Catelyn recounted to Ned the entirety of the incidents that unfolded in Winterfell during his journey south with Robert, including speculations surrounding Bran's fall from the tower and the evidence she had gathered. Ned remained silent as he absorbed her account, his countenance darkening with a brooding intensity. After a deep breath, he said nothing further, accepting the dagger from Roderick's hand. He unsheathed it, the bloodstains still visible, piercing his heart with profound anguish. This was the blood of his wife, Catelyn, left unwashed to serve as evidence. In that moment, he grappled with uncertainty, questioning whether his decision to journey south was wise or foolish. Valyrian steel. Chapter 44. Evidence. Valyrian steel, a material of exceedingly rare existence, is predominantly circulated among the elite of the nobility, with only a few pieces finding their way into the common realm due to exceptional circumstances. Beyond its intrinsic properties, Valyrian steel has come to symbolize status and identity. Even the Stark family of the North possesses but a single Valyrian greatsword known as Ice. In Ned's hand lies a dagger forged from Valyrian steel, its blade measuring approximately a foot in length, characterized by elegant lines and flawless craftsmanship. Even the hilt is assembled from dragobone, imparting a pleasantly warm sensation when gripped. To entrust such an exquisite weapon, akin to a work of art, to a foolish thief for the assassination of Bran Stark, seems profoundly imprudent. Gazing at the bloody dagger, Ned turned his eyes towards Varys. "Do you know who the owner of this dagger is?" he inquired, extending the weapon towards Varys. Varys took the dagger, examined it with great seriousness, and shook his head. "I'm afraid I have no idea." A soft chuckle escaped from Littlefinger, who was reclining against the cushions beside Varys. But it quickly turned into a fit of coughing due to the pain he felt. This drew the attention of those present, clutching his aching chest. He took a moment to compose himself before addressing Varys. "This is indeed a historic moment. I now possess knowledge that you do not." Varys turned his head with an inscrutable expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts, yet to Peter, his gaze seemed tinged with amusement. "In all the Seven Kingdoms, there exists but one such dagger. It is mine. Yours?" Ned furrowed his brow at the declaration, while Catelyn, intrigued, could not refrain from asking. Littlefinger, not one to leave them in suspense, continued, "Like any sensible person, I wager that Ser Jaime would triumph in the jousting tournament on Prince Joffrey's name day. Therefore, when the Knight of Flowers unseated him, I lost this dagger." "To whom did you lose it?" Ned inquired. Littlefinger cast a resolute glance at Catelyn before turning to Ned and revealing, "To Tyrion Lannister. That little imp. What a charming tutor." At that moment, Tyrion stood atop the gatehouse alongside Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, observing the training of Jon and the others below. Tyrion, accustomed to making casual remarks, commented on the scene. Having been in this place for some time now, Tyrion found the reality of it vastly different from what he had gleaned from books and experience that widened his perspective. The cold wind and desolate surroundings could not be adequately described in mere words, and he felt fortunate to have chosen to witness it firsthand. On the training ground, Ser Alliser Thorne, the Night's Watch instructor, stood with arms crossed, watching the newcomers as they trained. Given Jon's extensive training from a young age, he was significantly more skilled compared to these individuals who were perhaps wielding a long sword for the first time in their lives. With such a ready target available, Alliser felt quite pleased. He encouraged the newcomers to engage in one-on-one sparring with Jon, though his tone and approach were far from friendly. The astute Tyrion immediately discerned that the instructor harbored a disdain for Jon, subtly inciting those around him to regard Jon as an adversary, thereby fostering division among them. This could very well be his customary method of training, or perhaps it was simply a manifestation of his aversion towards Jon. Tyrion, not being a member of the Night's Watch, refrained from intervening in their affairs, especially since he would soon depart from this place, leaving Jon to endure his remaining years here. Thus, he merely observed, offering a nonchalant jest. It mattered little whether he possessed charm. The crux of the matter lay in his ability to transform this band of thieves and fugitives into stalwart members of the Night's Watch. Jorah Mormont, naturally, grasped the implications and the jest within Tyrion's words. His prolonged acquaintance with Alliser Thorne had afforded him a clear understanding of the man's character. So he responded with casual explanations. "And what was the outcome, Commander Mormont?" Tyrion inquired, glancing at the now dispersed crowd, his habitual retort. "Take your time. "A raven shall bring news of Eddard Stark's son," Mormont replied nonchalantly, displaying the patience acquired from years spent in this frigid wilderness. Concluding the topic, he retrieved a small, rolled parchment from his belt and handed it to Tyrion. The wall, situated at the northernmost edge of Westeros, bordered a desolate expanse beyond, where the free folk resided. The Black Castle, serving as a gateway, stood far removed from the domains of other lords, necessitating a perilous journey across the harsh cold for communication. Thus, the Night's Watch relied on ravens to maintain a semblance of connection with the world beyond, permitting updates, including the status of Eddard Stark's son, to reach them. Is the news favorable or unfavorable? Tyrion's inquiry evoked memories of the unfortunate boy who had fallen from a great height, leading to his unconscious state. He glanced at the scroll in hand but refrained from fully unrolling it, casually asking for Mormont's insights. Mixed emotions, came the response. "Can you stand by your words?" Zhou Yu, hearing Peter Baelish utter the name with the same nonchalance as in the original narrative, couldn't help but direct a gaze towards him. "I trust you comprehend the implications of your statement." Peter, feeling the lingering pain in his body, felt his jaw tighten imperceptibly. Varys's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively. He drew his hands into his sleeves, casting a glance at Baelish before finally speaking. "Even a mere insinuation that the Queen's brother is implicated in the murder of Stark's son constitutes treason." Upon hearing Varys's words, Peter fell silent, perplexed as to how matters had escalated to this point. Yet, having spoken, he could only steadfastly maintain his position. However, it was Catelyn who expressed confusion regarding Varys's statement. "We possess undeniable evidence. We have this dagger. However, my lady, possessing this dagger does not inherently imply that it belongs to Tyrion. Unless our Lord Peter is willing to take responsibility for his words and confront Tyrion directly. In doing so, we would have an additional witness." Before Peter could continue his discourse, Zhou Yu interjected, interrupting Catelyn, asserting that a witness was readily available. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's pivotal remarks, Varys subtly shifted his hands within his sleeves and cast a glance at Zhou Yu, yet remained silent. Ned and Catelyn reacted to Zhou Yu's statement, realizing that since Littlefinger claimed that this dagger originally belonged to him and was subsequently lost to Tyrion, it could serve as a basis for accusations against Tyrion when he is unable to prove its innocence. Thus, they were equipped with ample testimony and physical evidence regarding Tyrion Lannister's alleged involvement in the murder of Eddard Stark's son, Bran. "Peter, when we apprehend Tyrion Lannister, we shall require your presence to testify. You are willing to assist us, are you not?" Catelyn's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Littlefinger, making her plea. At that moment, Littlefinger realized the folly of his actions. Although the unfolding events aligned with his scheming, the outcome was drastically different, leading him to ponder whether his near-fatal encounter with that accursed Darren had impaired his judgment. Initially, his role was merely to stir the waters while the Starks served as his pawns in this intricate game. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently ensnared himself within it. Varys cast a discreet glance in his direction, as if adjusting his position due to prolonged discomfort. Meanwhile, although Peter recognized that he had been outmaneuvered at a critical juncture, he steeled himself to press on. The folk of the North may lack cunning and guile, but they are not foolish. Thus he ventured to speak. "Nevertheless, Lord Tyrion will undoubtedly argue that the dagger was stolen, and thanks to your son's wolf, the only being capable of exposing him has had its throat torn out." In that instant, Littlefinger's wits sharpened, as he recalled that the pivotal individual had become a mere corpse, and the deceased cannot speak. He neither refuted his earlier statements nor lamented the demise of the one who could articulate, for it afforded him a semblance of maneuverability. "We must seek out further evidence." His words sparked a realization in Catelyn and Ned. She turned to her husband, declaring that Peter had promised to assist us in uncovering the truth. "Akin to a long-lost brother to me, Ned, he shall not betray my trust." Catelyn's words were imbued with deep emotion, reflecting on how Littlefinger had consistently stood by their side since their arrival in the city, even suffering injury due to her misapprehension. Yet, despite all of this, Peter remained willing to aid them. Ned gazed at his rival, and despite his displeasure towards him at that moment, he had to concede that this individual was indeed, as Catelyn had claimed, trustworthy and one of their own. Yet, Ned's instincts led him to believe that Peter Baelish could never truly be trusted. While Catelyn spoke to Ned, Littlefinger observed the two, careful not to breathe too loudly, until he noticed Ned wavering under Catelyn's words, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that his own suffering had not been in vain. He resolved to stoke the flames further. "For her sake, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. It is foolish to do so. Yet I find myself unable to decline any request from your wife. Ahem, I shall not forget your assistance. You are a true friend." Hearing Littlefinger's seemingly irrational expression of sincerity, Caitlin was genuinely moved. You must not reveal this to anyone, lest my hard-won reputation be destroyed in an instant, she cautioned. Littlefinger, nestled comfortably on the sofa, gazed at her with a tender look, playfully jesting. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu thought to himself that the final straw had indeed fallen upon the camel's back, though no one seemed to notice. Chapter 45. A farewell kiss. Zhou Yu understood that he lacked the capacity to effect substantial change, yet he had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. It was as if the progression was inevitable, a consequence of the prevailing winds. This realization led him to comprehend that these players of great power were beyond his ability to influence with mere flashes of insight regarding trivial matters. Others possessed the acuity to detect advantageous opportunities within minor details, orchestrating a comprehensive strategy across the entire chessboard. While he felt akin to a Go piece inadvertently dropped onto a chessboard, useful, yet seemingly not quite so, appearing unique yet irrelevant to the rules. He gazed at the couple embracing before him, unable to suppress a sense of melancholy. Contemplating these thoughts, he clenched his fist, reflecting on his regret for not having seized the opportunity to eliminate Littlefinger that day, though he rationally understood that doing so would not resolve any issues, and might even invite worse outcomes. This clarity made him acutely aware that he was not one to play mind games. He was hardly clever at all. It seemed that henceforth, he must endeavor to engage with the larger forces at play, with his own strength, of course, being his fists. I may lack intellect, but you must respect my fists. I wish to see my daughters. Too risky. Just a glance. In a secluded spot, Ned held Caitlyn's hand. However, in response to his wife's plea, Ned resolutely shook his head in refusal. A portion of their enemies had already revealed themselves. Yet it was far too perilous for them now. He dared not complicate matters further. Let us identify who our enemies are first. It must be them, Ned. It must be the Lannisters. I know it in my bones. Caitlyn firmly believed that the Lannisters were behind this matter. From the moment her suspicions arose and she discovered that golden hair in the tower, her conviction solidified. First, her sister inexplicably returned to the Vale of Arryn, followed by the letter delivered to her under the stars, which mentioned the Lannisters' involvement in Jon Arryn's murder, along with their covetous gaze upon the Iron Throne. Thus, based on these factors, the Lannisters' animosity and motives for harming the Stark family were justified, as they obstructed the Lannisters' ambitions. Although this was also the primary reason for Ned's journey south, he was unaware of the enemies that awaited him. Given the information at hand, the Lannisters possessed ample motivation to take action against them. Ned, too, believed Caitlyn, even contemplating further than she did. Yet, they all found themselves in a perilous environment, where a moment's inattention could lead to their downfall. To survive, they would have to be exceedingly cautious. Ned gazed at Caitlyn. Littlefinger had a point, without evidence. He could do nothing. He was angry, yet powerless. Once you find the evidence, I shall seek an audience with Robert, hoping he retains his former wisdom. The couple discerned each other's resolve in their eyes, and at that moment, Caitlyn no longer resented her husband's decision to journey south to King's Landing. In that instant, she was not merely the lady of House Stark. She was also Caitlyn of House Tully, cognizant of her family's words. Family, duty, honor. They were one and the same. Be careful on the road. You have a temper. I have a temper? By the gods, who nearly harmed poor Littlefinger this morning, forcing him to miss today as council meeting and concoct an excuse about being injured by a runaway cart? That was Darren's doing. Though I would have liked to do so myself, I am too old to keep pace with the youth. Ned, with an air of concern, instructed his wife. His words laced with reluctance at their impending separation. Nearby, Ser Jorah scratched his face, while Jory Castle looked at him with a puzzled expression, unclear of when this lad had intended to harm Littlefinger. The couple shared a fleeting smile. Ned gazed into his wife's eyes and, suddenly feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "He still holds a candle for you." "Does he?" Seeing her husband's jealousy, Caitlyn's eyes brimmed with affection as they locked gazes and leaned in for a kiss. Farewell. Their parting kiss spoke volumes that transcended words. Caitlyn gazed deeply into Ned's face before resolutely turning to leave. "My lord, I shall accompany the lady back." Just as Ned stood lost in thought watching Caitlyn, Ser Jorah stepped forward, addressing the soon-to-be mounted Lady Stark. His words roused Ned from his reverie, and he turned to face him. "The journey is fraught with peril. I shall ensure the lady's safety." Ned glanced at his wife and then at him, finally nodding. "Take good care of Kate. I shall return at the swiftest pace once I ensure my lady's safety." Indeed, Caitlyn, who had been listening to Zhou Yu, paused and turned to him. "No, you should stay in King's Landing to protect Ned. My lady, this is not a place where force can resolve issues." Zhou Yu replied with a smile upon hearing Caitlyn's words. "Darren is right. I would feel far more at ease knowing he escorts you back. Once your safety is assured, he will return." Hearing Zhou Yu, Ned nodded in agreement. Caitlin pondered this. Indeed, safety was paramount for them both, Ned and herself. Moreover, if news of her secret arrival in King's Landing had reached others, who could guarantee that no mishap would occur on the journey back? Thus, after careful consideration of Zhou Yu's earnest offer, Caitlin did not refuse. With the agreement of both parties, Zhou Yu approached with the horse. Jory, ensure the Lord's safety. He instructed the young captain of the guard as they prepared to part. Jory Castle nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Ned looked at the young man, momentarily seeing the face of the one who had fought valiantly to protect him. Darren, the Stark family owes you a great deal. You flatter me, my lord. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Yu mounted his horse, but suddenly recalled something. He turned to Ned. My lord, I would like to request an item from you. What is it? Ned asked, somewhat taken aback by Zhou Yu's unexpected request. The Valyrian steel dagger. But that is evidence. Indeed, which is why I seek your permission. Why? Ned was perplexed by Zhou Yu's request. If memory serves, Tyrion has journeyed north with Jon and the others to the wall. Considering the timeline, he should be returning soon, and I wish to see if I might intercept him along the way. Furthermore, keeping this item on your person is not entirely safe, especially in these times. I believe it prudent for me to take it, as I can guard against those who may be aware of its significance. Ned pondered Zhou Yu's words. He recognized the truth in them. At present, no one knew it was with him, but what if someone did? What if it were to be lost in an unfortunate incident? Thus, keeping it on him was indeed a precarious burden, though he had not considered it deeply. Relinquishing it to Darren was, in fact, a wise decision. After a moment's contemplation, Ned did not refuse Zhou Yu's proposal. He retrieved the dagger, wrapped in cloth, from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu accepted it with gravity, placing it securely within his own garments. Darren, safeguard my lady, and also protect this evidence. Ned reiterated solemnly before departing. Chapter 46. Engaging in games. Why do you not remain in King's Landing? The forthcoming events there promise to be exceedingly tedious. Am I to participate in the Tournament of Knights, contending for the reward of 40,000 golden dragons? Or perhaps engage in the treacherous games of intrigue with those individuals? Do you see how they regard me? Within the curious realm, Zhou Yu sat cross-legged upon the ground. One hand propped under his chin, his gaze intently fixed upon a man and a bear engrossed in a game of chess. His fingers absent-mindedly stroked the beard upon his chin. Meanwhile, the figure clad in a black robe hastily approached upon first sighting him, brimming with enthusiasm as he inquired about Zhou Yu's recent endeavors. In response to the query, Zhou Yu succinctly recounted the recent occurrences, also clarifying the curiosity of his robed counterpart. After all, I cannot simply eliminate anyone who displeases me. What purpose would that serve? Not only would it invite unnecessary trouble, but the ensuing complications would be more than I could bear. Am I to act like a relentless plow, tirelessly and monotonously tilling through their lives? Moreover, I presently lack the foundation to undertake such actions, and primarily, I have yet to discern my own path. Contemplating future events, Zhou Yu harbored certain thoughts. Yet he found little interest in the impending narrative set to unfold in King's Landing. Thus he indeed had no inclination to remain there. As for the explanations offered by the counterpart from the realm of intrigue, the robe Zhou Yu deemed them mere excuses, believing his other self to be excessively timid. He promptly countered, "Is that so? Why not? If anyone dares to offend me, I shall ensure they have no opportunity to savor joy. Of course, who is your father? Can we refrain from discussing my father's affairs?" As was customary, the two Zhou Yus engaged in a lively exchange. April Zhou Yu, feeling somewhat bored, sat nearby, occasionally glancing at the two armored figures who resembled retired old men, and then shifting his gaze to the two black-robed counterparts, who, despite their similar ages, seemed akin to children. He perceived an inexplicable harmony between both versions of himself, while he felt a sense of disconnection from them. It was unclear whether the discord stemmed from the peculiar atmosphere or from his own lack of eccentricity. To begin with, the armored Zhou Yu and the panda Zhou Yu inhabited realms imbued with a certain childlike essence, both poised to transcend their respective worlds. Naturally, they exuded an aura of tranquility and naturalness. Thus, April Zhou Yu likened them to two retirees in a park. Curiously, the panda Zhou Yu had managed to produce a go board within the space, engaging the armored Zhou Yu in a game. Meanwhile, what of the black-robed Zhou Yu and the counterpart from the realm of intrigue? The world inhabited by the two individuals is one of an intense and chaotic nature. A realm so vivid that the author dares not delve into its details, rife with violent imagery. Both characters exhibit a certain exuberance, a penchant for revelry and chaos, which amplifies the tumultuous atmosphere around them. This quartet, with their contrasting dynamics, truly embodies the adage that like attracts like, even if one refrains from engaging in conflict. There are always competitions to partake in, a means to earn a little pocket money. In April, As Zhou pondered his own inadequacies and felt a sense of alienation from the group, the figure in the black robe, unable to match the wit of the Game of Thrones, Zhou decided to align with his words instead. Forgive me, but I fail to see the utility of money. I have no need to procure equipment or horses, nor do I maintain any faction. More importantly, I cannot fathom any desires that necessitate expenditure. So why should I perform like a monkey for others' amusement? To this, the Game of Thrones Zhou adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing these sentiments, the black-robed Zhou reflected and realized the truth in them. Apart from clandestine escapades, he found little need for financial resources, often acquiring what he desired without spending a dime. As the conversation waned and boredom set in, he took to the air, striking a relaxed pose reminiscent of the famed Guyu, while simultaneously digging into his nostrils with a sigh. I must say, following Stark around all day. If this were a book, the readers would surely berate you. With the banter ceasing, one engrossed in chess and the other in lethargy, an atmosphere of silence enveloped them. Unable to endure the quiet, Zhou scratched the back of his head and turned to engage the Game of Thrones Zhou in conversation. Nian raised me for over a decade and treated me well, yet I find myself unable to repay his kindness. Even your acquaintance with each other is quite recent. Thus, I ponder whether I might prevent the Stark family from disintegrating as in the original tale. This could serve as my gratitude to Nian, and I am inclined to do so. As for the remaining matters, I shall contemplate them further. Perhaps I will embark on a journey to explore the world of Game of Thrones. After hearing the Game of Thrones Zhou's explanation, Zhou fell silent, contemplating his words, ultimately choosing not to prolong the topic and instead focusing on the chess game. Indeed, as Zhou escorted Lady Stark back to King's Landing, he once again found himself in that peculiar realm during a dream-filled night. There, he encountered yet another version of himself from a different world, this time accompanied by a seemingly ordinary young man clad in half-leather armor, a long sword slung across his back. Pray tell, has such a length of time truly passed in your world? Months have passed, yet I have only been here for 2 days, leaving me with a rather peculiar sensation. The young man, Zhou, clad in half-body leather armor, gazed at his counterpart from the Game of Thrones universe, absorbing his recounting of recent events with a sense of disbelief. This was his second visit to this realm, and he found himself somewhat out of sorts, unable to adapt as seamlessly as the others who treated this place like a leisurely retreat for seasoned veterans. In his previous life, he had encountered various literary and cinematic works that depicted the nuances of time, and while he had grown accustomed to such themes, experiencing it firsthand evoked an inexplicable sense of disparity that was difficult to articulate. The Game of Thrones Zhou observed his similarly attired counterpart, stroking his beard as he felt at ease. Noticing the newcomer's apparent awkwardness, he inquired about his experiences. By the way, have you ventured into battle to level up? How does it feel? Honestly, an immersive online game like this was the ultimate fantasy during my school days. Oh, and I also want to know, does it feel exhilarating? At that moment, the Zhou from April approached, increasingly aware of his inability to blend in. What a bizarre sensation this was. Was it merely because he was in a romantic genre? Was Sword Art Online not also a romantic tale? Indeed, it's exhilarating, truly immersive, devoid of a logout option, allowing you to experience a sensation akin to flight. The young Zhou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at Zhou's words. He wanted to express his frustration, and he did. Kiba's Akihiko should be damned, exclaimed the Zhou from Sword Art Online. Kiba's Akihiko should be damned, echoed the Zhou from the Game of Thrones world. Kiba's Akihiko should be damned, lamented the Zhou from the boys' universe. Stop. Enough with the repetition. Why does Kiba's Akihiko concern you? The atmosphere had reached a breaking point. Listening to the words of the Zhou from the boys, the Zhou from Sword Art Online could not help but bury his face in his hands, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He had traversed into the world of Sword Art Online, and as fate would have it, upon his arrival, everything faded to white, accompanied by the sound of a distant echo. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a flurry of login verification messages flashed before him. Once confirmed, beams of multicolored light enveloped him, only to dissolve into fragments. The scene before him transformed into a harmonious and tranquil vista: blue skies, white clouds, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blooms, all coalescing into a fantastical beauty with astonishing architecture. Newton could not disturb the peace here. However, as his vision sharpened, he stood frozen in place, momentarily lost, as a torrent of information surged into his mind. Once the influx of knowledge subsided, he had no time to process it before panic overtook him, prompting him to frantically open the menu interface. He swiftly located the logout button and clicked, click, again click, to no avail. Alas, that wretched Kiba Crystal Yen. How I loathe him. He yearned to weep but found himself unable to shed a tear, even too fearful to utter a curse in this login plaza. In this game that had so thoroughly shattered his defenses, Kiba Crystal Yin was akin to a deity, an omnipotent figure, the Soul God, and the patriarch whom all players could manipulate at will. He mused that if his tale were to be recounted in the manner of a marketing pitch, it would resemble an automated voiceover. This man, known as Xiao Shui, had traversed realms and become the proprietor of a modest multinational corporation engaged in the import-export trade, earning a modest income and leading a tranquil existence. Yet, one fateful day, his serene life was disrupted. This was merely because he possessed no other hobby than indulging in games and immersing himself in the world of anime. However, the advent of a game named Sword Art Online irrevocably altered the course of his life. Stop. Indeed, Zhou found himself transported into the realm of Sword Art Online. And coincidentally, it was at the moment of logging into this game that he was thrust into this new world. The good news was that he was affluent, handsome, and a recent graduate of a prestigious university. Through a serendipitous opportunity during his academic tenure, he had been introduced to the field of import-export trade, spending several years acquiring knowledge and skills, and, with a sprinkle of luck, he had become what society deemed a wealthy individual. With no other passions, he had chosen to travel abroad to this land of Japan to live a carefree life. Moreover, he was an orphan. The unfortunate news, however, was that he might no longer be able to claim even that title. Gazing at the logout button, which was on the verge of smoking from his anxious fingers, Zhou pondered and ultimately decided to abandon his intention. Ever since logging into the game, he had stood frozen in place, a state he could still rationalize as being engrossed in studying the game menus and functionalities. Yet, the frantic attempts to log out upon entering the game might have already drawn Kiba Crystal Yan's suspicion. Should he truly attract the attention of that old coin, his future days could become quite arduous. In his previous life, he had often discussed with friends the hypothetical scenario of being transported to the world of Sword Art Online and what one ought to do if inadvertently thrust into it. The unanimous conclusion was that the best opportunity lay in choosing to exit the game at the very first moment of entry. Otherwise, one would be left to rely on mere survival instincts, for as an ordinary individual without cheats, there would be no chances or allowances for error in this game of life and death. One should not take unnecessary risks, nor should one easily trust anyone. It was better to be cowardly and wait until Kirito and his companions cleared the game, ensuring one's survival. Of course, a crucial prerequisite remained. Initially, one needed someone to refrain from severing the internet connection and, upon the incident occurring, to promptly discover and protect them, safeguarding against external factors that could lead to demise. In essence, the secret could be distilled into 3 words: rely on luck. To hell with it all. As the pop-up menu receded, Zhou gazed despondently at the sky, then cast a glance at the clusters of people in the login plaza, their laughter and joy evoking a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, fortune often favors the persistent. That very night, after falling asleep on the streets of the game's main city, he was unexpectedly transported to a fantastical realm, courtesy of a trucker from another world. This serendipitous turn of events presented him with a glimmer of hope for survival. However, still ensnared within the game, he remained oblivious to the specifics of his lottery draw. Though he surmised he had been fortunate enough to inherit the physical prowess of the enigmatic black robe Zhou. Indeed, this act of drawing lots was a common term among them, for it bore a striking resemblance to a lottery. Each new entrant to this realm contributed to the prize pool while receiving a singular chance to draw. Following his lottery, he remained uncertain as to what he had gained. Nonetheless, he noted a significant enhancement in his reflexes and dynamic vision, suggesting that he had likely acquired the physical attributes of the black robe. Most importantly, he also possessed the foundational martial arts of Panda Zhou. With this newfound advantage, he felt he had a fighting chance to forge his own path. In his previous life, Zhou was an ardent admirer of the Sword Art Online series, immersing himself in related information and engaging in discussions with fellow enthusiasts. Thus, his familiarity with the nuances of Sword Art Online would directly correlate with his chances of survival in this world, if memory served him correctly. Kirito sustained his elite abilities and levels through a combination of insights gleaned as an internal beta tester and relentless grinding, often sacrificing sleep to devote himself to leveling up. His days were consumed by either practice or the pursuit of improvement, exerting every ounce of effort to survive. Now, his objective was to emulate Kirito's approach, striving to ascend to the ranks of the game's elite players, at the very least securing his own means of self-preservation. Mastering the sword was indeed a formidable challenge, primarily because their capabilities were confined to the tangible realm, limited to physical prowess, with perhaps only he and the armored figure possessing a hint of the fantastical. However, when it came to electronic information and the virtual domain, They found themselves powerless, fervently wishing to encounter a world reminiscent of the Matrix, where liberation might become a reality. At that moment, Panda Zhou deftly grasped a black chess piece with his robust claws, casually placing it in an empty corner of the board while uttering a seemingly innocuous remark. "Oh dear, armor, you've fallen." Hearing Panda Zhou's words, April Zhou instinctively turned to look, glancing at the board to discover that the white pieces had reached a point of no return. What? Armor-clad Zhou was momentarily taken aback by his words, hurriedly leaning closer to the chessboard for a meticulous examination. Was there truly nothing amiss? After scrutinizing the position, he found no apparent discrepancies and, filled with confusion, inquired further. "You will understand after making 9 more moves." Observing that armor-clad Zhou was rather inept at chess, April Zhou chose to disregard him, confident that he would grasp the situation after a few more moves. His own interest in chess was minimal. He had learned it from a young age and had even triumphed over professional players at the tender age of 7 or 8. As for his current strength, he remained uncertain, for he was presently engrossed in the study of music, leaving him little time for the game. Sword and Blade Zhou, having overheard Panda Zhou's remarks, contemplated for a moment and realized that, indeed, the situation could only unfold in this manner. After all their efforts, it all seemed to hinge on luck. Was their diligence truly so insignificant? Must one be a fortunate player to relish the joys of life and gaming? Or was that the case for all? The life of a lucky player was fleeting. Strike that. The life of a fortunate player is long-lasting. Reflecting on his unfortunate existence since his arrival in this world, he lamented that he was still forced to sleep on the streets, only daring to eat once a day. This stark contrast to his previous life as a prosperous magnate, where he could indulge in a lifestyle that, while not excessively extravagant, was nonetheless refined and luxurious, made him wish he could erase those memories entirely. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Sword and Blade Zhou lowered his head and sighed sadly. "If you ask me, this is merely playing a game." Observing his disheartened demeanor, Black Robe Zhou remarked with a smirk. Chapter 47. What now? Can we engage in virtual reality trading? In the darkness, a faint red glow illuminated half of Zhou's face as he lay upon a massive rock. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his expression filled with astonishment and delight. He managed to compose himself, discreetly glancing around. The horizon was subtly brightening, indicating that dawn was approaching, while the nearby campfire, having burned through the night, was on the verge of extinguishing. Roderick leaned against a sheltered boulder, his head nodding as he fought off sleep. Perhaps the campfire was waning for this very reason. Due to the necessity of traveling discreetly, they were not always fortunate enough to find warm and comfortable inns or taverns along the King's Road, despite the numerous establishments available. Thus, they often resorted to camping outdoors, which necessitated taking turns keeping watch for safety. Last night, Zhou had kept watch during the first half of the night, with Roderick taking over for the latter half. However, it appeared that Roderick was struggling to stay awake, dozing off in his seated position. Rising from the large rock on which he lay, Zhou glanced at his companions. Roderick was asleep, while Caitlin was nestled nearby, wrapped in furs, enjoying a deep slumber on a mat. Out in the wild, Caitlin did not conform to the expected image of a refined lady. She was a very down-to-earth woman. The arduous journey of horseback riding is undeniably exhausting. She set forth from Winterfell to King's Landing, and upon her arrival, a series of events unfolded without respite, compelling her to embark on the return journey almost immediately. Even the most resilient individuals cannot endure such relentless strain. Due to these unforeseen circumstances, she scarcely had time to rest before being required to hasten back. This relentless pace had persisted for nearly 2 months, and it was evident to Zhou that Caitlin had lost considerable weight. Roderick, her companion, though a warrior with superior physical endurance compared to Caitlin, was also beginning to feel the effects of their grueling travels, especially given his advancing age. Consequently, Zhou made it a point to allocate ample time for their rest during the daily schedule, ensuring that whenever they could find an inn, he meticulously planned their stay. In instances where they had no choice but to camp in the wilderness, he would make appropriate arrangements. He even took care to select suitable game for hunting to replenish their nutrition. After all, it would be unacceptable for her to become utterly exhausted. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, he stealthily descended from the rocks and approached the campfire. He retrieved several pieces of wood prepared the previous night and added them to the flames, skillfully brushing aside the burnt ashes to create ample space for the fire to reignite. He did not strive for silence, so Roderick was startled awake by the crackling of the fire. Upon recognizing Zhou, he relaxed. "Let us rest a bit longer before we set off," Zhou suggested. Roderick, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded and, without hesitation, found a flat spot to lie down, quickly succumbing to slumber. Seeing both of them sleeping soundly, Zhou Yu tended to the fire before rising and stepping into the nearby woods. He first unbuckled his belt to relieve himself of the night's burden, feeling a shiver run through him before relaxing entirely. Afterward, he secured his belongings once more. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze and the distant calls of unknown birds breaking the silence. Zhou Yu scanned his surroundings, including the sky, but detected no signs of anything unfamiliar watching him. Satisfied with the safety of his environment, he turned a serious gaze toward his hands. Closing his eyes momentarily to attune himself, he made a subtle motion with his hand in the air and then flipped his wrist. In an instant, a jet-black, egg-shaped object, approximately the size of a bedside table from his past life, materialized in his grasp. Goodness! Zhou Yu could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the object in his hand, confirming that the events of the previous night in that strange realm were not mere illusions. The item he held was indeed an egg, a dragon egg, to be precise, and it belonged to the Ender Dragon. Gazing at the obsidian-hued dragon egg nestled in his arms, emanating flecks of violet light, he felt a tinge of madness and disbelief. The previous night, within the peculiar realm, the various incarnations of Zhou Yu had been either engaged in conversation or occupied themselves with trivial pursuits while awaiting the arrival of new comrades. Each gathering invariably led to the emergence of one or more new selves, a phenomenon that had been collectively noted by the group regarding this enigmatic space. As the armored Zhou Yu was indeed vanquished by the panda Zhou Yu in a game of 9-step chess, he lamented in jest about the absurdity of their identical forms, pondering the utility of their respective intellects. At that moment, the luminous halo at the center of the space ceased its pulsation, heralding the imminent arrival of a newcomer. The panda Zhou Yu, stretching his shoulders in preparation to assemble the newly arrived self, witnessed a square-shaped leg step forth from the halo, followed by a peculiar, angular figure. This being radiated an otherworldly, crystalline blue luminescence, one hand grasping a dark, oval object while the other busily stuffed something into his mouth. Upon recognizing him, all the Zhou Yes were momentarily frozen, their eyes widened and mouths agape in astonishment. The individual, munching on a golden, round morsel, appeared equally bewildered upon entering this strange realm, scratching his head as if questioning his whereabouts. Upon noticing the group in the distance, he recognized the familiar yet alien attire and countenance. In a frenzy, he lunged toward them, babbling incoherently. The Zhou Yes, upon witnessing this distinctly angular, block-like being charging toward them, instinctively scattered in fright, as if pursued by a rabid dog. This was a historic encounter, an unprecedented meeting. Once the square figure regained his composure, the Zhou Yes began to communicate, piecing together the unfolding events. Indeed, this block-like individual was a Zhou Yu who had inexplicably traversed into the realm of Minecraft, a sandbox game renowned for its boundless creativity and the world constructed entirely of blocks. Having transformed into a blocky avatar within Minecraft, he bore the classic attire of Steve, the iconic character known for his ability to manipulate the very fabric of his environment. Upon confirming that the Zhou Yu was indeed the legendary Steve, the cloaked Zhou Yu rushed forward to clasp his leg, fervently beseeching him for guidance. While the other Zhou Yes exhibited a modicum of decorum, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Steve, upon encountering the throng, was equally exhilarated. His initially incoherent babbling quickly transformed into a lively exchange, as he conversed with several individuals without pause. The words erupted like the relentless staccato of a machine gun, and only after Zhou Yu's description did they begin to comprehend the events that had transpired in his life. According to him, he was utterly oblivious to how he had traversed into my world, and he had no notion of how much time had elapsed since his arrival. The daily cycle of sunrises and sunsets bore no consequence upon him. However, his lack of experience in engaging with my world rendered every action a mere exploration, a trial and error, leaving him bewildered by most matters even to this day. Fortunately, having previously encountered this game, he possessed some fundamental understanding of its mechanics, which spared him from utter disgrace. Yet he still could not fathom how many times he had met his demise. Nonetheless, these tribulations were but trifles. The most profound burden lay in his solitude, a solitude that was uniquely his own. This loneliness drove him to the brink of madness, nearly shattering his spirit. Initially, he felt elated to find himself in this new world, but gradually, the weight of isolation extinguished his interest in everything. It was not that the game lacked other beings. On the contrary, the world was teeming with diverse creatures. Yet, he discovered that the villagers in this reality mirrored those in the game, emitting only incomprehensible sounds. In such an environment, he found himself devoid of companionship, unable to share his experiences, and at times, he could scarcely feel his own existence. What began as a thrilling adventure in my world devolved into a monotonous existence of fishing, mining, or engaging in other mundane tasks, to the point where he could not even bring himself to end his own life. However, fortune smiled upon him. Just as he had slain the Ender Dragon and acquired the dragon egg and Elytra in preparation for his return to the main world, he unexpectedly crossed a portal and arrived in this new dimension. This serendipitous event elucidated his erratic behavior upon encountering a familiar yet foreign figure. Through their exchange, it became evident that he was the sole Zhou Yu among all existing iterations who had not been thrust into this realm due to the awakening of past memories, but rather by the whims of fate. Thus, the panda version of Zhou Yu need not labor over reconstructing a new version of himself, a cause for celebration indeed, although he remained uncertain of how one might piece together a humanoid block entity. In the course of conversation, Steve Zhou Yu gleaned insights into the nature of this new space, the capabilities of his newfound advantages, and, most astonishingly, the possibility of encountering alternate versions of himself across myriad realms. He had read the tale of the Duke virus, but now it was his turn to partake in such a narrative. Yet, in all honesty, he was indifferent to the potential of this space. Merely encountering other versions of himself was the most exquisite gift he could imagine. Upon discovering that the Game of Thrones Zhou Yu had traversed into the world of Westeros, he excitedly gifted him the Ender Dragon egg he had acquired, deeming it merely decorative, and regardless of its potential utility, he was Steve, albeit still grappling with how to navigate this newfound existence. He was intrigued by the lottery that the crowd spoke of and decided to join them in their endeavor. It was during this fusion lottery that all the Zhou Yus discovered an unexpected delight. To their astonishment, they realized that they all possessed the inventory abilities of Steve. What could this signify? Setting aside the essential spatial storage capabilities that every traveler ought to have, the mere fact that all Zhou Yus shared this ability suggested that it resembled a baseline lottery akin to that of Panda Zhou Yu's Kung Fu. Boasting an extraordinary universality that required no adaptation, it could be utilized by anyone, be it human, canine, or even a mere stone. Upon grasping the implications of this revelation, Black Robe Zhou Yu could hardly contain his joy, a sentiment echoed by the others. As for Steve Zhou Yu, he felt a subtle change within himself. Though he could not quite pinpoint its nature, he would need to return to his world to fully comprehend it. The physical prowess attributed to the Black Robe held little significance for him, as he perceived that, in comparison, the Black Robe Zhou Yu's body might not even equate to a grass block in his world. He needed several strikes to defeat a grass block. Yet even a common citizen from his homeland could likely reduce the Black Robe Zhou Yu to mere particles with a single blow. However, abilities such as flight and laser vision proved somewhat useful, granting him a means of ranged attack and enhanced mobility. After experimenting, he decided to bestow the Elytra upon Game of Thrones Zhou Yu, as he was the only one capable of utilizing it. April Zhou Yu expressed no particular desires, content with a few golden apples, seemingly unable to think of anything else he wanted. As for Sword and Shield Zhou Yu, Steve was uncertain if he could assist him. Perhaps he could, but he might not know how to employ it. Both Panda Zhou Yu and Armored Zhou Yu found themselves at a loss for their needs, prompting them to set their thoughts aside. Consequently, Steve could only retrieve items he believed would be beneficial for everyone. He promised to provide them with Elytra on their next encounter. He also entrusted the Diamond Sword and Enchanted Bow to Game of Thrones Zhou Yu, reiterating that this gear would be of use to him. Even as he contemplated offering him the armor, Zhou Yu politely declined, not wishing to accept everything. Thus, Steve decided to gift the enchanted diamond armor to Panda Zhou Yu, allowing him to study and experiment with it. During the grand distribution of red envelopes, as April Zhou Yu weighed the golden apple in his hand, feeling its extraordinary heft, a sudden realization struck him. Why was it that upon entering this space, all their possessions resembled ephemeral illusions from dreams, able to be held and displayed, yet not exchanged or returned to reality? Yet now, as they each felt the items in their grasp, they recognized something distinctly different. With April Zhou Yu's reminder, the group collectively began to comprehend what had transpired. Perhaps it is due to the fact that Steve is not like us, who have entered this dream state. He has truly descended in his authentic form. Armor Zhou Yu posits a hypothesis. Goodness, if that were the case, could this place indeed be a realm of genuine descent? Upon hearing his thoughts, Sword Zhou Yu is taken aback, as his current situation renders him particularly sensitive to the notions of reality and illusion. Another possibility arises. Could it be that Steve has endowed us with this inventory capability, as these items are, in essence, derived from him? Meanwhile, Panda Zhou Yu attempts to manipulate the items, comparing them with the chessboard he brought along. Upon hearing Armor's words, he presents an alternative hypothesis. He then explains the reason he was able to bring a chessboard into this realm. It is not merely a personal item he carries, but rather a spatial dimension he has forcibly created by employing the concept of chi and the technique of the lynxy iron finger to bridge the realms of spirit and reality. Upon entering this peculiar space, he whimsically decided to experiment, discovering that it was indeed effective, indicating that this is fundamentally a matter of belonging. Thus, after comparing the functionalities of the inventory and his personal space, he realizes that certain nuances differ. Listening to his words and subsequent descriptions, Sword Zhou, Game of Thrones Zhou, and April Zhou all display expressions of awe, as if to say, "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend." Although Sword Zhou can perform similar feats, it is within the confines of a game. Can that truly be compared? Armor Zhou, somewhat slower to grasp the gravity of the situation, remains oblivious to the implications, being capable of pausing time. As for Steve Zhou, he feels a bit bewildered by the discussion surrounding himself, as this is his first time here, and he lacks direct experiences. Let us do this, once we exit. Each of us should experiment, and see if the items bestowed upon us by Steve can be brought into reality, April Zhou pragmatically suggests, posing a question for verification. If this can indeed be accomplished, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. In response to Panda's remarks, April's agile mind quickly conjures up numerous methods to manipulate the situation. Not to mention, the immense gold chunks that Steve Zhou can provide could very well disrupt the economic systems of entire worlds. Chapter 48. Continuing north, Zhou caressed the ender dragon egg nestled in his arms, calming his excited heart as he carefully placed it back into the inventory. Within this peculiar space, Zhou and the others have all shared in Steve Zhou's inventory capabilities, which can be succinctly described as akin to a portable spatial backpack. Items of the same type can be stacked in identical slots, and with the inventory and quick access slots combined, there exist a total of 36 spaces available, allowing for the placement of 36 distinct items. Notably, this portable space does not impose the weight of the items contained within upon the user. Regrettably, at present, only the inventory capabilities are shared, while other features, such as the crafting interface, remain absent. However, due to the realistic nature of this adaptation, the concept of a quick access bar is non-existent. Even Steve, the very embodiment of this universe, utilizes this ability in the same manner. For instance, if Zhou wishes to retrieve an item from his inventory, he can do so with a mere thought, which proves to be exceedingly convenient. Gazing at the diamond sword he had just summoned, Zhou couldn't help but muse that indeed, he is the very essence of his world. And this advantage feels rather substantial. Nonetheless, as long as it is he who wields this power, there is no cause for concern. What a delightful experience. Gripping the weapon, Zhou attempted to swing this enchanted blade, imbued with Unbreaking 3, Sharpness V, and Cleaving 3. However, as he utilized it, a slight frown creased his brow. He discovered that, in reality, this object was not particularly practical. Firstly, it was cumbersome to hold, and additionally, it felt somewhat short. Moreover, its appearance resembled a jagged, elongated block, akin to wielding a 1-meter-long iron rail, which was decidedly uncomfortable. Zhou pondered how splendid it would be if it could be transformed to better suit the realities of the world. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the diamond sword in his hand began to emanate a faint, ethereal purple glow enveloping the blade. Within this luminescence, the sword underwent a transformation. Its jagged structure elongated and smoothed out, and the edges, rather than appearing as a mere assemblage of square blocks, gradually tapered into a sharp blade. The grip of the sword became more slender and rounded, facilitating a more comfortable hold. The crossguard remained largely unchanged, merely proportionally reduced, rendering the entire weapon not only more aesthetically pleasing, but also more harmonious. As Zhou beheld the transformed diamond sword, he experienced a revelation. Every item brought into reality possesses a singular opportunity for actualization, and this process is irreversible. The act of materialization aligns with the best possible adaptation to the current circumstances. In essence, this phenomenon allows the items from his world to conform more closely to the present reality, and Zhou believed that fundamentally. This process resembles an adjustment to the laws of the universe. Could it truly be played this way? This is far more useful. Observing the magnificent sword, now resembling a colossal blade, Zhou couldn't resist the urge to examine it closely. The sword appeared as if meticulously crafted from a single block of azure, transparent diamond. The crossguard was composed of semi-transparent blocks, each uniquely sized and positioned, creating a striking aesthetic. The hilt, made of wood, exhibited no extraordinary features, yet felt remarkably comfortable and fitting in his grasp, while the pommel was adorned with a deep blue hexagonal gem, adding a touch of elegance. The newly acquired diamond sword is a masterpiece, its entirety radiating a seamless elegance, with a faint lavender glow pulsing within the blade. When grasped, the wooden handle emanates an even more intense violet hue. After admiring this exquisite treasure, Zhou Yu's excitement became increasingly palpable. Realizing that this diamond sword is enchanted with a sharpness attribute, he turned to a massive boulder embedded in the mountainside, and, with a swift stroke, cleaved downward. The sound of metal striking metal echoed melodiously, almost imperceptible. As he felt the blade slice through as effortlessly as cutting paper, Zhou Yu gazed at the boulder, which, under the influence of gravity, seemed to finally register the blow. After a brief pause, it slid and rolled into a thicket, following the path of the cut. Awestruck by the mirror-like smoothness of the incision, he comprehended the exaggerated nature of the sharpness attribute. However, the exact extent of its capabilities would remain to be discovered through further testing. With a few simple swordplay movements, he reveled in the exquisite weight and balance of the blade, as though it were custom crafted for his hand, providing an unparalleled comfort. Noticing that time was slipping away, Zhou Yu composed himself, returning the manifested diamond sword to his inventory. As for the enchanted bow, he decided against bringing it forth. Steve's impending confrontation with the Ender Dragon necessitated only a diamond sword with durability, as its enchantments would bear no effect on the dragon. The attributes of the enchanted bow were even more remarkable, leading him to conclude it best not to manifest it. In general, it would be prudent to refrain from displaying the diamond sword, for it is indeed a formidable artifact. He understood the adage that a common man is not guilty of possessing treasures, yet such possessions can invite trouble. It was not fear that guided him, but rather the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary complications. He did not see himself as a reckless protagonist causing chaos wherever he tread. Glancing at the remaining items in his inventory, he quelled his restless spirit and turned to make his way back. Having confirmed that the events of the previous night were not a mere illusion sufficed for now. The remaining items could await a more opportune moment for experimentation. Furthermore, there was little of significance left, just some gold ingots, iron ingots, golden apples, a few potions of dragon breath, and some obsidian blocks collected in the end. As for the elytra, retrieving it was even less convenient at this moment. "Good morning, Mrs. Stark," Zhou Yu called out as he sat by the campfire, roasting remnants of rabbit meat and bread from the previous night while greeting the recently awakened Caitlin. The aroma roused her from slumber. She initially squinted at the fully brightening sky before glancing at Zhou Yu by the fire, managing to rise after a few moments of sluggish movement. "Good morning, Darren. You're on watch again, I see." Observing Roderick, who was snoring thunderously beside her, she realized that Zhou Yu had likely not rested for long. Only after a good rest can one travel more effectively. In response to Caitlin's words, Zhou Yu merely smiled and casually handed her the iron kettle filled with river water he had fetched earlier. The water, having been heated by the bonfire for some time, was now at the perfect temperature. Caitlin felt a warmth in her heart as she accepted the kettle and touched it. Gazing at his youthful visage, reminiscent of her own son, she recalled the squire who had aided Ned on the battlefield over a decade ago, limping away with a child in his arms after bidding farewell. Time had flown by, and that child had grown so much. Now serving as a crucial ally to the Stark family, Zhou Yu had rendered significant assistance in many recent matters. "What troubles you, my lady?" Zhou Yu inquired, noticing Caitlin's unwavering gaze upon him. "Nothing, merely reminiscing about your father," Caitlin replied with a smile, mentioning the former squire, Nian Kant, before rising to head toward the riverbank with the kettle. As she walked away, Zhou Yu shook his head, not giving it much thought. Nian Kant had served Ned for many years, and Caitlin was quite familiar with him, so the couple often shared stories about Nian with Zhou Yu, a practice he had grown accustomed to. After turning the slowly roasting rabbit, he hung a cast-iron pot over the bonfire, intending to prepare some soup. Having been a citizen of the Great Celestial Empire in his previous life, he never skimped on food. Once they had all risen and satisfied their appetites, the trio continued their leisurely ride along King S Road, and before long, it was afternoon again. "My lady, tonight we shall find lodging at the tavern ahead. At this hour, there should still be rooms available," Zhou Yu remarked, glancing at the distant buildings before addressing Caitlin on her horse. "Very well." After a long day of travel, even with her headscarf covering her, Caitlin appeared travel-worn and weary, naturally agreeing to Zhou Yu's suggestion. Chapter 49. Good afternoon, Lord Tyrion. Upon entering the tavern, the trio was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, with a steady stream of patrons and an array of peculiar aromas wafting through the air. The sense of food, cheap wine, and an indescribable odor from the people, likely a result of prolonged neglect of personal hygiene in a harsh environment, created a uniquely unpleasant yet oddly enchanting ambience. after entrusting their horses to the stable boy and tossing him a small coin to ensure their care. Zhou followed Caitlin into the tavern. The moment he stepped inside, the pungent smell nearly overwhelmed him, and after rubbing his nose to alleviate the discomfort, he realized that heightened sensitivity to smells was not always a blessing. A plump woman, carrying a kettle in her hand, hurriedly approached the three newcomers as they entered the room, warmly welcoming them and guiding them to an empty dining table before turning to attend to her other duties. Noticing her intention to leave, Zhou quickly grasped her arm. "Is there a room available?" he inquired. "There is one left, sir," she replied without hesitation upon realizing they sought accommodations. "Excellent, it shall be ours," Zhou exclaimed, promptly producing 2 copper coins to hand to her. Fearing that should another patron arrive, they might be left without a room, and he could not bear the thought of Caitlin sleeping in the streets. The thoroughfare of King's Avenue was bustling, with many seeking refuge, though it was indeed challenging to encounter them while on the road. "Madam, when the time comes for your lodging, Roderick and I can find a place to rest," he added. "I noticed a stable nearby, and there is ample hay. We could avoid the trouble of lighting a campfire." Roderick, a man of few words, nodded in agreement, signaling to Caitlin that he had no objections. Caitlin, observing her 2 protectors, felt a pang of concern, yet she understood, as the tavern maid had mentioned the scarcity of rooms, leaving her with no alternative. "I appreciate your efforts," she said softly. "Your words are too kind, madam," both Zhou and Roderick replied, deflecting the topic. Feeling fatigued, Caitlin disregarded formalities and rested her elbows on the table, supporting her weary body. "We need some food, something hearty, please," Zhou called out to the maid, who had busied herself at another table. Upon hearing his request, she turned with a smile and hurried to the kitchen to relay the order. From the moment they arrived, the patrons of the tavern had taken notice of them, and some observant individuals began to comprehend that these 3 were not short of coin. At that moment, a short young man swaggered over, adjusting his belt, and plopped down next to Roderick with an air of familiarity. "Good people, may the 7 gods bless you," he proclaimed. Roderick merely glanced at him in silence, while Caitlin, a devoted follower of the 7, offered a polite response. Only after the young man settled did Zhou notice that he was cradling what appeared to be a harp resembling a large scoop. This familiar sight prompted him to scan the tavern, his ears perked up. Outside, another group was approaching, fully armed. The clanking of armor and the sounds of horses echoing through the air. There seemed to be 7 or 8 of them. "Hey, kid, bread, meat, and beer, make it quick." Roderick seemed a bit impatient with the young man, urging the tavern staff to hasten their service. "Oh, good idea, old man. I'm starving. Shall I entertain you with a little tune first?" The individual appeared remarkably astute, seemingly discerning who among the trio was the one in charge as soon as he took his seat, while effortlessly continuing Roderick's conversation. He cradled his lute and gazed at Roderick. "I would rather leap into a well." Roderick, unaccustomed to indulging such shamelessness, retorted without hesitation upon observing the fellow's audacious demeanor. Although Caitlin displayed a hint of impatience, the monotony of their journey allowed her to watch this intriguing young man diligently promote himself without interjecting. "Oh dear father, there will be no opportunity to enjoy music further north, for the northerners only understand the howling of wolves." His words were sweetened with flattery, as he incessantly referred to Roderick as dear father and climbed onto the table to fawn over him. From Caitlin's earlier response to his blessings of the 7, he surmised that they were travelers from the south heading north, hence his disparagement of the northern folk. His deduction stemmed from the belief that the inhabitants of the north worshipped the old gods rather than the 7. His remarks amused both Caitlin and Roderick, revealing a level of perceptiveness and flattery that was both clever and entertaining. "I suspect that the newcomer outside may indeed be your prospective patron." At that moment, Zhou patted his shoulder, indicating him to glance towards the door. Instinctively, Roderick and Caitlin turned their gazes in that direction upon hearing his words. As the tavern's door swung open, a short man with golden hair entered, removing his gloves while muttering to himself. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Caitlin and Roderick's expression shifted, though the clever young man remained oblivious, immediately turning to look at the entrance upon hearing Zhou's words. "My apologies, my lord, but our establishment is entirely full," remarked the plump maid who had previously attended to the trio, implying that Tyrion had already expressed his desire for lodging outside. Realizing who had arrived, Caitlin instinctively turned away, hastily covering her face with her scarf, a gesture mirrored by Roderick. Tyrion, however, did not react with anger to the maid's statement or put her in a difficult position. Instead, he spoke with a gentle tone. "My companions can sleep in the stables. As for myself, I require little space." The maid appeared troubled by his words, but could only continue to explain. "I'm sorry, my lord, but we truly have no rooms available." Observing her discomfort, Tyrion chose not to pursue the matter further, understanding that it was beyond the maid's capacity to resolve. Thus, he simply turned and walked inside, rummaging through his belongings as he did so, and the next moment, the sound of clinking metal filled the air. After a couple of forays into his soft suede pouch, Tyrion withdrew his hand, a coin pinched between his fingers. As he ambled further inside, he cast his gaze over the gathered assembly and continued. Is there any way you could show some leniency? At that moment, a somewhat balding and rather disheveled mercenary behind Zhou Yu spoke up. You may use my room. It was evident that there were indeed clever individuals among them. Delighted by the response, Tyrion tossed the coin to the man and then turned to the serving maid, issuing further instructions before glancing at his companions who had journeyed south with him. There shouldn't be any issues regarding food, right? Yoren, care to join me for a meal? The serving maid, relieved that the diminutive figure had resolved the matter with his coin, hurried to the kitchen upon hearing his command. Of course, my lord. With Tyrion having settled the issue, Yoren had no reason to decline the invitation and readily agreed. Just then, the clever young lad, seeing Tyrion had finished his business, sprang to his feet and approached him with eagerness. My lord, Lord Lannister, may I entertain you during your meal? Allow me to sing a song in honor of your esteemed father's glorious victory. I would rather not regurgitate my meal. Tyrion responded, bemused by the boy's enthusiasm. Sometimes I wonder how you've managed to live this long. Aren't you afraid that one day your tongue will offend someone it ought not to? And you'll lose it? Zhou Yu, observing the young lad's fawning antics, felt a sense of exasperation, especially as he seemed drawn to the company of the highborn. After giving the boy a cautionary look, Zhou Yu turned to the golden-haired dwarf he hadn't seen in months, smiling. Good afternoon, Lord Tyrion. Chapter 50, The Onset of War. Darren can't. Lady Stark? The sight of two individuals who should not have crossed paths left Tyrion utterly astonished. He wondered why they were here, and even more perplexing was the fact that both were present in the same location. Hadn't Lady Stark's attendant accompanied Ned south to King's Landing? His exclamation drew the attention of those in the tavern, silencing the once boisterous establishment as patrons turned to look. What a delightful surprise. I never expected to see you here. Although taken aback by Catelyn's presence in this locale, Tyrion was not overly concerned. After a moment of surprise, he swiftly greeted her. One was the Duchess of Winterfell, the other her attendant. Accompanied by an old maester from Winterfell, it was clear they were on some official business. Given the considerable time that had elapsed since his departure for the Wall, it was only natural that there would be matters unknown to him. Hence, he felt merely surprised to encounter Catelyn here. At that moment, a maid who had been attending to Zhou Yu and others entered, and upon realizing that the woman was the Duchess, she hastily bowed. However, Catelyn, faced with Tyrion's warm greeting, remained aloof, disregarding him entirely. Acknowledging her exposure, she lifted her veil and stood, surveying the patrons of the tavern. Tyrion found her demeanor perplexing. She neither spoke nor acknowledged him, leaving him bewildered as to her intentions. Catelyn, after surveying the room, finally spoke. The last time I lingered here, I was still Catelyn of House Tully. The entire tavern fell silent, gazing at her in confusion, until Catelyn appeared to spot something. Directing her gaze towards a short-haired man in the corner, and addressed him. You, sir, is the rust on your outer garment indeed the black bat of Harrenhal? Indeed, my lady, the man replied, rising out of courtesy to affirm her inquiry. My father is Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun. May I ask if Lady Catelyn remains a loyal ally? She certainly is, he confirmed, but he was puzzled as to why Lady Stark would pose such questions. Meanwhile, Tyrion, observing Catelyn's display and reflecting on her attitude towards him, began to feel an unsettling sensation. Once Catelyn received confirmation from the short-haired man, she turned her attention to another individual in the corner, scrutinizing him before she spoke again. I am quite familiar with the red stallion emblem, which has always been well regarded in Riverrun. A stout man with long hair, upon hearing her words, rose and even stepped out from the table into the aisle, arms crossed humbly before him. My father regards Count Juno Bracken as his longest-serving and most loyal vassal, Catelyn continued. Our lord appreciates your esteemed trust. The stout man similarly affirmed Catelyn's statement. At this point, Tyrion could clearly sense something was amiss and hastily interjected. I envy your lord for having so many good friends. Lady Stark, but I fail to comprehend your intentions behind this display. Tyrion was not foolish. Catelyn's attitude was unmistakably evident, compounded by the rather impolite treatment he had received while passing through Winterfell, leading him to realize he must have offended House Stark in some manner. Now, it seemed Catelyn was intent on seeking trouble with him. In response to Tyrion's inquiry, Catelyn merely cast a cold glance in his direction, still ignoring him. She turned towards one of the individuals at the table across from her, continuing her line of questioning. I am also well acquainted with the Twin Towers emblem of House Frye. How fares your lord lately? Upon hearing her words, a man clad in leather armor and a cloth cap rose to face Caitlin. Sir, how is your lord faring these days? My lady, Lord Walder is quite well. He intends to marry a new lady on his 90th name day and hopes to have the honor of inviting your esteemed father to grace the occasion. Ahem, my lady. At this moment, Shoyu could no longer bear to watch. He understood Caitlin's intentions, realizing that she merely felt the lack of allies and sought to gather support. However, he was still present in the room. Thus, he hurriedly interjected. Tyrion also grasped the situation. It was evident that Caitlin's demeanor indicated her issues with him were far more complex than mere trouble. Interrupted by Shoyu, Caitlin found it inappropriate to continue reminiscing with this individual from the Riverlands and turned her gaze toward Shoyu, her eyes questioning. Seeing she had finally ceased her prior discourse, Shoyu stood up, slightly bowed, and whispered in Caitlin's ear, My lady, if you wish to secure Tyrion, you need only state your desire plainly. There is no need for such elaborate schemes. I will find a way to ensure his capture. Caitlin, upon hearing Shoyu's words, offered a slight smile and gently pushed him aside. Darren, I am not one to place my kin in perilous situations. We possess ample allies capable of accomplishing this task. Shoyu, taken aback by her dismissal, was left puzzled, not comprehending the meaning behind Lady Stark's words. It was only when he noticed the confident smile upon her face that he recalled Caitlin was entirely unaware of his circumstances and the battle he fought in defense of his lord at the riverbank. Furthermore, he had never showcased his prowess before her, leading Caitlin to perceive him merely as an ordinary soldier. Feeling she had successfully dissuaded her loyal attendant, Caitlin turned her attention back to Tyrion. Meanwhile, Shoyu, now aware of the misunderstanding, glanced at Tyrion with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Shaking his head slightly, Caitlin approached Tyrion, her calm facade unable to conceal the fury brewing beneath. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, her voice laced with indignation. This man, he arrives at my home under the guise of a guest, yet plots to harm my 10-year-old son. Confronted with Caitlin's sudden and severe accusation, Tyrion was taken aback. He had previously wondered why the Stark children had greeted him with such coldness during his passage through Winterfell. He had even gifted Bran a saddle design of his own creation, only to depart Winterfell in disgrace. Yet he understood that Bran had recently endured an assassination attempt, and the absence of the family's elders contributed to the Starks' unwelcoming demeanor toward the Lannisters. Thus, he had left without further ado. Today's events, however, suggested that matters were far more convoluted than he had anticipated. It was clear he had been misunderstood, perhaps even wrongfully accused. Before he could articulate his defense, Caitlin, brimming with righteous fury, declared, In the name of King Robert and the noble lords who serve him, I beseech you to bring him to justice. Assist me in escorting him to Winterfell, where he shall await the judgment of the king's law. As Caitlin's words faded, everyone present, except for those who had accompanied Tyrion, drew their swords and pointed them at Tyrion, who stood in the center of the gathering. At that moment, Tyrion's face turned ashen, clouds of despair gathering around him. He fell silent, acutely aware that, following Caitlin's accusations, his defense was futile. Just as he found himself ensnared in the formidable circle of weapons, a commanding shout halted the tension. Tyrion and everyone else, including Caitlin, turned towards the source of the voice. It was Shoyu who raised a hand, refraining from drawing his own sword. Caitlin regarded him in perplexity, while even Roderick had unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Tyrion. Under the scrutiny of the tavern's patrons, Shoyu directed his gaze at Caitlin. Madam, have you considered whether your actions might incite war within the realm? Chapter 51. Fearless Darren, what do you mean by that? Caitlin's brow furrowed, signaling her confusion as to why war was being invoked. Observing her expression, Shoyu realized that the esteemed Lady Stark had not contemplated the ramifications of her actions, prompting him to elaborate. Madam, Tyrion Lannister, as the youngest son of Tywin Lannister, despite any personal disdain for this child, bears the name Lannister and is the sole legitimate heir to Casterly Rock. Your actions today can only be interpreted as a declaration of war against another great house. Tywin Lannister, as the current Duke of Casterly Rock and protector of the Westerlands, will not tolerate such provocation. Therefore, your attempt to apprehend Tyrion Lannister today will inevitably incite the Lannister family to wage war against the North. Upon hearing Shoyu's explanation, Caitlin's heart sank, and even she, who had been oblivious, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The other attendees, too, reacted to Shoyu's words. While they still held their swords aloft, their resolve had visibly weakened. They exchanged uncertain glances, acknowledging the precariousness of their stance. After all, Caitlin had initiated this apprehension in the name of their lord, yet if it were to escalate into war, it would spell trouble for them. Even though the Lannisters might not concern themselves with a few minor houses like theirs. At the eye of the storm, Tyrion found himself puzzled by Zhou Yu's advocacy on his behalf. He reflected on their limited encounters, which had been nothing more than brief exchanges. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation with Jon during his recent journey north to the Wall, wherein Jon had mentioned a person named Darren, the individual in question. Apart from possessing extraordinary martial prowess, as recounted by Jon, appears to hold a rather positive self-perception, seemingly possessing a self-awareness that diverges from the baseless malice others harbor towards his stature as a dwarf. At the time, this notion did not register with me. I presumed Jon was merely employing a pretext of camaraderie to mock me. However, it now seems that this young man genuinely perceives me differently than most. Typically, individuals would not choose to offer assistance in such a manner, particularly not in an adversarial fashion. Although the astute Tyrion recognized this nuance, the moment was not opportune for him to engage with the young man in verification. Moreover, he needed to seize the rare opportunity presented by Zhou Yu to defend himself. Thus, upon observing the wavering attitudes of those around him, Tyrion swiftly raised his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed, my lady, and to all present. Please hold firmly to your swords. Though my father may disdain this dwarf who is brought in disgrace, no one can deny my lineage as a Lannister. Frankly, I have never felt any pride in my name." Ahem. As he spoke, Tyrion's habitual sarcasm resurfaced, but upon noticing Catelyn's disapproving expression, he quickly fell silent, inwardly chastising himself for his indiscretion. "My lady, allow me to express my sincere regrets regarding your child. However, your accusations against me are entirely unfounded. I could never harm a child. I have never even harmed a chicken. My interest lies solely with women and wine." Tyrion gestured with exasperation, his face contorted in bewilderment and earnestness. "Silence, you wretched dwarf." Catelyn's fury ignited upon hearing Tyrion's disdainful demeanor and his mention of her child. "Do you dare claim ignorance of your brother, the Kingsguard Jaime Lannister, and your sister, Queen Cersei Lannister?" The sudden invocation of those names from Catelyn's lips rendered Tyrion speechless, his earlier levity evaporating, replaced by a grim countenance. The mere mention of those individuals by Catelyn crystallized his understanding of the situation. "While Robert and Ned are out hunting. Can you guess where they are?" "Bran, my lady." Just as Catelyn was about to continue, Zhou Yu intervened promptly, casting a meaningful glance at those around them. "Let us not forget Lord Stark's agreement with you in King's Landing." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Catelyn's forehead tightened with tension. Yet she closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, striving to temper her rage. She regained some clarity, recalling her earlier words in Littlefinger's brothel in King's Landing. Such unfounded accusations against the Queen could also be construed as treason, as they lacked crucial evidence. Yet, upon reflecting on her child, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions, her countenance darkening as she regarded the detestable dwarf before her, her expression shifting with each passing moment. After being reminded by Zhou Yu, she recognized the impropriety of her actions. Capturing this abomination of House Lannister today would inevitably provoke the wrath of the Old Lion, Tywin Lannister. Nevertheless, the sight of her own child, paralyzed and unconscious in bed, intensified her perception of Tyrion's repulsiveness, as well as that of the Lannisters. She felt compelled to seek justice for Bran. Was House Lannister truly invulnerable? Could House Stark be subjected to oppression without consequence? Was House Tully to remain oblivious? With a huff of indignation, she issued her command. "Since you cannot justify the matters I have just raised, you, little imp, are unable to absolve yourself of suspicion. Moreover, House Stark does not fear its adversaries. Seize him." Witnessing her order, the crowd hesitated momentarily, but a few stepped forward to bind Tyrion, while the rest restrained the Lannister soldiers who had accompanied him. As the conflict commenced, Zhou Yu sighed inwardly, unsheathing his sword and exiting the tavern. In short order, he single-handedly subdued all the Lannisters outside, even apprehending 2 soldiers who had attempted to ride away to report the disturbance. After handing them over to those who arrived subsequently, Zhou Yu re-entered the tavern. Tyrion sat quietly, hands bound, his head lowered in silence, lost in his thoughts. Catelyn, having lost her initial excitement at seizing Tyrion, resumed her previous seat, her expression somber. Roderick observed Zhou Yu's entrance and shook his head slightly, remaining silent. "My lady, all the Lannisters outside have been subdued, and no one has been harmed." Chapter 53. Digging Deeper. Family, honor, responsibility. These are the mottos of House Tully, your mother's lineage. Are you attempting to engage in semantic games? Riven held a small stick, pointing at a map of Westeros spread across the table, detailing the divisions of power and geographic information throughout the continent. He meticulously indicated various locations on the map, simultaneously instructing and assessing Bran's grasp of these foundational concepts, persistently questioning him about the ruling nobles of each region and their symbols and mottos. Bran sat on a stool, a blanket draped over his legs. The chapter's content is insufficient. Other websites may still be updating, and subsequent corrections will be made automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. Yu Shu and Bai Shizhou have reached an impasse. They had clearly agreed that if he were to be rejected in person, he would cease his pursuit. Yet Bai Shizhou's demeanor shifted. Xiao Shu, do you truly not wish to accompany me? His hands tightly gripped Yu Shu's arms, while Bai Shizhou's eyes were bloodshot. As if he had endured immense sorrow yet remained unwilling to confront reality, lost in a reverie, still chasing unattainable dreams. It seemed that only through this delusion could he find solace, desperately attempting to reclaim someone he had long since lost. I do not wish to. And you need not inquire further. Enduring the pain, Yu Shu sought to extricate herself from the present situation. But Bai Shizhou's grip on her arm was so forceful that it rendered her escape nearly impossible, causing her to ache profoundly. Yet, she was equally unwilling. Bai Shizhou's gaze lowered, his words faltering. But before he could finish, a familiar voice abruptly interrupted, shattering his thoughts. Apologies, but my person does not require your concern. Yu Shu was taken aback. Looking down, she beheld a pair of elegantly jointed hands that gently pulled Bai Shizhou's away from her. Immediately, the pain-stricken arm that he had gripped was tenderly caressed by the person behind her, their touch clumsy yet gentle, alleviating her discomfort. As she relaxed, Yu Shu felt her body soften, and when she stepped back, her spine rested against the warm chest of that individual. It's you. It felt as though a cherished possession had been snatched away. Bai Shizhou's expression darkened, his gaze filled with hostility directed at the person behind Yu Shu. It is I. Came the slightly husky voice, laced with mockery, descending from above her. She cautiously lifted her eyes, and her gaze collided with Xia Yi's. Their eyes locking in a moment that revealed the barely concealed anger beneath his seemingly nonchalant facade. Was he angry? Or perhaps jealous? She seldom witnessed Xia Yi in a fit of rage. Even when he feigned anger, it never affected those around him. Yu Shu instinctively shrank back, seeking refuge in his embrace, a sight that only deepened the tumultuous emotions on Bai Shizhou's face. His heart twisted in pain. He could not articulate the sensation, but it was more excruciating than the tearing of his heart. They faced each other in silence, and time stretched infinitely in this stillness. Yu Shu dared not glance at Bai Shizhou, obediently burrowing into Xia Yi's arms, while Xia Yi wrapped one arm around her waist, their intimacy apparent. The outcome was already determined. Who was the loser, and who was the victor? After a prolonged silence, Bai Shizhou suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps I should have prevented her from getting to know you in the first place. If only he had recognized his feelings sooner. If only he had acknowledged how deeply he cared for her, might the conclusion have been different? Yet, if given another chance, Bai Shizhou would likely still choose his career. He had long since anticipated this outcome. It is merely a sense of reluctance, an unwillingness to encounter anything beyond his expectations, something that lies outside his plans. Consequently, in the end, what he truly perceives remains shrouded in uncertainty. Xia Yi lifts the corners of his lips into a smile. Surely, you are more aware than anyone else of whether you can be deterred, are you not? Yu Shu, caught between the two, finds herself utterly perplexed. However, Bai Shizhou seems disinclined to linger on this topic. His expression shifts repeatedly. Ultimately, he casts a profound glance at Yu Shu before choosing to turn away and depart. Yu Shu ponders deeply. As she observes Bai Shizhou's retreating figure, confusion envelopes her. Could it be that Xia Yi and Bai Shizhou have met before? How could that be? Xia Yi had yet to debut at that time. How would he have known Bai Shizhou? It is truly puzzling. Before she can delve further into her thoughts, she suddenly feels a firmer grip on her arm. Yu Shu gasps, the pain jolting her back to reality. What? Are you reluctant to let go? She looks up to find Xia Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk dancing upon his lips as he scrutinizes her leisurely. After 5 years, Xia Yi is no longer the naive youth he once was. He has grown significantly taller. His features have matured from their youthful innocence into a refined elegance. Although he retains his spirited demeanor, the impetuousness of youth has faded. Yet, she finds herself still quite fond of him. Are you jealous? Then perhaps a kiss is in order? Yu Shu raises her hand to gently rub Xia Yi's cheek. Her petite form enveloped in his embrace, as if she might vanish completely into his arms. Now, she tiptoes, attempting to plant a kiss on his lips, only to discover she cannot reach him, seemingly limited to his neck. She pouts, a touch of discontent surfacing. Never mind, I shall forego the kiss. Yu Shu abandons the notion. Who is it that insisted on kissing? Just as she intends to extricate herself from Xia Yi's hold, he unexpectedly grasps her hand, turning to lead her directly out to the car. As the vehicle pulls away, the throng of fans left behind can only stomp their feet in frustration, feeling helplessly aggrieved as they depart. The commotion that erupted here gradually subsides, In the rest area, having witnessed the entire episode, the young assistant remains bewildered. Struggling to comprehend what transpired, she instinctively glances towards Baishir direction. Filming has resumed. The director has just called for a halt, engaging in conversation with the actress portraying the female lead. Meanwhile, Baishir maintains a calm demeanor as he converses with another leading lady, both nodding and appearing to enjoy a lively discussion. It is utterly impossible to discern that the man who just moments ago displayed a fleeting moment of disarray, his countenance twisting into something rather fearsome, is indeed the same person. The assistant cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, he possesses an extraordinary talent for performance, rendering it almost impossible to distinguish which version of Baishir is the authentic one, given the considerable distance separating them. Previously, the assistant had not overheard what was being discussed in that corner, but noticed that Baishir and Xiaoyi departed shortly after their conversation, possibly having given up. Their commotion was not particularly disruptive. Even if a few individuals noticed, they seemed not to harbor any peculiar thoughts about it. After Xiaoyi and Xiao Yushui left, the place soon reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. The young assistant instinctively glanced at her companion, who seemed to have anticipated everything, and felt a twinge of sentiment. Observing the expression on Xiaoji's face, she cautiously inquired, "Xiaogu, did you summon Xiaoyi? Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence for him to appear just in time for that scene. It seems rather thrilling." "Of course not," Xiaoji replied leisurely, glancing at his phone. He caressed his chin and smiled. "It just so happens that Xiaoyi intended to find Yushui. I merely informed him of her whereabouts." The assistant remarked, "So, in a sense, you did summon him." Chapter 54. Clumsy defamation, madam. What is your opinion? Caitlin remained silent in response to Zhou Yu's inquiry, her gaze fixed intently on Tyrion. Her fingers dug into the wooden table, leaving indentations as her grip tightened, and her fingers turned pale from the strain. Zhou Yu could even hear the grinding of her teeth, and she appeared utterly drained of color. After a moment of silence, seemingly unable to convince herself or perhaps unwilling to accept what she had seen or heard, Caitlin's face gradually contorted with anguish. The next moment, consumed by anger, she rose and violently seized Tyrion's clothing, unleashing a torrent of reproach. What tranquility can one speak of? It is merely that others bear the burdens on your behalf. Li Xiaolang was bewildered by his elder brother's nonsensical ramblings. He simply watched Li Ruoqing quietly, awaiting further developments. In a couple of days, the Xingtiao High School Campus Festival will take place. The activities are quite delightful. You and Meiling should attend, Li Ruoqing suggested, handing Li Xiaolang an admission ticket. Li Xiaolang nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. At Xingtiao High School, during the campus festival, Li Xiaolang unexpectedly crossed paths with Tao Yi, who had always been at odds with him, studying in the same school and class as his elder brother. It was not surprising that Xiao Sakura would be present there as well, accompanied by Li Meiling, while Xiao Sakura was with her camera. The four of them encountered Shui Tuesday. Shui Tu guided them around the campus, showing them the local hospitality. Meanwhile, Tao Yi and Li Ruoqing were busy preparing for a drama performance. Tao Yi showcased his adept sewing skills, eliciting gasps of admiration from a group of girls. "Oh, Kinomoto-san is quite skilled at sewing." "Indeed, and he is quite handsome." "Absolutely," Li Ruoqing chimed in. "That's precisely why I wholeheartedly recommend him for the role of Cinderella. What do you think? Isn't it a perfect fit?" Tao Yi remained silent, his expression icy. He was taken aback by the overwhelming support for Li Ruoqing's suggestion, even from Shui Tu, which left him pondering whether Li Ruoqing had cast some spell to enchant their classmates. The astonished girls walked away, giggling, while Li Ruoqing employed his keen perception to catch whispers carried by the wind, not out of a fascination with gossip, but rather to discover if anyone was praising him behind his back. As expected, they were indeed speaking fondly of someone, yet it was none other than Tao Yi. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of indignation at this backhanded praise. Was he not handsome enough? Why did no one commend him in secret? Suddenly, the conversation shifted to another individual, the president of the drama club, Rongzi. "Rongzi, what do you think of Mu Zhiban?" "Huh? Why are you asking me?" "So many girls have confessed to Mu Zhiban and failed. Now it's just you left. You're our last hope. If it were you, you would surely succeed." "Hey, don't say such things." Li Ruoqing heard the sound of hurried footsteps, deducing that the drama club president, Rongzi, had fled. From his observations, numerous girls at school were enamored with Tao Yi, and Rongzi was among them. As Rongzi departed, the remaining two girls continued their conversation, revealing that Rongzi too harbored feelings for Mu Zhiban. All the girls who had confessed to him had been rejected. One could only hope for her success. Speaking of which, all the girls who confessed to Yueqing had also met with failure. Li Ruoqing dispelled the enchantment from his ears, inwardly lamenting for Rongzi. With a captivating figure like Shuetu, who had ensnared countless young hearts, Rongzi's unrequited affection was destined to be misplaced. At the sports field, after exhausting the 5 muscular members of the basketball team, Shuetu successfully secured 4 prizes, 1 for each of the 4 children. Watching Shuetu walk further away with the 4 children, the nearly depleted captain of the basketball team called out, "Wiching, join our basketball team." "Let me think about it," Shuetu replied. Although he claimed he would consider it, in reality, he was preoccupied daily with working alongside Taoya. If Taoya was the emperor of part-time jobs, he was the empress. With the grand ambition of earning a living, the captain's heartfelt invitation was ultimately misplaced. Checking his watch and realizing time was running short, Shuetu invited the 4 to the gymnasium to watch a play. Upon arriving, Xiaolang noticed the new teacher, that enigmatic woman, present as well, causing a surge of nervousness within him. Guan Yue Gufan, observing Xiaolang's anxious demeanor, smiled and changed the subject. "Don't let prejudice blind you to real dangers. Those lost in the fog may never return." Guan Yue subtly warned Xiaolang to be vigilant of potential threats. Regrettably, upon catching sight of Kanetsuki, Sakura displayed an entranced demeanor, leading Xiaolang to firmly believe that this woman was not virtuous, undoubtedly employing some form of enchantment. Xiaolang was wholly preoccupied with guarding against Kanetsuki, rendering her heartfelt efforts ultimately misplaced. Next, let us indulge in a theatrical performance of Cinderella presented by the second-year class. As the curtain rises, a figure appears on stage, clad in garments adorned with patches, diligently crouched on the ground, wielding a cloth to wipe something. The narrator's voice echoes, "Once upon a time, there was an unfortunate girl named Cinderella. Despite her tireless efforts in household chores each day, she was relentlessly bullied by her stepmother and her 2 daughters. While her stepmother's daughters radiated elegance, Cinderella remained perpetually dust-covered and clad in tattered clothing, earning her the moniker Cinderella. The stage is intermittently filled with Cinderella's muffled sobs, a sound that resonates deeply with Sakura. Just as she pondered this familiarity, the narration paused, and Cinderella lifted her head to face the audience, revealing her true identity. Brother. With her debut, Cinderella instantly ignited the audience's enthusiasm and exacerbated Sakura's embarrassment. She could hardly fathom that her brother would appear in such a charming light. "Thank you, Xiaolang, for your brother's invitation." Kanetsuki, with a soft chuckle, expressed her gratitude while elucidating her purpose for being there. Upon hearing Kanetsuki's words, both Sakura and Xiaolang were momentarily taken aback. Xiaolang had not anticipated that it was her own elder brother who had invited Kanetsuki. Thus, what precisely did Kanetsuki mean by the true danger? Sakura was particularly struck by the tone of Kanetsuki's voice during the summer festival. Lee Rewatching had mentioned that Kanetsuki and her brother were longtime acquaintances. Yet, the current tone suggested their connection was far deeper than mere friendship. Why had her brother never spoken of Kanetsuki? Unable to discern the source of danger, Xiaolang resigned herself to watching the play. On stage, 3 robust women appeared, menacingly pushing and shoving Cinderella, delivering punches and kicks. This spectacle elicited a sense of inexplicable delight within Xiaolang. Had it not been for Sakura's persistent awkwardness as she kept her head lowered, he would have burst into laughter long ago. What has occurred will inevitably recur. What has been done will surely be done again. A haunting voice whispered in Xiaolang's ear, prompting him to turn and see Meiling speaking. "Meiling, have you also taken to speaking like my brother?" he inquired. "I merely wish to remind you that fortunes change. Today you are merely an observer, but who knows? Tomorrow you may find yourself in the spotlight." Meiling's solemnity cast a heavy weight upon Xiaolang, evoking vivid illusions where the Cinderella on stage morphed into his own self. Shaking his head, Xiaolang banished the terrifying vision from his mind. There was no way he would don women's attire to perform on stage. Such a dreadful occurrence would never transpire. Absolutely not. "Look, it's Yakido." Chiyo's voice revived Sakura from her embarrassment as the audience erupted in fervent applause for the entrance of Yakido Tsukishiro. It appeared that Yakido was indeed quite popular. Because he is quite handsome and gentle, Sakura joyfully enumerated the merits of the snow rabbit. Li Xiaolang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. What could be the cause? On stage, the snow rabbit introduced himself as a blue-patterned fish saved by Cinderella in her childhood, now guided by the forest fairy to repay her kindness. With the assistance of the blue-patterned fish spirit, Cinderella donned a beautiful gown and attended the prince's ball. On the opposite side of the stage, the prince, played by Zhang Rongzi, appeared before the crowd, singing, "The ball is a splendid place, yet there is no lady of my desire. I shall step out for a breath of fresh air, for that lady is extraordinary." The prince, stepping outside for a breath, immediately set his sights on Cinderella. She was indeed his object of affection. The two danced gracefully until midnight, when Cinderella departed, leaving behind a glass slipper. Everything seemed to unfold as expected. The twist came the following day when the prince, following the trail of the glass slipper, found Cinderella's home. Chapter 55. Dragon Carcass. If my memory serves me right, Peter Baelish seemed to suggest that any rational person would wager on the higher odds of Jaime Lannister. What say you, my lady? Following Tyrion's remarks, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment, during which Zhou Yu recalled something and casually mentioned it. Caitlyn's gaze shifted at Zhou Yu's words, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Frankly, I do not comprehend Peter Baelish's true intentions. Such slander will undoubtedly provoke a confrontation between the Starks and Lannisters. Tyrion. This chapter is brief, and other websites may still be updating. Subsequent corrections will happen automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. Returning to the young master, that is the iron-armored python scale rhino, a top-tier defensive soul beast. Aged between 2,100 and 200 years. The voice of the poison immortal quickly resonated in Long Yun's mind. Iron-armored python scale rhino. Poison immortal. Do elaborate. What are the characteristics and weaknesses of this soul beast? Long Yun awkwardly inquired, as he knew nothing about soul beasts. Merely knowing the name was of little use. Indeed, this iron-armored python scale rhino is entirely enveloped in scales akin to those of a python, resembling a suit of armor, which fortifies its already formidable physique to an extraordinary degree. This 2,000-year-old iron-armored python scale rhino possesses a defense that even a powerful assault-type soul master might struggle to breach. Its defensive capabilities are truly fearsome. Is it truly that formidable? Such defense is indeed somewhat monstrous, Long Yun remarked, his pupils contracting in surprise. If even a strong assault-type soul master cannot breach the iron-armored python scale rhino's defense, one can only imagine how formidable its defenses are. Is this the level of defense one would expect from a soul beast of over 2,000 years? It is known that a level 41 assault-type soul master, theoretically, should be able to contend with a soul beast over 4,000 years old, or at the very least, one over 3,500 years. Yet, to find that even this iron-armored python scale rhino's defense might remain unbroken is a testament to its truly extraordinary resilience. Certainly, the soul beasts referred to here are ordinary ones. If we were to speak of super soul beasts, even those that have existed for over 3,000 years, the soul sect would be left with no choice but to flee. They would be utterly outmatched. Poison Master, the strength of the iron-armored python rhino is surely formidable. Is it not? Long Yun glanced at the massive creature resting peacefully and suddenly inquired, "It must hurt quite a bit to be struck by such a beast, wouldn't it?" "Indeed, young master, you are correct," Poison Master replied. "Rhinoceros-type soul beasts excel in both strength and defense, and this one is no exception. You can discern its power from its impressive size. Its strength rivals that of some top-tier power-type soul beasts. Being rammed by it would not be a pleasant experience." Ah, this soul beast truly possesses a well-rounded set of attributes, both offensive and defensive capabilities. I presume its speed is not lacking either. Can I possibly contend with such a formidable creature? Long Yun mused, his confidence wavering as he questioned whether he could breach its defenses. If he could not even surpass its defenses, there would be little hope for anything else. Poison Master, what do you think of this soul beast becoming my second soul ring? Long Yun asked with a hint of a smile. Captivated by the allure of such a top-tier soul beast, the iron-armored python rhino, with its exceptional defensive and offensive prowess, seemed quite suitable as his second soul ring. Moreover, its age fell within the appropriate range. From his discussions with Poison Master the previous night, Long Yun had learned that the age of his second soul ring should ideally be between 2,000 and 2,500 years. This assessment was based on his physical strength following the awakening of his martial spirit. Although the age of the iron-armored python rhino was slightly below Long Yun's expectations, its attributes were exceedingly compatible with him, which piqued his interest. A slightly lower age was of little concern. After all, such soul beasts were rare. Poison Master contemplated for a moment before speaking. From these attributes, it is indeed very suitable as your soul ring, young master. However, its age is somewhat on the lower side, making it less than the perfect choice. Is that so? Long Yun hesitated upon hearing Poison Master's words. Should he absorb this soul ring or not? If he chose not to absorb it, he felt it would be a pity, yet if he did, what if he encountered a better option later? Would he not waste this opportunity for a second soul ring? This dilemma left Long Yun in a state of turmoil. After pondering for a while, he resolutely declared, "Never mind, I have yet to fully consolidate my soul power over these past few days. It would be wise not to rush into absorbing this soul ring just yet. I shall observe my options further. Should I fail to find a more suitable soul ring, I can always return to this one." With this brief internal struggle resolved, Long Yun decided, "However, before that, let us practice a bit with you." He cast a mischievous glance at the iron-armored python rhino, unwilling to miss such an excellent training opportunity. Poison Master, could you leave a trace of your aura on this soul beast for future tracking? Long Yun asked, feeling apprehensive about provoking the creature. Should it depart from this location, where would he search for it when he required its presence in the future? The venom cannot kill, so that is good. In that case, after I engage in battle with it, you should leave a trace of your energy on it, ensuring we can locate it later. Furthermore, keep a close watch on my fight with it. If I find myself in peril, intervene immediately, but do not take its life. Long Yun felt it wise to secure a form of insurance for himself. Otherwise, an unsettling anxiety lingered in his heart. Rest assured, Master, I shall not allow you to come to harm, Poison Immortal replied with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Long Yun smiled faintly, stepping forth towards the swamp. As he approached, he frowned. A pungent odor of mud mixed with a foul stench invaded his senses, causing him discomfort. This swamp is rather filthy. And the stench. I cannot fathom why this rhinoceros chooses to dwell here. Sleeping so soundly, Long Yun remarked, shaking his head in dismay. How do I awaken the soul beast? Long Yun murmured to himself. Surely, he could not rely on a shout to rouse the creature. That would be quite humiliating, unbefitting of his current identity as a soul master. Yet, the distance to the rhinoceros was nearly 100 meters. Venturing closer was impractical. Eureka! Long Yun's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he conceived a clever plan. Martial spirit embodiment. He proclaimed softly. In an instant, his divine martial spirit enveloped him, emanating a fierce aura. The iron-armored python rhinoceros, resting in the swamp, stirred slightly, as if sensing something. Divine axe. Long Yun whispered, channeling his soul power. A dark energy swiftly coalesced in his right hand, forming an axe identical to his martial spirit, radiating an astonishing aura, both formidable and sharp. Tilting his body slightly to the right, Long Yun grasped the divine axe tightly, his soul power coursing through his right arm. After a brief moment of accumulation, he hurled the axe towards the position of the iron-armored python rhinoceros. The axe spun violently through the air, tearing the atmosphere and producing a thunderous sound. Its speed was remarkable. It flew in a near-straight line, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye, aimed directly at the beast's back. Clang! The axe collided with the rhinoceros's back, producing a piercing sound akin to two exceedingly hard metals clashing, accompanied by a spark. Upon impact, the divine axe was instantly rebuffed, propelled back with a force greater than that which it had arrived. Witnessing this, Long Yun's pupils constricted. He had previously heard tales of the rhinoceros's formidable defense from Poison Immortal, but seeing it firsthand filled him with astonishment. With no time to ponder further, Long Yun swiftly leaped aside, evading the trajectory of his own divine axe. The power contained within it was something he had no desire to experience. Such a sensation would surely be far from pleasant. The divine axe, upon ricocheting back, cleaved through several massive trees before finally coming to a halt. With a surge of soul power emanating from his palm, Long Yun watched as the axe embedded in the tree transformed into a wisp of soul energy, dissipating into the air. In its place, another divine axe materialized in his hand. I almost forgot that I could control the divine axe, Long Yun murmured to himself, realizing in his moment of haste that he could have simply commanded the axe to vanish instead of dodging. Without further contemplation, he directed his gaze toward the position of the armored python-horned rhinoceros. Surely, that creature couldn't remain undisturbed under such an assault. It couldn't possibly be sleeping so soundly. As Long Yun had anticipated, the armored python-horned rhinoceros had risen, its gaze fixed menacingly upon him, as glinting with malice. It was filled with the indignation of being disturbed from slumber and the fury of being struck. It yearned to rend Long Yun to pieces for daring to provoke it. Long Yun regarded the now upright rhinoceros with a grave expression. It had seemed less imposing while lying down, but its towering figure was indeed intimidating. Significantly larger than a fully grown elephant, it stood at a height of 5 to 6 meters and spanned approximately 3 meters in width. Its limbs as sturdy as ancient trees. Its entire form resembled a small mountain, and standing in the swamp, half of its legs submerged. One could only imagine its immense weight. Gulp! Long Yun couldn't help but swallow as he beheld this colossal creature, feeling an invisible pressure enveloping him. Were it not for the presence of the poisonous elder, he would have undoubtedly turned and fled. Such a formidable soul beast instilled no desire for battle within him. The second update of the day. I kindly request votes and collections. This is of utmost importance to the author. Your support is the greatest motivation for me, dear readers. Please provide me with some encouragement. Cast your votes and collections actively. Chapter 56. The ambush. He had found an illegitimate child and obtained that book. Suddenly, a voice echoed from deep within the tunnel, startling Ilie, who was engrossed in admiring the dragon skeleton. Fearful of being discovered, she instinctively scanned her surroundings before hurriedly concealing herself behind the dragon's head. He has acquired the book. Sooner or later, the truth will be unveiled. As the owner of the voice drew nearer, he spoke while rummaging through something, producing a sound of clinking metal. Simultaneously, another voice, tinged with a slight accent, arose, seemingly expressing skepticism regarding the conversation taking place. The content of this chapter is rather brief. Other websites may still be updating, and this will automatically be rectified in due course. The following content is unrelated to this book. Alice and Gwen were approaching the school, encountering an increasing number of peers along the way. Occasionally, someone would greet Gwen, who responded with a smile. Whenever Gwen encountered a classmate or any noteworthy individual, she would discreetly introduce them to Alice, sharing her impressions and insights. Alice listened earnestly, her attention unwavering. However, others found it peculiar that Gwen and Alice spent time together. Despite their similar academic performance, one was an unassuming wallflower while the other exuded a hint of social confidence. They seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Undeterred by the curious gazes, Alice and Gwen engaged in their conversation. Today, Gwen arrived at school considerably later than usual, as she had been waiting for Alice. Previously, at this hour, Gwen would have already found a serene spot to engage in small pursuits, such as reading a book, before class commenced. As they approached the school entrance and made their way towards the teaching building, they arrived at a spacious area in front of it. A large crowd had gathered, forming a circle, their demeanor unmistakably that of spectators relishing the spectacle. Gwen raised an eyebrow and tilted her head, inquiring if they should investigate. Alice nodded, expressing her eagerness to see. They wove through the throng and reached the innermost part of the circle. There, a tall, muscular boy with a buzz cut was holding a frail boy upside down, his head pressed against a plate on a table, seemingly intent on forcing him to eat from it. Simultaneously, he shouted at another boy to take a photograph. The latter hesitated, persistently urging the robust boy to release his captive. The surrounding crowd erupted in jeers, repeatedly chanting for a photograph. Alice recognized the bully as Flasher Thompson. Having seen him frequently at Gwen's home for tutoring when she lived there, Gwen had a firm grip on him. According to Gwen, their parents knew each other, and it was at their behest that Gwen assisted Thompson with his studies. Alice maintained a cordial relationship with him, given their shared time listening to Gwen's lessons. In Gwen's home, Thompson resembled a mouse in a cat's den, timid and withdrawn, yet here at school, he exhibited a rather audacious demeanor, a term Alice struggled to articulate more delicately. As Alice and Gwen contemplated intervening to halt Thompson's antics, he seemed to lose interest when the boy refused to take the photograph. He carelessly dropped the bullied student to the ground, and the boy who had declined to photograph approached, likely to check on the welfare of the victim. Thompson confronted him, pressing his left hand against the boy's chest while his right fist swung toward the boy's face. Just as the fist was about to make contact, a delicate, fair hand seized Thompson's wrist. Though the grip lacked force, something about the hold rendered Thompson powerless, unable to break free. In the memories of Misaka's sister, there exists a wealth of martial arts techniques and combat experience, much of which is tailored for adversaries larger than herself, enabling her to incapacitate them with minimal force. Although Alice retains only fragments of Misaka's memories after her transformation is undone, she has frequently utilized this knowledge. The accumulation of residual memories, combined with Alice's conscious effort to learn, endows her, even in her untransformed state, with a commendable combat capability. Thompson furrowed his brow and turned to see who dared to meddle, only to be met with a somewhat familiar pair of black-framed glasses. His tone softened slightly. Alice? You're at school? Let go of me. Mind your own business. Alice smiled gently. Thompson, do you really think that if I'm here, Gwen wouldn't be? Thompson paused, glancing over Alice's shoulder to find Gwen frowning at him with a stern expression. Alice released Thompson's hand and retreated to Gwen's side. Thompson rubbed his right wrist, contemplating leaving, but was halted by Gwen's authoritative call. Fletcher. He sighed softly, resigned to the embarrassment that awaited him. With a glum look, he faced Gwen, who, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Come to my house at 3:30 after school today. I hope your homework is completed. Don't let me down." Thompson, who had been so audacious moments earlier, felt his bravado wane under Gwen's fierce gaze, swallowing back the latter part of his retort. Now, Gwen commanded with a commanding air, "Off to class." Whatever, Thompson muttered quietly, turning towards the school building. As the onlookers realized there was no further entertainment to be had, they gradually dispersed. Alice cast a glance at the brave boy who stood there, seemingly at a loss, his gaze fixated on Gwen. Blinking in realization, Alice understood the bittersweet pangs of unrequited love. Together with Gwen, she made her way towards the classroom, teasing, "Gwen, you were so impressive just now. If I were a boy, I might have fallen for you." The striking Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot Alice an exasperated look. "What are you talking about?" Contemplating for a moment, Gwen halted, prompting Alice to do the same, puzzled. Gwen gently lifted Alice's chin with her long finger, gazing deeply into her eyes. Alice. Can't a girl fall for me? Alice, with a playful grin, replied, Indeed, I have already fallen for you. Gwen chuckled in response, and the two continued their stroll towards the classroom. As they walked, Gwen introduced the somewhat handsome boy from earlier. His name is Peter Parker. He has a talent for photography, is a genuinely kind person, and possesses remarkable courage in critical moments. The implication is that one should be amiable during critical moments. He embodies Peter Parker. Alice nodded in acknowledgement. Following the recent incident involving Iron Man, Alice reflected that the Captain America Museum should indeed be a legitimate historical institution. Thus, this Peter Parker must be that Spider-Man. What kind of world has she arrived in? One filled with both vampires and superheroes. Alice recalled Gwen Stacy, the girlfriend of Spider-Man, who ultimately seemed destined for demise. However, gazing at the cheerful and beautiful Gwen, her large eyes crescent-shaped with joy, Alice reassured, With me around, you shall never perish. Chapter 57, Valley of the Gods Above. He is truly a warrior descended from the heavens. In their temporary refuge, blood stained the stone piles, splattering across the ground. Zhou picked up a rag to wipe the blood from his longsword, glancing at the blade, which bore several new nicks. With a sigh, he sheathed it once more. This longsword, purchased for him by Ned, had been nearly exhausted in its use. How do you feel? Passing by Polong, Zhou observed the crimson staining his sword as well and inquired with a smile. With you here, I doubt we will feel much at all, he replied, eliciting a laugh from Zhou. The chapter's content appears insufficient, and other sites may still be updating. Subsequent issues will be rectified automatically. The following content bears no relation to this book. The war hammer whistled through the air, forcefully penetrating the ground, the tremendous impact causing the entire arena to tremble. The sturdy combat platform crumbled into dust in an instant, as colossal waves of energy surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings with dark elements. Yet, encircling the combat platform, a golden barrier firmly repelled all of it. Heavenly afterglow. This time, the assault emanated from a being of divine caliber. Even a full-force strike comparable to that of a legendary berserker left no trace of a crack on the barrier. Within the foundations of the celestial realm, legends are as numerous as the stars, while divine beings are exceedingly rare. Those beneath the divine are but ants is no mere jest. Legends remain confined to the realm of humanity, whereas the divine signifies a transformation from the mundane to the celestial. The dark elements completely shrouded the combat platform, obscuring any trace of light. Leichner furrowed his brow and inquired, who emerged victorious? Carl's eyes ignited with fervor, yet he shook his head in response. They still faced a substantial gap compared to Antonis, with much ground yet to cover. This was entirely reasonable, considering Leichner was only 14, Carl 21, whereas Antonis was already 41 years of age. Given time, the two did not feel inferior to Antonis. The platform was enveloped in dark elements, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Below, the spectators whispered amongst themselves, noting the lack of movement amidst the rising dust. Antonis struggled to lower his head, a sword tip protruding from his chest. He turned with great difficulty to see Omer, drenched in blood, his ethereal wings tattered, and his armor in fragments. A stream of dark blood trickled from the corner of Antonis's mouth as he forced a bitter smile, exclaiming, "What a fine weapon." Omer coughed violently for a moment before grinning with pride. Do you remember that space attribute gem that appeared at the East Sea auction house 2 years ago? It has fallen into your hands, the Gusman family. Many legendary figures fought fiercely over it back then. That gem bestows this silver sword with a remarkable instantaneous displacement ability. This is the White Feather's mark, second stage. Antonis recalled the scene of their final clash, just as his mighty strike was about to land on the sword's tip. Omer vanished from sight, causing Antonis's full force attack to miss entirely. With the silver sword's teleportation ability, Omer delivered a fatal blow from behind, piercing through Antonis's chest and concluding the challenge. A smile crept onto Antonis's lips. His defeat was not unjust. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd beheld the figure holding the silver sword aloft. The title of the uncrowned king of the third tier had changed hands. At some point, the bald giant had appeared at the front of the spectators' area, seated beside an elderly gentleman dressed in splendid robes, the celestial insignia of the archangel gleaming prominently on his back. The bald giant still wore a face that seemed to express a grievance of 5 million owed to him. And he coldly remarked, "So, how do you feel about your precious grandson defeating the strongest of the third tier? It would be wonderful if you could manage to rearrange that sour expression of yours." "Nix," the elder replied with a faint smile. The vice president of the Southern Institute remained unfazed, observing the silver sword's instantaneous displacement ability, which seemed to be of a high caliber, certainly superior to the teleportation skills of legendary mages. Entrusting such a significant artifact to a mere child, you are quite bold. Who would dare to steal from the Gusman family? The elder smiled, gently stroking the ring on his finger. Do not confuse the matter. The Gusman family does not equate to the church, the bald giant remarked pointedly before vanishing from sight. The elder continued to sit there with a smile, lost in thought. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, Leichner first indulged in a bath. For one who measured time down to the second, such an indulgence was indeed a luxury. At 14, Leichner still possessed the spirit of a youth, and he decided to treat himself to a small extravagance, soaking in the water to unwind. As he lay in the bath, he reflected quietly on his recent ascent in the top 100 rankings, which had proven to be quite favorable. He had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength, and the frequent displays of legendary power had broadened his horizons. Leichner estimated that the peak of the third tier likely hovered around 100 points. As the former strongest of the third tier, Antonis had attributes that fell just shy of that mark, while Omeles were even lower. This indicated that the performance of the third tier might extend beyond these figures. As for the legendary tier, Leichner was even less certain. Each time he gazed upon those legendary figures within the academy, his left eye's data panel filled with question marks, likely due to the vast differences in soul strength. Setting aside the data panel, according to the old dean's explanations, the combat power of legendary figures is generally categorized into 27 distinct tiers based on historical performances. Antonis is approximately at the third tier, while the typical legendary warriors of the wild paths generally hover around the first or second tier. This likely elucidates why Antonis possesses the capability to vanquish legends. A significant divide within the legendary rank emerges around the 10th tier. Beyond this point, each tier represents a monumental leap in strength. For instance, the venerable old priest, who once saved his life, was a legendary figure capable of facing 7 adversaries single-handedly during his prime, when he was about tier 12. At that time, 2 of his attackers were around tier 10, while the remaining 5 varied between tiers 5 to 8. Ultimately, he single-handedly dispatched 3 legendary foes and emerged unscathed. Upon reaching around tier 25, a legendary warrior begins to exhibit divine prowess. In the past, the unparalleled legend Duncan reached only tier 26. As for tier 27, it seems that the local realm of Tianxiong has yet to witness such an existence. Regarding divine tier, the old dean offered little explanation, as the distance to Lahaina remains vast. Within the once tranquil ancient castle, the arrival of Chun infused the space with a newfound vibrancy. In the kitchen, Chun adeptly prepared the ingredients before him. The archaic long knife had been repurposed as a culinary tool, and its spirit seemed on the verge of an expletive. The sharp blade glided along the meat's fibers, as crimson liquid cascaded down the knife's spine, leaving no trace behind. The saintess, akin to a curious child, peered over Chin's shoulder, her silver-red eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. He could cook. Shouldn't deities be lofty and preoccupied with myriad affairs? Why could he prepare meals? Why do you assume I cannot cook? I may be a god, but I too require sustenance. For any being, consuming food remains a viable and effective means of energy replenishment. The saintess pouted slightly, finding Chin's telepathic ability rather irksome. Before him, she felt devoid of secrets. You naughty fellow. Soon, the initial batch of ingredients was ready, and Chin began blanching them. Glancing at the time on his wrist, he, being a mildly obsessive chef, knew that each ingredient possessed its own perfect texture, which time could help approach. Time is both the best ally and the worst adversary. While waiting, Chin proceeded to prepare other ingredients. There was no flamboyant display, only the clean and decisive dance of the blade. His expertise in knife techniques was vividly showcased in the kitchen. The blade skimmed along the bones, separating flesh from bone with ease. It appeared, after all, not particularly difficult. A sense of inexplicable confidence surged within the saintess. In the next moment, an ancient long knife was presented before her. Chin gestured towards the ingredients, and after a moment's hesitation, she accepted the knife. Upon grasping it, an overwhelming weight descended, nearly rendering her unable to maintain her grip. Her cherry lips parted slightly. Why is this knife so heavy? Struggling with the blade, she began to contend with the ingredients in an awkward grip. It was unclear what kind of meat it was, but its toughness was astonishing. Only upon engaging did she realize the complexity behind Chin's seemingly simple movements. Reluctantly gripping the knife, the jagged edges of the meat appeared as though they had been torn apart, so grotesque that I dared not gaze upon my own handiwork. In my mind, I declared, I have mastered it. Yet my hands retorted, no, you have not. Chung took the long knife, and with a flicker of the blade, the meat was sliced into even, gossamer thin pieces. He cast a sidelong glance at she, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Have you given up? Xi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as she desperately concealed her visage with her long sleeves. The pale golden hue of her irises sparkled with mirth, and her movements involuntarily quickened. In such blissful days, it seemed as though even troubles had been forgotten. Yet, the ominous clouds of war loomed ever closer. Chapter 58. I want to see him fly, casting a glance at the distant Bolong. Zhou Yu's lips curled into a smile as he turned his gaze back to the grand hall above. Thank goodness this rascal had the sense to keep his distance. Damn. His feet reeked, and yet he was shedding his shoes beside me. Had the wind not been so strong, I would have kicked him away long ago. And how long had it been since he last bathed? The stench emanating from him was putrid. As Zhou Yu lay there watching, he suddenly turned to the side, observing Lord Roderick, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lord Roderick, how is your rest? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, Roderick opened his eyes and looked at him, somewhat perplexed by the query. The content of this chapter is rather scant. Other sites may still be updating, and this will be automatically rectified. The following content is unrelated to this book. Upon hearing the words of the immortal master, Bai Long glanced at her. Are you certain you wish to inform them? This would bring no benefit to these frogs at the bottom of the well. The immortal master, considering this, turned to Long Pa, Ji Tianya, and others, and after a moment's thought, shook her head. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. The grudge of Yun Fan Peak will be borne by Wu. As she spoke, an undeniable aura radiated from her. Seeing this, Long Pa and the others exchanged glances, resignedly saying, then we shall leave this matter in the hands of the immortal master. After speaking, Long Pa cast a curious glance at Bai Feng, Gui Jun, Bai Long, and the peculiar rabbit undergoing transformation. With respect, she addressed the immortal master. Since you have ascended, we shall not be of further assistance and will return to my dragon soul palace. Upon hearing this, the immortal master regarded the gathered individuals, noting their contemplative expressions. She nodded and, with a graceful motion of her fingers, unleashed 9 strands of her celestial power upon Long Pa and the others. This is the boon from my ascension. It shall elevate your cultivation. The late stage of the breaking heaven realm is not the pinnacle of cultivation. Rather, it is merely a choice of different paths in the journey of ascension. After uttering these words, the immortal master waved her right hand, and Long Pa, Chin Xin, and the others felt their bodies immobilized, their surroundings shifting, and they found themselves transported back to their respective sections. Is this the power of an immortal? A twinge of envy flickered in the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, after sending everyone back using her teleportation technique, the immortal master gazed into the depths of the beast-infested forest, where the disciples of various sects were located. Her form gradually expanded, towering to an astonishing height. All the inhabitants of the demon-beast forest gazed in awe at the towering figure of the celestial sovereign. Struck dumb with astonishment, the celestial sovereign's eyes shimmered with a blue radiance, imbuing her presence with an enchanting sanctity and unparalleled beauty. As she parted her lips slightly, she proclaimed, I am the celestial sovereign. Today, with the support of the leaders of various sects, I descend to bestow upon you a great blessing as you transcend to immortality. The depth of your understanding shall depend on your individual fortunes. Upon completing her words, she waved her right hand gently, enveloping them in a celestial light. Consequently, the disciples of the sect sat down to meditate and absorb this divine energy. The purity of the celestial light would greatly benefit them in their future endeavors, as the deeper their comprehension, the more advantageous it would be for their subsequent rest. Perhaps what once seemed insurmountable, the attainment of the Tao condensation realm, could now be surpassed with the celestial sovereign's assistance, propelling them to the spiritual enlightenment phase, akin to a sudden enhancement of their innate talents. Once her task was complete, the celestial sovereign gradually returned to her original form. Bai Long regarded her and asked nonchalantly, Is it worth it? The celestial sovereign did not answer directly but countered, And what of your current state? Is it worth it? Bai Long paused for a moment, lost in thought, and then managed a wry smile. Bai Feng, who had been listening to their exchange, sensed the malevolent yet potent spiritual energy coursing through Bai Long, which, despite being lesser than that of his grandmother, was nonetheless significantly stronger than that of the previous individuals. At this moment, Bai Feng was eager to discern his grandmother's next move. Having made a pact to enter the Chaos Realm in a few years, he now felt compelled to understand the implications of her successful tribulation. Lying in Xiao Bing's embrace, Bai Feng also felt the presence of Xian Er. Resting beside the Demon King, he turned his head slightly to look at her, but upon the slightest movement, he realized he had lost his sight. Xiao Bing noticed this subtle action and glanced down at her young master. Sensing her concern, Bai Feng instinctively replied, I am unhurt. Though I have become blind, my perception of spiritual energy has become remarkably acute. Perhaps this, too, signifies the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. Observing Bai Feng's demeanor, Xiao Bing felt the faint yet profound tremor of his spirit and could not help but exclaim, Xiao Bing is willing to be the eyes for my young master. Remaining by his side. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng smiled gently, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her sincerity. He turned his handsome visage towards Cianaire. Sensing the waning of her spiritual energy, the blood tears and the pain she endured had not only harmed her foundation but also wounded her very soul. Realizing Cianaire's current plight, Bai Feng clenched his fist and declared, Xiao Bing, I have suddenly come to recognize that there are those I wish to protect. Unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, I implore you never to intervene. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards his grandmother, Bai Long, just like her. How could one advance to this stage without enduring the trials of life and death? Xiao Bing gazed at Bai Feng, understanding that the loss of his sight did not diminish his zeal for cultivation. Rather, it seemed to heighten it. At this moment, he might truly be prioritizing his training. She nodded gently in acknowledgement. A smile graced Bai Feng's lips, and a vibrant flash of multicolored light momentarily illuminated the mark on his forehead, as if celebrating his determination. Once the immortal master had concluded all matters, he turned his gaze to the void, lightly waving his right hand. A surge of celestial energy erupted, shattering the emptiness and forming a passageway. The immortal master addressed Bai Long, urging him to proceed. Let us first settle the accounts with others before addressing our own. Upon hearing this, Bai Long's expression sharpened, registering disbelief at the revelation. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. Indeed, I have waited so long for this day. With your presence, my chances of success are significantly enhanced. Yet, as he spoke, Bai Long's attention shifted to Gue Jun, who sat suspended in midair, shrouded in a mist of blood. Noticing Bai Long's gaze, Gue Jun hastily gestured, Do not mind me. I am merely waiting like a dead rabbit. And I pose no threat to your plans. The immortal master also turned to look at Gue Jun, then glanced at the golden light surrounding Tu Li, extending her hand. A formidable force of attraction emanated from her palm, compelling Tu Li to follow her as a streak of light into the celestial passageway. Gue Jun, witnessing this, did not intervene. He surveyed the gathered individuals, particularly focusing on Bai Feng and Cianaire, and with a smile, remarked in Bai Feng's direction, We shall meet again. With that, he swiftly appeared beside Bai Long, offering him a grin. The two figures vanished once more, transforming into dual streams of vibrant light that soared into the tunnel. Meanwhile, the voice of the immortal master resonated through the skies, echoing across the entire Lingyun continent, in my absence. The management of Ming Mountain will be entrusted to the Shadow Empress. Once Bai Feng reaches adulthood and weds Yu'er, governance will pass to them. This proclamation reverberated throughout the continent, stirring countless hearts. Chapter 59. The shameless judgment. At that moment, her son was exuberantly shouting to see the small dwarf fly. But Lysa paid him no mind. She observed the crowd below the high platform, a sheen of sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. After a prolonged silence, she appeared to arrive at a realization and settled back into her high seat, raising her neck defiantly as she looked down upon the dwarfs with a cold smile. Since you dare to confront me, I shall present my evidence. In my capacity as the widow of Duke Jon Arryn, I accuse the Lannisters below of conspiring to murder my husband, the former King's hand, Duke Jon Arryn. I stand as the witness. Hearing her audacious claim left the audience in stunned silence. Yen Minghang gazed at Bayer, who was playfully winking at him, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. Though he quickly masked it and asked with a serious demeanor, What do you think of my portrayal as the male lead? Bayer, observing the eager expression on Yen Minghang's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, quite impressive. You embody the male protagonist perfectly, dominant, charismatic, and undeniably handsome. Wei Tao, seated nearby, watched the two engage in friendly banter with a delighted expression and remarked, I never imagined my leading duo would already know each other. This is splendid. Does this mean I need not allocate extra time for you to get acquainted before filming begins in a couple of days? I've grown up alongside Sister Bayer, so we understand each other well. Although we are familiar, this is our first collaboration, and we still require a bit of time to adjust, she replied, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Absently, she added, Well, he is merely a brother I know. We should indeed take time to acclimatize for the romantic scenes. If her memory served her right, the female second lead, Yi Weiwei, was destined to be Yin Minghang's true love within the narrative. Their characters would meet and gradually fall for the innocent and kind-hearted Yi Weiwei. The original plot had taken a dark turn because of this young lady, leading Yin Mingyu down the path of a villainous counterpart, willing to harm others, his family, and ultimately himself, to win her affection. Contemplating this, she couldn't suppress a smile. How intriguing this was becoming. Having signed on for a new drama, Bayer took a few days off before the crew commenced filming. During this brief respite, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Yin Mingyu was preoccupied with his studies and had no time to engage with her. The entertainment industry was also devoid of major happenings. Save for a piece of social news that captured her attention. A mentally ill individual had attacked several people with a knife on the street, and to her surprise, this person was the fan who had proposed to her outside the charity auction hotel. She was taken aback to learn he was unhinged. A week later, filming began. After wrapping up 2 scenes, Bay Air reclined on a resting chair, diligently studying the script. A sweet and charming girl, with eyes as clear as water, approached her. With an excited and admiring tone, she exclaimed, "Senior Bay Air, I am Yi Weiwei. I am an enormous fan of yours. I've watched every single one of your dramas. Especially your role as the princess in The Royal Concubine. So powerful and enchanting. May I please have your autograph?" Upon hearing the girl's name, Bay Air raised her brows slightly and set down her script. "Oh, you truly admire me that much?" Her enchanting peach blossom eyes glinted with playful curiosity. In response to Bay Air's probing question, Yi Weiwei declared with unwavering conviction, "I genuinely, truly adore you." Delighted by the girl's earnestness, Bay Air reached out to take the notebook from her hands. "Would you like me to sign it?" Yi Weiwei hesitated for a moment, captivated by Bay Air's radiant beauty, then shyly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "If possible, I would love an autograph." With a smile, Bay Air signed her name and casually inquired, "Are you also an actress in this production?" Yi Weiwei wore a sweet smile, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. "Senior Bay Air, I just joined the cast today, playing the role of..." "Ah, so you are the female lead's best friend? How fortunate I am to portray your companion." Over the following days, Bay Air observed this girl with great diligence. She truly was the destined one. Though her acting skills were not particularly exceptional, her earnestness in learning shone through. Whenever she encountered difficulties, she would inquire, and she performed admirably in every scene, exuding a pure and passionate nature. She quickly integrated with the crew, and before long, Yin Mingheng found himself drawn to her. Bay Air was troubled for several days, pondering whether, if Yin Mingyu became acquainted with Yi Weiwei, he would fall for the innocent young girl as he once had, leading to the potential failure of her mission and her subsequent erasure by the system. However, where there is someone dozing, there will always be another to offer a pillow. Director Wei Tao had been entangled in the selection of a university location for the filming. Upon learning this, Bay Air glanced at the list of prospective universities and remarked to the director with a smile, "Director, I believe City University would be an excellent choice." Chapter 60, Glory. At this moment, the crowd was no longer tense, dividing into 2 factions, each occupying their respective sides. All eyes were focused on the 2 individuals in the center of the arena, each preparing for the impending confrontation. As a party involved, Tyrion was naturally quite nervous. Whether he could walk out of this dreadful place unscathed depended on this very moment. After half a day of preparation, the 2 stood in the middle of the arena. Upon hearing of the duel's judgment, everyone of note within the Eagle's Nest city had gathered, filling the hall to capacity despite the modest size of the city. With over 100 people crammed into the space, the following content is unrelated to this book. Some extraordinary pets reside in hell, like 01, while others dwell in paradise, such as Zhao Lianlian, the big dog Zhao Xianen, the little squirrel Zhao Afu, and the wild cat queen, Miao Zhitian. At this moment, they stood before Zhao Ran, bowing their heads, too timid to meet his gaze, much like children caught in wrongdoing. Zhao Ran retracted his emotional projection, a smile flooding his mind as memories of a separate existence surged forth. He experienced the sensation of sipping coffee in a CAF, trailing Zhao Lianlian and the others. Witnessing the little squirrel misunderstand a young man, punishing and playing with the wrongdoers, as if participating in a game. Yet, Zhao Ran found it peculiar. He sensed the emotions of the smiling Zhao, an attachment and reluctance toward the outside world. "Now, tell me, who led the way in skipping classes?" Zhao Ran inquired. Although the matter had been resolved perfectly, he could not tolerate such behavior. Skipping class could only occur once or countless times. Accountability was imperative. The little squirrel Zhao Afu raised his head defiantly, declaring, "We had already agreed on the road. We will share any punishment together. And we shall never yield to your tyranny." "Oh, is that so?" Upon turning around, the small squirrel Zhao Afu immediately beheld the paw of Zhao Lanlan, the gaze of the large dog Zhao Sinan, the tail of the queen of the wildcats, Miao Zhitian, and the chief's wings, all directing their attention towards him. In a state of grievance, he exclaimed, "How can you treat me this way? We clearly agreed on the way that we would share the blame together." He pointed at them, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What do you mean?" Zhao Lanlan interjected, eager to ensure that Zhao Afu did not confess to having suggested skipping school. "Go ahead and ask your questions. I, Zhao Afu, have done nothing wrong and shall not fear your inquiries." If I cannot answer, then I am indeed a coward. The small squirrel puffed out his chest with pride. What nonsense. You're the coward, small squirrel. Your entire clan is cowardly. The large dog Zhao Sinan retorted in dissatisfaction. This is not my fault. It is the humans' blame for always calling us cowards, the small squirrel replied, feeling unjustly treated. Enough. Will you answer or not? Zhao Lanlan interrupted. Yes, yes. Zhao Afu replied, completely unaware that he had already stepped into Zhao Lanlan's trap. Did you not say that attending class was boring? Zhao Lanlan inquired. The small squirrel nodded. Indeed, I did say that. What of it? What concern is it of yours, Zhao Lanlan? Did you not suggest that we were going to do good deeds, and that even if the unfortunate ones knew, they would not hold it against us? Zhao Lanlan pressed further. Zhao Afu nodded again. That is correct. I did say that. Did the large dog not advise us against skipping class, stating that a dog who does not speak up is not a good dog, thus hindering us from doing good? Zhao Lanlan continued her questioning. Yes, I did say that. The small squirrel affirmed repeatedly. Very well. I have one final question. Was it not you who concocted the scheme for us to select one to steal the security guard's belongings, so that Yao Ao could blend in outside of school? Zhao Lanlan posed her last query. The small squirrel pondered for a moment, while the idea had originated with him. It had never been put into action, so it seemed inconsequential. Now, I shall summarize. Zhao Lanlan coughed lightly and proceeded. You stated that class was boring. Thus you proposed we skip school. To justify your desire for us to accompany you, you fabricated an excuse about performing good deeds. When the large dog tried to dissuade you, you labeled him a bad person, and to escape accountability, you even involved Yao Yao, encouraging us to engage in misdeeds. Zhao Afu, you are truly despicable. She then turned to Zhao Ran and declared, there is but one truth. He is the mastermind behind it all. Zhao Afu, do you have any defense? Zhao Ran queried. The small squirrel Zhao Afu felt tears welling up. He had indeed spoken those words, yet his intentions were misrepresented. What could he possibly defend himself with? He was almost convinced by Zhao Lanlan's words himself. I am too kind-hearted, the small squirrel muttered, falling silent. Very well. The punishment shall be that the small squirrel is prohibited from eating snacks for 1 week and may only consume regular meals, Zhao Ren announced. Could the unfortunate one perhaps have a different punishment? The little squirrel clasped its tiny paws before its chest in a plea, lamenting that enduring a week without snacks was more painful than death itself. The hard-earned muscles it had developed might dwindle significantly. Look, punishing me with household chores, like washing dishes and sweeping the floor, would suffice, it suggested. Zhao Ren chuckled. It's all right. How could I let you handle household tasks? You are still quite young. The little squirrel thought to itself. Pa? Zhao Ran, not a word you utter can be trusted. You are a demon, fully aware of my fondness for snacks, and you wield this as punishment. In truth, Zhao Ran did not entirely believe Zhao Lanlan's words, yet within the warmth of his smile, both had learned valuable lessons through this experience. The serval girl had ceased to rely solely on her extraordinary abilities. The large dog had contemplated societal issues, and Zhao Lanlan had shown empathy towards the wicked. Even the chief, upon returning home, was no longer parched as in previous days. Only the little squirrel remained unaffected. It was time for it to learn a lesson. At that moment, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. Upon glancing at the screen, Zhao Ran saw it was Cheng Jia's number. As he answered, Cheng Jia's impatient voice emerged. Zhao Ran, we have a breakthrough. Scarface's phone has just received a message instructing him to intercept an extraordinary pet approaching Long City. There's a photo attached, depicting a feral cat in a vehicle heading our way. Cheng Jia didn't allow Zhao Ran a moment to respond before continuing anxiously. This is a major catch. The message claims it escaped from a training camp. Following this lead, we can trace back to the camp's location. I can see a flood of points coming my way. Zhao Ran, do you want to join me in taking down this training camp? All right, send your car to pick me up. Some extraordinary pets dwell in hell, yet gaze longingly at heaven. 01 is one such extraordinary pet. The instructor had once stated that the only path to escape the training camp was to eliminate all fellow trainees and consume the poison bestowed by the organization. 01 had never harmed another extraordinary pet, not even a toy tiger cat, though its hands were stained with the blood of its kin. The toy tiger cat often remarked, "You are too kind." Yet 01 understood that this was not merely kindness, it was the fear of succumbing to the allure of bloodshed after crossing that threshold, becoming indistinguishable from the extraordinary pets of the training camp, where life would be reduced to mere tasks or slaughter. It yearned for the taste of freedom outside. 01 gulped down tap water eagerly, and when it was near Long City, it alighted from the vehicle and sought out an outdoor faucet, resisting the growls of its stomach. In the training camp, food was obtained by seizing it from others, but the toy tiger cat had mentioned that out here, one must pay. Curiosity piqued, it wondered, what is money? He was back. As the most outstanding trainee of the camp, he caught the scent of a pursuer, foul and unpleasant. Toy tiger cat, I will live well. Carrying you along, basking in the sunlight. I despise darkness and am enamored with light. Long city, I am coming.